Okay. Are we running? We're doing it? I think we're doing it. Here we go. We are live. Hello, friends. It's that time again. So, good morning. Good morning, all. We'll give everybody a couple of minutes here to dive in or to jump in. Yeah, I saw 77 pages. I did a little cursory glance at what was in there. Also, Baldur's Gate 3 came out with an update this morning. Looks like, what'd they say? Dragonborn, Half-Orc, and Monk are all joining the game. And oh, it'll be coming early. I don't know. We'll read that after. Let's focus on the Unearthed Arcana. That's what we're here for. So I was right. It did come out at 10 o'clock, but I'll be honest, I was doing work and also Witcher Season 3 Part 1. So I was watching some of that, so I got a little distracted on that. But let's go ahead. I think we got 100 people here. So 1.21 gigawatts. Great name, by the way. What the hell? You know what? I'm feeling accommodating. I will give your accommodation immediate attendance. And I will say this too, right? Obviously, people feel free to throw out any questions and stuff you have in the chat. I'll try to answer them as I go. But also, if you have a specific question that you want to make sure that it gets addressed, sending your question in the form of a super chat will definitely get you bumped up because it actually calls it out separately in YouTube's window. So I'm going to address 1.21 gigawatts question first, and we are going to go straight to the Monk because it's new. Everything else is a retread and an update. And I've looked at some of it a little bit, and I'm excited about what I saw, unexcited about some other things. But let's check the Monk because it's brand new. We have not seen anything at all for the 2024 Monk yet. So just as a reminder, if you don't know how to get there, hey, by the way, if you're here and you're watching live and you haven't subscribed to the channel, why don't you consider doing that? That would be really cool. I would really appreciate it if you did that. Makes me happy, and it helps the channel grow. So also driving up likes on here, like there's 140 something of you here and only 16 likes. The more likes and stuff this gets, the higher this can potentially push this up in the algorithm for other people to come out and watch this as well. All right, so let's go ahead and remind you how you get here. So we're going to go to D&D Beyond. We're going to go to Sources, Unearthed Arcana, and that'll take you to this page. You're going to click on the one for playtest number 6. Now, there is a video. We'll do what we always do, and we'll watch that video after we're done going through everything. We scroll down, and we hit download PDF here. It'll pull it up, and we'll go through it. Now, I don't believe... Now, this is... Yeah, I don't think we have bookmarks in these PDFs, unfortunately. So that would be a little too much, I think, to ask for. So we're going to go... It might, and I'm just using the browser version. Watch your eyes here. We're scrolling down to the Monk. Okay. All right. So let's see what they did for the Monk. Now, they're going to have this design note little page here. We're going to zoom this in a little bit for you guys to be able to see it a little bit better. All right, martial arts. Starts with a D6 rather than a D4 and applies only to unarmed strikes, not weapons. Interesting. So they're focusing in on the concept of unarmed strikes for being punching only, not tied to weapons, which is a little bit of a bummer. But maybe there's fixes for that as we go through. Okay. Weapons are now enhanced by weapon mastery. Okay, so that's their sort of trade-off. To keep up with other classes, the Monk's unarmed strikes needed this damage boost, which goes up to a D12 rather than a D10. That is nice to see, so you're going to start with a D6 out the gate, and you're going to end up with a D12 at 17th level. Okay. Weapon Mastery is a new first-level feature that gives you new ways to use weapons. Again, we've seen Weapon Mastery before. Martial Discipline, formerly Key, gives an improved version of Step of the Wind, which now lets you take both the disengage and the dash action. That's pretty cool. Deflect missiles has been redesigned, making it easy to use in more situations. We'll see what that means. Heightened metabolism is a new 7th level feature, making it easier for the monk to regain discipline points. They already got... Oh, and other benefits on a short rest. Okay. Stunning Strike. There it is. Can now only be used once per turn, and it lasts until the start of your next turn. Yeah. Stunning Strike was a little OP. I've played a couple of monks, and I realize a lot of people have made some comments about monks and stuff. I've played 2 monks from level 1 to level like 17-ish, so I have a pretty good handle, and one of those monks I never used Stunning Strike at all, and the other one I used it all the time. And it can be a game ruiner for the Dungeon Master for sure, if you happen to get it to trigger all the time. So this is, I think, a pretty understandable change. Especially because if you could do it multiple times a turn and you had like flurry of blows and stuff, you could hit 4 enemies, stun 4 enemies, and just shut down the combat. All right, Empowered Strikes now lets you deal force damage. Okay, Acrobatic Movement, a new name for unarmored movement. Improvement, Self-Restoration, replaces Stillness of Mind, Purity of Body, and Timeless Body, and allows you to remove the condition as a bonus action. Deflect Energy. Okay, I was wondering if we we're going to get some sort of improvement for this. Okay, Disciplined Survivor was formerly called Diamond Soul. Superior Defense has been redesigned to not rely on spells. Perfect Discipline has been moved from 20th level to 15th level, and Defy Death is a new 20th level feature. Okay, exciting. I still stand by, I feel like the monk should have been bumped up to a D10 hit die. I think it fit pretty well to be there, personally, as a means of improving survivability for the monk, because they are very much considered a melee in like up front class, but that's fine. We'll keep it there. We'll see what else is here. Okay. Strength and dexterity saving throws, 2 skill proficiencies, simple weapons, and an artisan tool or musical instrument. Okay. Not too crazy there. All right, martial arts. Your practice of the martial arts. Oh, did the key? I didn't look. Oh, what is it called? Discipline points. Okay, it is still 1 per level. Okay, so that's the same. Okay, you gain the following benefits while you're unarmed or wielding only simple weapons, and you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield. Okay, when you use the bonus unarmed strike, when you use the attack action with an unarmed strike or simple weapon on your turn, you can make 1 unarmed strike as a bonus action on the same turn. Okay, that's the same. Okay, dexterous attacks. You can use dexterity instead of strength when it comes to the attack and damage of your unarmed strikes, and simple weapons, except those that have the 2-handed property. Okay. So that's so you can still use dex for unarmed strikes, and you can use it for the use of any simple weapon. Martial arts die, you can roll a d6 in place of the normal damage of your unarmed strike. Okay, so basically all of the aspects of martial arts feature are the same, with the exception that the extra improved damage only applies now to the punches. So it says simple weapons, not monk weapon is no longer a thing anymore. So it is simple weapons as per what's called a simple weapon in the equipment section. So the only difference here again is that this martial arts die that you see now only applies to unarmed strike damage. It does not apply to weapon damage. So again, bonus action unarmed strike when you take the attack action, which can be now also you can make it's a bonus. When you take the attack action with an unarmed strike or a simple weapon, bonus action unarmed strike. So that's the same dex instead of strength for unarmed strikes or simple weapons that don't have a 2-handed property, and then again, improved damage. Unarmored defense remains the same, 10 plus your dex plus your wisdom modifier. And then we also get weapon mastery again, which is the new feature we learned in the last Unearthed Arcana. Mr. Hattenclog's the improvement, the martial arts die improvement in the 2014 Player's Handbook applied to monk weapons as well. So, like, later on when you were doing a D10, you could do a D10 damage with anything that was considered a monk weapon, not just your unarmed strikes. They've changed that. They even specifically called it out right here, where they say the die only applies to unarmed strikes now, not weapons. Okay. Weapon mastery, you know 2. Let's see. 2 kinds of simple weapons of your choice, such as daggers and spears. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change the kinds of simple weapons you choose. For example, you could switch to use the mastery property of maces and slings. Okay. All right. Martial discipline. This is what was whatever the original ability was. They renamed it. Your self-discipline. Oh, this I think what gives you discipline points. Your access to this energy represented by a number of discipline points. Your monk level determines the number of points you have. You can spend these points to fuel various martial discipline features. You start knowing 3 of these: Flurry of Blows, Patient Defense, and Step of the Wind. You learn more as you level up. When you spend a discipline point, it is unavailable until you finish a short rest or a long rest, at which point you regain all of your expended points. So you start off with, it is a short rest at the start, which I think it always was, but now that's just clarified there. Some of your martial discipline features require you to target a saving throw. If so, it is based off of 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier. That's the same. All right, Flurry of Blows. Immediately after you take the attack action on your turn, you can spend 1 discipline point to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. Okay, so that's the same. So you could still, with extra attack twice with a weapon and then follow up with 2 punches, or punch 4 times if you use Flurry of Blows and you have extra attack. Patient Defense. You can spend 1 discipline point to take the dodge action as a bonus action, which is nice. Always has been. Step of the Wind. Now, when you spend 1 discipline point, you can take both the disengage and the dash action as a bonus action, and your jump distance is doubled for the turn. That is a really, really nice quality of life feature, because you can disengage and dash all rolled into 1, which is nice. And it gives you the jump speed, or the jump doubling, which could be helpful because you have the ability to eventually like move on walls and stuff. Okay. Unarmored movement, your speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing armor and a shield, and it increases as you level up. I think it caps out at 30 feet now. I don't know if it was always 30 feet, but 30 feet at 18th level. Okay. Now, they said they changed deflect missiles. When you use your reaction, you can use your reaction to deflect ranged attacks against you that deal bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. When you do so, the damage you take from the attack is reduced by a d10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your monk level. If you reduce the damage to 0, you can spend 1 discipline point to redirect the attack towards another creature. If you do so, choose a creature within 60 feet of yourself that isn't behind total cover. That creature must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take damage equal to 2 rolls of the martial arts die. This is a weird choice. So I've always kind of stood by the fact that I thought deflect missiles should have just been like deflect attack, because a lot of people complain about the survivability and stuff of a monk, which is one of the reasons why I thought increasing the hit die to a d10 could be a simple way to just improve the survivability and make monk feel better overall. Possibly increasing the number of key points, or in this case now discipline points, that you had to provide a little bit extra to make it, because of all your features end up relying on it, it kind of makes it a little harder to use your different abilities. But I always thought deflect missiles should have just been deflect attacks, and it should have worked on, and it kind of fits the concept of the the martial artist kind of idea of like redirecting an attack. So you could redirect a physical attack as well, like a melee attack. I thought that was always cool. But all right, so now it functions basically the same, although it does specifically list bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage. You do still reduce it by the same amount you always did, a d10 plus your dex mod plus your monk level. If you reduce it to 0, you can redirect the attack. Previously, it was making an attack roll. Now that creature makes a dexterity saving throw or takes 2 rolls of the martial arts die. Again, starting at 3rd level, that is 2d6, but it is a saving throw, so it can't crit, which I guess in theory previously could because it was an attack roll. But either way. All right, then we get our subclass at 3rd level, ability score improvement at 4th, slow fall also at 4th. You can use your reaction when you fall to reduce any damage you take from the fall by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. So starts at 20, we'll go all the way up to 100 at level 20. Extra attack at 5th level, also stunning strike. At 5th level here, which we heard they did change, once per turn when you hit a creature with a simple weapon or an unarmed strike, you can expend 1 discipline point to attempt a stunning strike. They must succeed on a con save or be stunned until the start of your next turn. Previously, also remember, it was the end of your next turn, which allowed you to perpetually stun them. But it is, like, you could even get through your whole turn. But either way, I guess in theory, it's the start of your next turn, so you could stun them again. But it's an adjustment that I think makes sense, and I think it may piss off some monk players, which I could get that, but I think it kind of brings it a little more in band power wise. All right, empowered strikes at 6th level. When you deal damage with your unarmed strikes, you can choose to deal force damage instead of its normal damage. Previously, this was just magical damage, which I almost kind of like better personally. But force damage is one of the least resisted damage types in the game. So giving you the opportunity to switch between force or bludgeoning or whatever the weapon damage is, I think is still a useful thing. Did I say it was wisdom? The deflect missiles? Yeah, it's a dexterity saving throw. Yeah. But it should be based off of your... But the saving throw should be based off of your wisdom modifier because it's... Yeah, because that's what all of your different things with martial discipline are based on. Evasion at 7th level. Nothing new there. Heightened metabolism, a new feature here at 7th level. If you spend at least 1 minute resting, you can give yourself all the benefits of a short rest once per long rest. Huh. So that's interesting. So you can get yourself a short rest in a minute instead of an hour. Which, again, I've kind of made the arguments. Now, this is a little bit of a different situation where, like, I've said it in the past where it's not necessarily always true, but a lot of time, like, if you're capable of taking a 1 minute or a 10-minute rest, you might as well be able to take a short rest because of the way things typically work, unless there's, like, a ticking clock or something like that. But there are situations where a minute can happen, where you could be like, hey, we got to barricade this door as they're banging on the door. You meditate for a minute, get the benefits of a short rest. But yes, once per long rest, you can get all of your discipline points back in a minute per heightened metabolism. Okay. Ability score improvement at 8th level. Acrobatic movement at 9th level. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during the movement. Okay, so that's basically, they just changed the name of it, but it used to be called, like, improved unarmed movement or something, unarmored movement. That's just the ability now to let you run on walls and across water. 10th level, self-restoration. Through sheer force of will, you can use a bonus action to remove one of the following conditions from yourself: charmed, frightened, or poisoned. In addition, foregoing food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion. This is a little bit of a downgrade here, and it says right here, disease. In 2014 version of the Monk and Paladin, both classes gained immunity to disease. The immunity has been removed from the playtest versions of the classes because the word disease doesn't have a solid meaning in the rules, and for years the rules have delivered disease-like effects through the poison condition. This is kind of a speculation that I had when we got the Paladin, in that, like, diseases are going to basically be removed from the game entirely. Here's the thing. You used to be flat out immune to poisoned condition and poison damage at 10th level. That is no longer the case. You now can use a bonus action to end the poison condition on yourself, but you still are afflicted by poison damage, which is a pretty significant nerf, in my opinion. It was, immunity to the poison condition and poison damage. And that's just gone. The ability to forgo food and drink doesn't give you levels of exhaustion is like a nice little added feature, but it does not make up for the immunity to poison. Okay. 11th level, subclass feature, another ability score improvement at 12. Deflect energy at 13th level. You can now use your deflect missiles feature against ranged attacks that deal any type of damage. This is a nice little feature. Right, so like if someone shoots an Eldritch Blast at you, you can knock the Eldritch Blast back at them, which is kind of a cool little feature. Or any kind of like singularly targeting spell attack that goes for you, you can now knock it back. Disciplined Survivor at 14th level. Your physical and mental discipline grant you proficiency with all saving throws. Additionally, when you make a saving throw and fail, you can spend a discipline point to reroll and take the second result. Okay, that's pretty much the same as the 14th level feature was previously, which is a nice one. 15th level perfect discipline. When you roll initiative, you regain 4 discipline points if you have none. Moving this up to 15th level is a nice benefit because it was kind of a weak 20th level ability. So I like that. 16th level ability score improvement. 17th level subclass feature. Superior defense, now at 18th level. As a bonus action, you can spend 3 discipline points to perfectly bolster yourself against harm for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. During that time, you have resistance to all damage except force damage, which is nice. Didn't you also have like an astral projection ability around here? And then 19th, you get another ability score, and 20th level, you get Defy Death. If you drop to 0 hit points, you can spend 4 discipline points, roll 4 martial arts dice, and add the dice together. Your number of hit points instead changes to the total rolled. Each time you use this feature after the first, the discipline point cost increases by 2. When you finish a short or long rest, the discipline point cost resets to 4. Let's see. It's interesting, Defy Death as the 20th level feature. I like it. It's definitely better than getting some discipline points back on a initiative roll. Very nice to have that at 15th level. Makes it much more usable. So anything was better than what we had. I still stand by. I felt like that they should have basically gotten the same thing that the Barbarian got. You know, the Barbarian got the increased 2 of your ability scores. Well, in the 2014 version, it was, what is it, Strength and Constitution by 4 and increased the maximum by 4. I kind of felt it should have been the same thing for the monk. I thought it would have been a good change for it. But either way, this is definitely better. And at 5th level, some of you are bringing up, it's a simple weapon or an unarmed strike for Stunning Strike. So now you can Stunning Strike at range, which you could not do before. Because it used to just be based on like a melee hit or a monk weapon. So now in theory, if you use a thrown dagger, a sling, whatever, short bow, I think, is a simple weapon. So you could stun somebody with a short bow now. Which also, think about all the fun interactions some of these could have with weapon masteries as well. Which is pretty cool. There should be a link in the video description, the beans, as well as it's on the D&D Beyond website. Okay, let's get into our subclasses. We have Warrior of Shadow. They also changed this. It used to be Way of X. Now it is Warrior of X. So Warrior of Shadow. This is basically the reskinned Way of Shadow from 2014. Shadow Arts has been redesigned, giving the monk Dark Vision, a darkness that costs fewer discipline points than before, and the darkness can be moved each turn during the duration of the spell. The monk can also see in their own darkness. Improved Shadow Step is a feature that allows Shadow Step to be used in bright light, and Cloak of Shadows has been moved to 17th level and redesigned to empower the monk while in dim light or darkness. No more silence means goodbye Mage Killer Monk. Yeah. Give me 1 sec, guys. I just gotta do one thing. And then we'll get back into this. Yeah, I am assuming... I think it might have been by design to allow them to do ranged stuns. I think that could be pretty interesting to give a little bit more versatility to the monk. If you're not going to give them more survivability in certain areas, giving them the opportunity to do certain things at range, it's pretty much, you know, it's just like a little bit of a bonus, as it were. Give me 1 sec, guys. Sorry. Let's see. I don't know. Changes aren't as revolutionary as hope, but it still looks fun to play. The only thing I ever asked for DM was the D10 hit die. Yeah, the D10 hit die is such a small thing. We only have 2 D10 hit die character. Or I guess we have the fighter. I always forget about the fighter. I think the monk would have been a good fit for that, personally. Unarmored defense is still tied to Dex and Wisdom. All right, Shadow Arts. Darkness. You can spend 1 discipline point to cast a darkness spell without any components. You can see within the spell's area when you cast it. While the spell persists, you can move in its area of darkness to a space within 60 feet. Oh, this is nice. I like this a lot. All right, so it's only 1 discipline point to cast darkness, and you can see through it, which is fantastic. And while it persists, you can move its area of darkness to a space within 60 feet at the start of each of your turns. So you can still move it, and it doesn't cost you anything to move it either. Just the thing at the start of your turn, you can move the darkness bubble. This is really, really nice. And Dark Vision out to 60 feet. If you already have it from some sort of inherent feature, and now it gets extended. And you know the Minor Illusion cantrip and can cast it with Wisdom. That's a fantastic 3rd level feature. They did lose out on some things, as some people mentioned, no more having access to silence. But yeah, it's way better, I think, in all aspects. All right, 6th level Shadow Step. While entirely within dim light or darkness, you can use a bonus action to teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space you can see that is also in dim light or darkness. You then have advantage on the next melee attack you make before the end of the next turn. That's really nice because, again, you can see through your own darkness, so you can see out of it too, which gives you even more possibilities for teleportation. Also, you could teleport into your own darkness, which is pretty cool. So if you put your darkness down, and you are within 60 feet of it, you could teleport into your darkness because you can still see, which is pretty solid, which I like that a lot. This is, it also, again, some people are mentioning the concept of potential multi-classes. Jay Harris, they no longer have magical strikes, but they can turn the damage to force damage instead. Improved Shadow Step at 11th level. When you use your Shadow Step, you can spend 1 discipline point to remove the requirement that you must start or end in dim light or darkness for that use of the feature. As part of this bonus action, you can make an unarmed... Whoa! This is so good. This is so clean. All right. So originally, you have to be in dim light or darkness and then teleport to an unoccupied space within 60 feet that is also in dim light or darkness. And then you have advantage on the next melee attack that you make. So you could do this as a bonus action and then hit somebody with advantage. With the 11th level feature, spending a discipline point removes... Also, reminder that the Shadow Step doesn't cost you points. The free teleport, that's free. That doesn't cost you any discipline points to do. You can just do that. Then at 11th level, you can spend a discipline point to remove the requirement that you start or end in dim light or darkness. You could be out in bright light and then poof into your pool of darkness, something like that. And as part of the bonus action that you're doing, you can make an unarmed strike immediately after the teleport. But as part of the teleport, you have advantage on the next melee attack you make before the end of your next turn. So you can teleport, have advantage on the next attack you make. As part of the teleport, make a bonus action attack, and then still have your action to make 2 full attacks. So it's great because it almost gives you this teleport, but also you're still not losing out on your first level bonus action punch that you would normally have. That's a very nice feature. I like that a lot. And then Cloak of Shadows at 17th level. As a bonus action while entirely within dim light or darkness, you can spend 3 discipline points to shroud yourself with magical darkness for a minute until you have the incapacitated condition or until you end your turn in bright light. While shrouded in darkness, you get the following benefits. You have the invisible condition, which, again, reminder, there's a difference because theory, if other people could see inside magical darkness, they could still hit you normally. You are now considered invisible, so even if, the warlock has the ability to see through magical darkness, they still couldn't see you because you are invisible within the magical darkness. You can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain, but you take a d10 force damage if you end your turn inside a creature or an object. You can use your Flurry of Blows points without spending any discipline points. For a whole minute? This is insane. I love this. This is great. Oh my god. So 17th level, bonus action. I'm now invisible. I'm in a moving magical darkness. Now, it doesn't have a distance on this magical darkness, But now I'm free to teleport because I'm always in a group in magical darkness if I want to be. And while I'm in this magical darkness for a minute, I can just flurry of blows constantly and not spend any discipline points. So I could be making 4 attacks a turn for the expenditure of 3 discipline points once at the start, and then just continue to just punch away. I like this a lot. I've always loved Shadow Monk myself. I never got a chance to play one, but I always really liked the concept of the Shadow Monk, and I thought it was very well done. It had some wonky things about it, but I really like what they did here. I like this a lot. Okay. Let's go to Way of the Elements. Now, this is gonna be a big one. As we all know, myself, countless other people, Way of the Four Elements Monk was trash. That's why myself and so many others have videos about how to fix it, how to make it better, blah, blah, blah. Because it was trash, right? You can see my video fixing the Way of Four Elements Monk here on the channel, where I go into it ad nauseum and provide my updates on how to fix it. This is going to be big. If they pull this off and make it good, that's a big step in the right direction. So, design note. Here we go. Discipline of the Elements has been replaced with a new feature gained at the levels a monk normally gains subclass features. Elemental Attunement is a new feature that enhances the unarmed strikes. Elemental Burst is a new feature that allows them to create a blast of destructive energy. Stride of the Elements is a new feature based on Step of the Wind. And Elemental Epitome is a new feature that further enhances. Okay, let's go. Elemental Attunement. You have an attuned, so it says the Elementalism cantrip. That is a new cantrip. I'm going to see what's probably contained in the spell section, but all right. In addition, at the start of your turn, you can spend 1 discipline point to imbue yourself with elemental energy. I'm assuming the Elementalism cantrip is basically a combination of things like Move Earth, Shape Water, Control Flames, and like Gust. So you combine like all of those cantrips into one that just lets you do elemental things. That's what I would do anyway, but we'll get there. All right. In addition, at the start of your turn, you can spend 1 discipline point to imbue yourself with elemental energy. The energy lasts for 10 minutes or until you have the incapacitated condition. You gain the following benefits for that 10-minute duration. Elemental strikes. Whenever you hit with your unarmed strike, you can choose it to deal acid, cold, fire, or lightning damage rather than its normal type. That's very useful. That's immediately better than the entire 4 Elements Monk. Like, this feature wins. It baits the whole entire pre-existing class. This said 10 minutes, right? Yeah, 10 minutes, yep. When you deal one of these types of damage with your unarmed strike, you can also force the target to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, you can move the target up to 10 feet forward, toward, or away from you. Oh, so you can punch them and pull them... Wait a minute. Unarmed strike. You can move the target 10 feet toward... How could you move them toward you if you hit them with an unarmed strike? What? All right, read that one more time. When you deal one of these types with your unarmed strike, you can force the target to make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, you can move the target up to 10 feet toward or away from you. Maybe we get something later on that gives us range. But we can... Again, immediately better. This 1/3 level feature beats the pants off the entire 2014 4 Elements Monk. Reach? It has reach? Did I miss that part? What? Where's the reach? The next part. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Didn't get there. I didn't get there, folks. I just haven't gotten there yet. When you make an unarmed strike, your reach is 10 foot greater than normal. Okay. So, listen. It's good you guys are keeping me honest in the chat. But, okay. So I stand by what I said even more so. The 3rd level feature of Warrior of the Elements Monk is better than the entire Way of 4 Elements Monk. Like, you could stop now, and you're better in every way. We're going to keep going, but it also gives you reach. I probably would have put the reach part first, because then it, like... But either way. Okay, so when you make an unarmed strike, your reach is 10 feet greater than normal. Which, again, as people are saying, bugbear in the chat, in theory, yes, anything that has longer than normal reach, this is a 10-foot extension, 10 foot greater than normal. So whatever your normal reach is, it is now 10 feet greater. So you have a 10-foot punch, which, again, to the point you could hit somebody and then force them to make a strength saving. Is this as good as I think it is? Okay. A discipline point at the start of your turn. Imbue yourself with elemental energy. This lasts for 10 minutes. So this is going to last you the entire combat, possibly multiple combats, depending on how fast you move. You are a monk. You can run pretty fast. Then whenever you hit, and it's whenever you, wow, whenever you hit with an unarmed strike, you can choose the damage. So you don't even have to lock yourself into a damage type. So even at level 3, if you're doing one attack as an attack action for your action, and then one as a bonus action, and you're imbued with this, you could do acid on the first punch, cold on the second. You don't have to lock into a damage type for each punch. You basically get to pick each time you strike, which is really, really useful. That versatility right there is huge. Plus, again, at level 6, you're also going to add force into the mix. So you're going to have the opportunity to do acid, cold, fire, lightning, or force, or bludgeoning damage with your unarmed strikes, which is pretty nuts. And the fact that when you hit, when you deal one of these types of damage, again, acid, cold, fire, or lightning, you can force the saving throw. That saving throw does not require you to spend any additional points. That's just a thing you can do for free whenever you have this activated. And as far as I can tell, okay, the reach only comes when you activate this. You don't have reach all the time. It's when you spend the discipline point. But again, a discipline point for 10-foot reach for 10 minutes on top of free saving throws and damage versatility, fantastic. All right, let's go to 6th level here. Environmental burst. I'm sorry. As a magic action, you can spend 2 discipline points to cause environmental energy to burst in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point within 120 feet of you. Choose a damage type: acid, cold, fire, or lightning. Each creature in that sphere must make a dex save. On a failed save, a creature takes damage of the chosen type equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die. On a successful save, they take half as much. Before or after you take this action, you can make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. So this is repurposing what was the Sun Soul Monk ability at level 6, but making it more versatile and I think a little less damage. So originally, the Sun Soul Monk had a very similar version to this that you could upscale with additional discipline points. And it was essentially, you could do the equivalency of like a constitution-based fireball, but did radiant damage. But the downside of that was they took no damage if they succeeded. This now lets you spend 2 discipline points as an action. So you're giving up your action, but it's only 2 points to use it. It gives you AoE damage as a monk, which is almost non-existent. A 20-foot radius sphere is massive. It's out to 120 feet. You're also getting it at 6th level, which is around a little bit later than like the wizards and stuff are getting Fireball. But you also have, again, sorcerers have damage versatility and stuff now, but you have the opportunity to choose acid, cold, fire, or lightning damage. They make a dex save. On a failed save, they're going to take damage equal to 3 rolls of your martial arts die. That's a little bit less than, I think at this point it's going to be 3d8 damage, but they also take half damage if they succeed, which is nice. And as a nice little quality of life, before or after you take this action, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action, which is nice because in theory you could punch somebody as a bonus action first, activate Stunning Strike on them, run away while they're stunned, hit them with Environmental Burst, they're stunned, so I think they automatically fail dex saving throws anyway, so then it would just be freebie damage. That's, a very niche situation, but that's an option you could do. Alright, 11th level, Stride of the Elements. When you use your Step of the Wind feature, you gain a fly speed and swim speed equal to your speed for 10 minutes. That's a really nice feature as well. Again, at 11th level, you can run on walls and run on liquids, but you still don't have a traditional fly speed or a swim speed, so this does give you that. And again, it lasts for 10 minutes, so even though you only use Step of the Wind once on your turn, it gives you a fly speed and a swim speed for 10 minutes. So in theory, you could use Step of the Wind once. Now you have a fly speed and a swim speed, and you could just continue to fly or swim after that for the next 10 minutes. They have explained what a magic action is from basically one of the first Unearthed Arcanas. A magic action is, you don't cast a spell anymore. It's a magic action. Like as an attack action, you attack. As a magic action, you do a spell or something. So if something interrupts a magic action, that's how that works. Oh, is it only attempt Stunning Strike once per turn? So even if you miss, it's still interesting. Okay. And then Elemental Epitome at 17th level. You gain resistance to one of the following damage types of your choice. Acid, cold. Oh, sorry. When you use Elemental Attunement, your 3rd level feature, you gain resistance to one of the following damage types. Acid, cold, fire, lightning. At the start of each of your turns, you can change this. So this is resistance to a damage type, and you can choose it at the start of your turn. So again, a nice quality of life there that you can choose. And then Destructive Stride. When you use your Step of the Wind, your speed increases by 20 feet until the end of the turn. For that duration, any creature of your choice takes damage equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die when you enter a space within 5 feet of it. The damage is the same type as you chose as the feature's damage resistance. A creature can take this damage only once per turn. And there's another feature. So basically, we can Step of the Wind, now giving ourselves a fly speed and a swim speed, but we're also bumping our movement speed up by 20 feet. Just being within 5 feet of a creature. Also, Step of the Wind now is, just to double check, reminder, Step of the Wind now is dash and disengage built in. So you're going to get a dash and a disengage, which means no opportunity attacks, a boosted movement speed. If you move within 5 feet of a creature, they take a roll of your martial arts die. So you don't even have to hit them. You just have to move past them when you enter a space within 5 feet. So obviously they said you can only take the damage once per turn, so you can't like ping pong back and forth and just rack up a ton of damage. But if you're going for a specific enemy and you can find yourself a path that lets you run by multiple enemies to get to that whatever ultimate enemy you're going to hit, they're all going to take damage, which is nice. And Empowered Strikes. Once on each of your turn, you can deal extra damage to a target equal to the one roll of your martial arts die when you hit it with with an unarmed strike. It's the same type as your damage resistance. So this is kind of a buff that you get on top of everything else. It gives you the improved movement, the extra damage on movement, the resistance, and then once a turn, one of your unarmed strikes is just going to deal an extra damage die that does elemental damage. So this, I think, is fantastic. I think this is a huge improvement over Way of the Four Elements. Like I said, the 3rd level feature is better than the entire 2014 Way of the Elements Monk. So, I like that. It doesn't have as much... some of you are bringing it up. It doesn't have the versatility of the spells that you had as a Way of the Four Elements Monk. Like where you could cast things like Cone of Cold or do the different walls and stuff like that. And those were nice. The main problem with the 2014 one was the timing in which you got those spells and the key point cost for them back then to do it. I do like this a lot better. I think it taps more into the sort of, I don't know, I think it's designed like everybody was trying to play the Avatar, right? Like that was what everybody was trying to go for. And we still haven't even looked up what the Elementalism cantrip is yet that we do get. So I like this better. I like Way of the Shadow is a big improvement. I saw somebody mention something about they thought the 2014. I think this monk is better in just about every single way. Yeah, they did nerf Stunning Strike. Let's see. When you hit a creature with a simple weapon, you can spend to attempt a Stunning Strike. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a simple weapon, you can attempt a Stunning Strike. So you have to hit them first, but it does seem like you can attempt a Stunning Strike, meaning that if you miss, you can only do it. Yeah. Target must succeed or... yeah. So basically, you can't... If you attempt a Stunning Strike and you fail, that's it for the turn. That's a nerf. We talked about Stunning Strike being nerfed, but I understand. And the nerf to the poison issue, but either way. All right, then Warrior of the Hand. This was formerly the Open Hand Monk. I'm curious to see what changes they make here. Open Hand technique now requires a saving throw for all 3 effects, not just 2. Wholeness of Body now requires a bonus action rather than an action. It can be used more than once a long rest. Fleet Step is the new 11th level ability that replaces Tranquility. One of the lowest rated monk features, and Quivering Palm is no longer able to deal an uncapped amount of damage reducing a creature with any number of hit points to 0, which was too powerful. All right, whatever, but all right. Who are you talking to? You said you don't play monk if you think that. I've played 2 monks from level 1 to level 17 in 2 different campaigns. So I actually do know what I'm talking about. And I stand by everything I said. 3rd level, open hand technique. Whenever you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by Flurry of Blows, you can impose one of the following effects on the target. Addle. Target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or can't take reactions until the end of your next turn. Okay. Push. The target must succeed on a Strength saving throw, or you push it up to 15 feet away. Or topple. It must succeed on a Dexterity saving throw, or it has the prone condition. Okay. So, again, everything's got a saving throw. Makes sense. It's pretty much similar to what we had. But it's also when you do your Flurry of Blows, which is nice. Whenever you hit a creature with one of the attacks granted by your Flurry of Blows. Remember, you do have 2, so this is potentially 2 times to do this, and it doesn't require you to spend any discipline points to activate it. Wholeness of Body. You gain the ability to heal yourself. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 discipline point and roll your... Oh, this is a nerf. Maybe. And roll your martial arts die. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number rolled plus your wisdom modifier. This is a nerf, because this used to be, I think, 3 times... So 3 times your monk level or something like that. I forget what it was originally, but it was definitely more hit points. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number rolled on the martial arts die, plus your wisdom modifier. Granted, it is a bonus action now, and you can do it multiple times. It's wisdom modifier times per long rest, but I think I still preferred the 2014 version. Fleet Step at 11th level. You can easily stride out of harm's way. You can use the Step of the Wind option of your martial discipline. Whoa, wow. You could just use Step of the Wind without spending any discipline points. So that means every turn, in theory, if you wanted, you'd be nerfing your damage output, but you could have dash and disengage as a bonus action built in every single turn without expending any points. That's pretty good. Definitely an improvement over, what was it? Tranquility, which, like it said, was the lowest rated monk feature. And then Quivering Palm here at 17th level. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike, you can spend 3 discipline points to start these imperceptible vibrations, which last for a number of days equal to your monk level. The vibrations are harmless unless you use your action to end them. To do so, you and the target must be on the same plane of existence. When you use this action, the target must make a Constitution saving throw, taking 10d12 plus your monk level of force damage on a failed save or half on a success. You can only have 1 creature under this effect at a time. You can end the vibration harmlessly without using an action. Yeah, this is definitely a nerf, right? Obviously, if they fail the saving throw, they were immediately dropped to 0 hit points. I always kind of liked that. And then, obviously, they took a ton of damage even if they succeeded. But, I don't know. It's a 17th level ability, right? So it's pretty high level. Kind of get the concept of it being a little strong. I mean, 10d12 plus your monk level, I mean, it's 10d12 plus 17 at the time of you getting it, isn't a small amount of damage. It is also force damage, which is not highly resisted, but it's a Constitution saving throw, and a lot of creatures have good Constitution saves. But hey, at least you get to roll d12s. So I do think that is a nerf. And I think Wholeness of Body is a nerf, but Fleet Step is pretty nice. Well, again, some people are saying you should be able to use Step of the Wind without points. Rogue gets to use a dash or a disengage as a bonus action, not both. You get both. So you're still going to get your entire movement speed without opportunity attacks on top of your regular movement, and you still have your action. So, I think it's nerfs to subclasses in some aspects, but some aspects are definitely improvements. Like I said, I never really liked the open hand monk personally. Not that matters one way or another. And obviously this is still playtest. Folks, also remember, this is the first time we've ever seen the monk in the Unearthed Arcana playtest, right? We haven't seen monks at all prior to this. So, this obviously has the opportunity to go through multiple changes. Like we're going to see when we go back through the other classes that have already received changes. Um, I do think, again, I stand by Warrior the Elements being an improvement. I think Warrior the Shadow is a very nice synergize as well. And I do think that for the most part, I mean, yes, there's obviously been some reductions in some areas and some things I would have liked to have seen. I still stand by, I think the Monk should be a D10 hit die personally, but it is what it is. Martial arts, it pretty much works the same way. You get improved overall damage on this. You're just not going to be able to apply the extra damage to weapons, but now it's all simple weapons are affected by some of your abilities here. You can stunning strike with, or attempted anyway, with ranged attacks, which is something you never could do before. You do have access to weapon mastery. Again, remember that's a new feature from the last Unearthed Arcana. That's now available for the monks. You do get the, again, Step of the Wind being dash and disengage combined. Deflect missiles, again, a little bit of a nerf in that it's a saving throw as opposed to an attack. But depending on if you roll really well with attacks versus enemies making saving throws, it might not be. And it also now has the opportunity to do a little more with it later on. Stunning Strike got a nerf. We can all agree that that's definitely a thing, but I understand the reasoning why. Empowered Strikes is interesting that they chose to give you force damage instead of just making the attacks magical. But either way, evasion's the same. The ability to get a short rest in a minute is kind of a cool little feature there. I don't like the removal of the poison immunity, personally. That's one. I get understanding removing disease because it basically was kind of ambiguous. Deflect energy is nice. And then again, moving Perfect Discipline here, which once was a 20th level ability up to 15, I think is nice. And then also Defy Death just being better than what the existing 20th level feature, also very nice. Okay. Anyway. Let's go up to the top. Potentially, Eric DeWald, you might open up the concept for like monk weapons. I think so. I know it's like, you know, they're magical. They overcome resistance to. I have to look at it because somebody did a list of this at one point. Well, we're gonna go up to the top. We're gonna do Bard, and we're gonna go through. But regarding. There is a list out there of the number of creatures that have resistance or flat out immunity to attacks that are non-magical. And I'm curious to see how many it actually is. To give you an idea of like, okay, because you can do that or force. And I don't think there's any overlap where like if this creature is immune to force damage, it might also be resistant or immune to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. There might be some, which then sucks because that means against that specific enemy, your monk can do nothing. But, all right, let's take a look at the Bard here. So, we have some changes here. First of all, Bardic Inspiration is now shifted back to its 2014 form, and that you can dole it out as a bonus action. The time it lasts on a creature you give it to is now an hour as opposed to 10 minutes, but it now only triggers on a failure of a D20 test, which I think I like that. I always kind of like that. So it is previously it was like you could just add it to it. Now it is functioned on the failure, but you can still dole it out as a bonus action. Now spellcasting got an interesting change. It says each bard gets to choose whether to use the Arcane, Divine, or Primal spell list, and the spell preparation is no longer tied to the level of your spell slots. So, prepared spells, it's back to a static number. People did not like that it was like, okay, you compare 2 first levels, 3 second levels, and then it was 4 and 2, and so on. So now it's just a static number. Pick and choose as you will. The first change leans into the fact that a bard might have learned their arts of Arcane, Divine, or Primal context, and the second was widely requested in playtest feedback. Jack of all trades back to 2. Subclass, this is my biggest complaint. Subclasses for the Bard was reverted to its 2014 subclass progression, which means they only have 3 subclass features, and every other class has at least 4. and bards only have 3 now because they reverted back to 2014, which is stupid in my opinion. Font of Inspiration is back at 5th level. Counter Charm is back and actually useful for once. Magical Secrets is back at 10th level, and then a whole new feature called Word of Creation at the 20th level, which is pretty awesome. All right, so basically all of the main features here of the high-level stuff for the Bard is the same. So Bardic Inspiration starts off as a D6. As a bonus action, you can inspire another creature within 60 feet that can see or hear you. It gets a Bardic Inspiration die. Once within the next hour, when the creature fails a D20 test, they can roll that die and add the number rolled to the D20, potentially turning the failure into a success. A Bardic Inspiration die isn't expended, or is expended when it's rolled, sorry. So, oh yeah. We're gonna watch the D&D videos after we're done with this. We're gonna go through it ourselves, then we'll go watch their videos. Thank you for the heads up. So, I think, overall, Bardic Inspiration, you would now, Wes. That's the problem, potentially. This brings up a greater issue. You do now need to know if you fail in a social encounter. So, if you look at this, well, it's a failed test. So a D20 test is an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. All 3. So, what's nice is I didn't think Bardic Inspiration needed a buff, but in my opinion, this is a buff. Because it's a bonus action, you can give it out on your turn. It lasts an hour as opposed to 10 minutes. So that's a pretty long time. Okay. And it only triggers on the failure, and you don't have to choose any, it doesn't use your reaction to expend it. So what's the purpose of using a Bardic Inspiration die, right? It's to usually, 9 times out of 10, turn a failure into a success. Hey, I'm going to make an attack roll. I rolled a 12. I don't think that's enough. I'm going to expend the Bardic Inspiration die and add it. Now, you roll a 12. The DM tells you that misses. You can say, hang on, I'm going to use the feature and roll the Bardic Inspiration die, possibly turning that failure into a success. No questioning whether or not it's needed. You flat out know it's a failure. I'm going to roll the die. So, to that point, you would know if you were in a social encounter and the DM says make a persuasion check, and you say 13, you need to know, did I fail? And the DM can tell you, yes, you failed. So you can say, cool, I'm going to use the Bardic Inspiration die I got earlier on this failure to possibly turn it into a success. That runs into weird metagamey territory, but it's how the function, this is mechanics versus, roleplay. And that's how it works, right? But it also makes it, there's that concept of people wanting to hoard things and not use it. So, right, like, you might be like, oh, I rolled a 17. I definitely want to make sure I hit this thing. Let me expend my Bardic Inspiration die now. And it's like, well, you didn't have to because 17 hit, but you wanted to spend it just to be safe. The other potential thing is it doesn't allow you to, if you succeed, it doesn't allow you to achieve a greater level of success, but that's not too common, where it's like, if I roll a 15, I get this thing, but if I roll a 20, then I get this. So that's the only difference, but I think this fundamentally is a better use of it. People will feel, I think, more emboldened to use it because, one, they'll have it for longer, and 2, they know it's a failure, so they're going to expend it. Because I've played a handful of bards too, and as I know, the amount of times that I've given somebody a Bardic Inspiration die and they just never used it because they were afraid they were going to need it, and then the 10 minutes went by and they just never used it. This would hopefully, in theory, like, when it's going to happen. It's a failure. Oh, yep, going to use it now, kind of a thing. Yes, insight checks are going to be weird. We talked about this when we did our Silvery Barbs video a long time ago, with the concept that if you were sneaking along, and someone perceives you while you're sneaking, and they succeed on the saving throw, you could Silvery Barbs them and then turn their success when they saw you with a perception check into a failure. But you had to still cast the spell, but you ultimately rejected their original perception check. Like, there's wonky iterations where the mechanics just don't add up, and it's just going to be something you'll have to deal with at the table. Also, you get a Bardic Inspiration die, Charisma times. You can do a Charisma times per long rest. Oops. Okay. And then it increases as you level up. I'm just going to do one thing real quick over here. Sorry, guys. I just realized that I ran out of disk space to record the rest of this live stream. So I'm just going to delete some old live streams from a while back to make some room so I can keep recording. I'll just delete all those. That should do it. But yeah, as I said, it's gonna make it weird, right? That's just gonna be how this. It's gonna be awkward in certain situations because that's just how it's gonna be, right? You're gonna have to just deal with it. Go back to start recording. There we go. Okay, so spellcasting. Now this is a little bit of a different thing too. Chosen spell list. At first level, choose a spell list, Arcane, Divine, or Primal. The chosen list is your bard spell list and represents the magical tradition in which you learned your bardic arts. Whichever list you choose, it includes the Vicious Mockery cantrip. So you are flat out getting to just pick. Do you want to have like arcane magics, which is kind of similar to what the bard originally had, but you could choose to be like a nature bard. You could choose to be a divine bard, depending on what you ultimately want to do with your character and how you want to play them. And I like this versatility. That is your spell list. You're still going to get Vicious Mockery, which is nice. And it says you get 2 cantrips of your choice from the bard spell list. Now, I don't know if the bard spell list is, if there's a separate bard spell list or it's tied to the arcane, divine, or primal lists. Either way, could be pretty cool. Whenever you gain a bard level, you can replace one of your cantrips with another cantrip of your choice. When you reach 4th and 10th, you get an additional one, and then the spell slots is tied to that table. You prepare a list of spells of first level and higher that you're able to cast with this feature. To start, choose 4 lists. The number of spells also increases as you gain bard levels, as shown in the list. Yeah, so we have the spell slots and the prepared list. Whenever you gain a bard level, you can replace one on your list with another one from one you have spell slots to cast. Charisma is your casting modifier, and you can use musical instruments as a focus. Yeah, I figured that's what it meant, that the chosen list is your bard list. I didn't know if they were going to have a separate cantrip list specifically. But yeah, I guess you could be a bard, choose the divine list, you have Vicious Mockery, and then you could have guidance and something else. Primal Vicious Mockery, yeah. Potentially. Or again, what the hell is that? Primal Savagery. Right? That's a cantrip you could get access to as a bard, which could be cool. Expertise at 2nd level. I thought you used to get expertise at 3rd, but either way. Expertise at 2nd level, Jack of all trades, is back. Add half your proficiency bonus to any ability check you make that uses a skill proficiency you lack that doesn't otherwise include your proficiency bonus. So it still does not work on initiative checks anymore. Like it did in 2014. But either way, that's the same. It's now at 2nd level. All right, subclass, ability score improvement, font of inspiration. You now regain all expended uses of bardic inspiration when you finish a short rest. That's the same. In addition, if you have no uses of bardic inspiration left, you can give yourself one use by expending a spell slot. No action required. You can do this only once per turn. So you can burn a spell slot to get a bardic inspiration back. I probably would have liked to see that potentially equal to the spell slot burnt, right? So you burn a 1st level slot, you get 1 bardic inspiration back. And like it caps out at, however 5 or 6 or whatever. But either way, but yes, people are bringing up, well, there's more. So hang on, folks. People are saying, but there's no arcane, no healing if you go with the arcane route. Well, just hold on. All right, Counter Charm, one of the worst performing abilities in the game, now is actually useful. If you or a creature within 30 feet of you fails a saving throw against an effect that applies the charmed or frightened condition, you can use your reaction to cause the save to be re-rolled, and the new roll has advantage. Now, it is not a constant buff that's applied like Counter Charm was, where you would play your Counter Charm and it would apply to everybody. It's now tied to a specific instance, but it's useful. So I like that. Okay. 9th level, you get expertise in 2 skills. I think it used to be 10th. Now here, folks, consider this. Magical secrets at 10th level. You have collected magical knowledge from a wider spectrum of disciplines. As a result, your bard spell list now includes the arcane, divine, and primal spell lists. At 10th level, you have access to every single spell in the game. There you go. Okay? You make it to 10th level, the world's your oyster. Pick which one you want at 1st level. At 10th level, you could do anything. I'm okay with it. I don't mind. It was better than that wonky thing they had going where it's like, you can do this, but only of these specific types of spells. This will probably get changed again, realistically. People are probably going to complain about having bards have access to the entire bard spell, or the entire magical list. Obviously, it won't have access to the specific spells that are like, this is Paladin only, this is Wizard only. It won't have access to those, but the generic list, you have all of them at 10th level. Well, you are going to have access to a hard list, right? You only will ever have, at level 20, 22 prepared spells, and you have that hard list. You don't get to swap them, like a wizard can swap them on a long rest. They can also switch prepared spells they have. They'll also typically have more if they have a 20. You'll have 25 as opposed to 22. And again, remember, you're getting these as you level up, so you're not going to be able to have as much versatility as a wizard, because you're going to have to be like, okay, I have 4 at level 1, then if I want to change it, I have to remove a previous one to get another one. I'm not saying that it's a perfect correlation, because it's not, but ultimately you will have less choice in what spells you get to prepare in that aspect. Superior Inspiration at 18th level. When you roll initiative and have no uses of Bardic Inspiration, you get 2 back. That's useful. And they're going to replace that with Words of Creation, which is way better than the previous level 20 ability. You've mastered 2 of the prime Words of Creation, the Words of Life and the Words of Death. You therefore always have Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill prepared. When you cast either spell, you can target a second creature with the spell, provided that the creature is within 10 feet of the first target. That is nuts. It's just cuckoo bananas. And I love it, honestly. I know people are going to be like, what? That's insane. Yeah, it is. But it's a capstone ability at 20th level. Their previous level 20 ability was you got like, what was it, 2 uses of Bardic Inspiration back, or 4 uses when you rolled initiative or something, or 1 use when you rolled initiative. That was garbage for a 20th level ability. This feels like a 20th level ability. It might be a little strong. It'll probably get adjusted, but I like it. And also the wizards have the ability to customize spells with their custom spell abilities and stuff. I like it. I like the concept of it being like the words of power, right? You're a word smith, you know? So Power Word Kill, but it could target 2 targets within 10 feet of each other if you cast Power Word Kill. Remember, you're only ever going to have the 20th level slot, or the 9th level slot for Power Word Kill. But Power Word Heal, too, could bang up 2 people full hit points. Yeah, Power Word Heal on 2 targets, that's what I'm saying. Feels like a capstone. Right, exactly. I like it. So overall, I think if we look at base Bard, I think it's actually a buff. I think the adjustment to Bardic Inspiration is warranted. I think it's better than what they previously had. A lot of people didn't like that. The spell casting is a little funky with the way the slot of the spells work, but at 10th level you have the entirety of the base spell list. Most of the other stuff remains the same. Counter Charm in a surprise move is actually useful. You have way to get Bardic Inspiration back by spending a spell slot. It's a waste. I probably wouldn't do it, but you could. And then again, you get Superior Inspiration at 18th level, which is useful. So base Bard, I'm going to say overall a buff in that aspect. Now let's go into the subclasses. First of all, we have a new subclass, the College of Dance. If you ever wanted to be a Dancy Pants Bard, now is your time. It's real good. First of all, while you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you have unarmored defense, dexterity plus charisma plus 10. I'm also starting to see, at least what I've seen thus far, we're getting a lot of these subclasses give you abilities from other classes. So this is kind of like, this gives you unarmed strike. This is the This is the punchy bard, really. This is the monk bard, if you will. So your unarmored defense is 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your charisma, while wearing no armor or shield. So you are giving up your armor, which you do technically have light armor proficiency out the gate. You're losing that in favor of unarmored defense. When you expend a use of your bardic inspiration as part of an action, a bonus action, or a reaction, you can make an unarmed strike as part of that action, bonus action, or reaction. So now you can unarmed strike as a bard and have it possibly be useful. So you can give somebody, I can say, hey, I encourage you, and I also punch this guy in the face while I do it, which is pretty cool. And then you can use dexterity instead of strength for your unarmed strikes, and when you deal damage with an unarmed strike, you deal bludgeoning damage equal to the roll of your bardic inspiration die plus your dexterity modifier. So this is essentially the bard monk, right? So you're going to get to use dex, so you don't have to worry about strength. And when you deal unarmed strike damage, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die plus your dex mod. And if you look at that, it's basically going to be, actually, you're going to be able to do more damage than the monk at a point. You get a D12 at 15th level. I don't think the monk gets a D12 to like 17th or 18th. So in theory, at a point, you will punch harder than a monk while you're dancing about, which I think is kind of funny to me. But either way, that's just the third level ability. Third level ability number 1. Third level ability number 2, Inspiring Movement. When an enemy you can see ends its turn within 5 feet of an ally of yours who is within 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction and expend one of your bardic inspiration to move up to half your speed. Then roll your bardic inspiration die, and the ally can move up to a number of feet equal to 5 times the number rolled. None of this feature's movement provokes attacks of opportunity. That's pretty interesting. It's also worded very weird. I don't like the wording on it. But when an enemy ends its turn within 5 feet of an ally of yours that's within 60 feet of you, you can use your reaction, expend a bardic inspiration die. Move up to half your speed, whatever that might be. Then you roll the die. So let's say it's a d6 and you roll a 3. The ally can move up to a number of feet equal to 5 times the number rolled. So we said we rolled a 3. They're going to move 15 feet. None of that provokes attacks of opportunity. And because of agile strikes, you did this as a reaction. You can also make an unarmed strike against that creature because you used your bardic inspiration feature as part of an action, bonus action, or reaction. That's pretty cool. I can not only get my ally out of harm's way, I can move closer to the enemy, and I can also hit them, and that's reactionary damage in theory, which is pretty cool. No, I know monks get a D12 for martial arts, but somebody do me a favor and check on what level the monks get martial arts at D12. Somebody do that for me real quick. Their martial arts, I thought it was like 17 or 18. Somebody check that for me real quick before I keep going. I don't want to scroll down and lose my place. 17. Thank you, Joshua Smith. Monks get unarmed strikes, dealing a D12 at 17th level. Your musical dancing friend gets it 2 levels earlier than you, which I think is kind of funny to me. You know? You might be trained in the skill of martial arts, but I am trained in dance, so I can punch harder than you 2 levels earlier. That's too funny. All right. So 6th level, you get leading evasion. When you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage if you succeed on a saving throw, and you take half if you fail. So you get evasion now as a bard. If any creatures within 5 feet of you are making the same dexterity saving throw, you can share this benefit with them? You get to give out in evasion? What? And you get it earlier than the rogue and the monk. Okay. So not only can you punch harder than the monk 2 levels earlier, you can also get evasion a level earlier than the rogue and the monk, and you can give it out to allies. Why would you not play this class? This is the first subclass, by the way, folks. This is fantastic. I had no interest in playing this when I thought about it initially, but now it's so good. It's super good. Oh, evasion. Well, I didn't know if evasion was in the previous playtest. Evasion was level 9. I didn't know if they moved it up to 7. Oh, and there's another 6th level feature here called Tandem Footwork. When you roll initiative, you can spend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration die if you don't have the incapacitated condition. When you do so, roll your Bardic Inspiration die and choose a number of creatures within 60 feet of yourself, up to a number equal to your Charisma modifier. Each of them gets the initiative, a bonus to their initiative to the number roll. God damn, this is a fantastic class. Like, I mean, I know you don't usually, a lot of people, not necessarily, I've done it, but I know like a lot of people just play for whatever. Like, if you're looking to build like a good team comp, put a dance bard on your team. Not only do they have access to the entire spell list, they're freaking ridiculous. Like, they also not only get all of the bardic stuff, they don't even need to do anything because they can just punch people and be as good or better than they would be with weapons. They can give you all sorts of movement techniques, reactionary damage, evasion, and they can just boost everybody's initiative roll. It does not have multi-attack. That's true. But it kind of does. Because I could attack you with a punch as my action, and then I can give my ally Bardic Inspiration as a bonus action and then use that to trigger another punch with Agile Strikes. And then if an enemy ends their turn within one of my allies' things, I can use my reaction to move closer to that enemy and then punch them as a reaction. So I can't multi-attack, but I can attack at least twice a turn if I want to in just doing punching. Or I could cast a spell and then give you Bardic Inspiration and punch somebody. It's real good. It's real good. It's probably gonna get nerfed, right? I think we all can see it might. If it doesn't, I'm okay with it. We didn't get to 14th level yet. Irresistible Dance. You always have the Otto's Irresistible Dance spell prepared. You can cast it without expending a spell slot. Once you cast the spell in this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. You can also restore this feature by expending 4 uses of your Bardic Inspiration. Okay, that's a good feature, right? A free Otto's Irresistible Dance once a long rest. I'm down. And remember, you can expend 4 uses of Bardic Inspiration to get it back, and then just short rest to get all your Bardic Inspiration back. This is the first subclass for the Bard, by the way. Yeah, this is great. This is a fantastic subclass. It has so much versatility. It's a great buff, like party buff. We haven't even thought about this fact that it can cast spells. We're just talking purely in the subclass alone, using Bardic Inspiration and the features that it has. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, did you forget that they're an entire full spellcasting class? Because I did. This is almost interesting enough in and of itself. Long rest to regain, but you can also expend your 4 uses of your Bardic Inspiration to get this feature back. Oh, geez. Thanks, son. Thank you. You're welcome. Stick sandwich. Monks get the same discipline points that they had previously. The discipline points are equal to key points, basically. So one a level. No, you're wrong. At 5th level, you get all your Bardic Inspiration back when you finish a short rest from Font of Inspiration. So, again, at 5th level, you get all expanded uses of Bardic Inspiration when you finish a short rest. So, to my point, you can... But that's my point. Like, you can... There's no reason not to be like, hey, Otto's Irresistible Dance... Bang out 4 uses of Bardic Inspiration when the combat's over to get it back, and then take a short rest and pop all your Bardic Inspirations back. Like it's like a mill, right? You can keep it going. All right, I'm gonna eat some of this sandwich. This looks delicious. Oh my god, the steak just melts in your mouth. I'm sorry, folks. This is amazing. Okay. Excuse me, let's keep going. So, College of Glamour Bard, brought in from Xanathar's Guide. Mantle of Inspiration now grants a number of temporary hit points based on a roll, rather than a static number. Beguiling Magic, formerly Enthralling Performance, has been redesigned to focus enhancing your illusion and enchantment spells. Mantle of Majesty now ensures you always have the command spell prepared, and you can restore it. And then Unbreakable Majesty now triggers on a creature hitting you. So the important thing to consider is, remember, bards only, at least we have to see if it evens out, because typically bards, if they go back to this 2014 progression, only get features at 3, 6, and 14. So they need to get at least 2 features at one of them to be able to even out the fact that they don't get another feature at like 10. All right, Beguiling Magic. You always have the Charm Person and Mirror Image spells prepared. That's really nice, actually, the 3rd level feature. I like that. Charm Person and Mirror Image. Which, again, remember, you have that limited hard set number of spells. Now you're getting some freebies here. In addition, immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell, you can cause a creature you can see within 60 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, the target has the Charmed or Frightened condition for a minute, your choice. It repeats its saving throw at the end of each of its turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You can also restore your use of this feature by expending 1 use of Bardic Inspiration. I love this. They did what I was saying. I'm hoping the other classes do it too, where you have an existing resource and you augment the subclasses by having ways to use the resource in a different way. Like this, by having what we're seeing here, where like you can use Bardic Inspiration in unique and interesting ways, or you can use it as a recharge resource by saying, hey, expend X uses of Bardic Inspiration to get this thing back. I like that. I think that's a really clean way to do that. But again, Beguiling Magic is once per long rest, but you can expend a Bardic Inspiration use to get it back. Only 1 use, and again, you can get all of your Bardic Inspiration uses back on a short rest at 5th level. So I think it kind of evens out. But again, free Charm Person and Mirror Image is nice. And then again, this Charm Frighten after casting an enchantment or illusion spell, and it doesn't cost you anything to do that. Right? It's not like a reaction to do it. It just happens. And then Mantle of Inspiration. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of Bardic Inspiration, rolling the die. When you do so, choose a number of creature within 60 feet. They get temporary hit points. Choose a number of creatures within 60 feet up to your Charisma modifier. Each one of them gets temporary hit points equal to 2 times the number rolled. Okay. Then each of them can use their reaction to move their speed without provoking attacks of opportunity. So, honestly, at a high level, right, this could be 24 temporary hit points if you roll a 12 on the D12. All right, then at 6th level, we get Mantle of Majesty. I'm sorry. In theory, I should take a break and just eat this sandwich, but I'm too excited. I want to keep going. Mantle of Majesty. You always have the command spell prepared. As a bonus action, you can cast command without expending a spell slot. And you take an unearthly appearance for 1 minute or until your concentration ends, as if concentrating on a spell. During this time, you can cast command as a bonus action without expending a spell slot. Any creature charmed by you automatically fails its saving throw against the command you cast with this feature, once per long rest, or expending a spell slot of 3rd level or higher. Okay. Thank you, M. Capsan. All right. So this has synergy with the previous feature. So you always have command prepared. So not only did you get Mirror Image and Charm Person, you also get command. So 3 auto-prepared spells. As a bonus action, you can cast command. Normally it's an action without expending a spell slot. So a freebie, right? And when you take on an unearthly appearance for 1 minute or until your concentration ends. So you're now using your concentration. During this time, though, you can cast command as a bonus action without expending a spell slot. However, up here, after casting an enchantment spell, which I believe is what command is, you can choose a creature within 60 feet to make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they're charmed for you by a minute. However, if a creature is charmed by you, they automatically fail the saving throw against your command. So you use a bonus action Boom. Command, freebie, no spell slot expended. I'm concentrating. Now every turn I can bonus action cast command without expending a spell slot. If you're charmed, which I could trigger from my previous feature, I can make you automatically fail. And I can do this once per long rest, but it is a minute long, and then I can spend a 3rd level spell slot to get it back. So I'm on board for this. Again, you do still have your action in all of this. And then Unbreakable Majesty at 14th level. As a bonus action, you can assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. For the duration, whenever any creature hits you with an attack for the first time on a turn, the attacker must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC, or the attack misses instead as the creature recoils from your majesty. Once you assume majestic presence, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. Reminder that this is for a minute, and the first time on a turn that anybody attempts to attack you, they have to make a charisma saving throw or just miss. And this is a minute long. So this could be, remember, this is a minute long. It's also non-concentration. So you can have this up and also Mantle of Majesty at the same time. But this is the first time on a turn. So if you have like 5 enemies going after you activate this, each one has to make a charisma saving throw. Now, if they have multiple attacks, they might be able to hit you with a secondary attack. But the first one can miss. And this lasts for a minute. As long as you're conscious, they just can't hit you. They have to roll each time to try to hit you. And then you can get this back on a short rest. This is really good too. I like this a lot. Yeah, the Mantle of Majesty, casting a spell like command like this as a bonus action would limit you to only cantrips as your action, but still. All right, then we're going to move into the College of Lore. Now, this had a lot of problems. People did not like some of the changes that were made. So, bonus proficiencies go back to being any skill. It is delicious, by the way. It's like, all right, so little sandwich update. Sandwich stream, real quick. For those of you curious. So it's garlic bread, first of all. We got sliced steak, sort of pepper steak. And then we got, looks like potatoes au gratin on top of the steak. Delicious. Anyway. Moving on. Let's see. Cutting words can now reduce damage. Magical discoveries was originally additional magical secrets. That's been added. And peerless skill now benefits both ability checks and attack rolls, not just ability checks. There's cheese. It's garlic bread with cheese on top of the garlic bread. And then the steak. And then the cheesy potatoes au gratin on top of the steak. It's amazing. And like, not again, like, I mean, the steak just pulls apart. Delicious. All right, back to what we're doing here. All right. So, 3 skill proficiencies of your choice. That's basically the 2014 one. ASMR steak sandwich stream. Listen, I could probably do, what do they call that? Mukbang streams where you just eat. You could watch eat a bunch of food. I'd do it. Sorry, guys. Does my chef Uber Eats? No, local only, unfortunately. All right, cutting words. When a creature you can see within 60 feet makes a damage roll or succeeds on an attack roll, ability check or attack roll, you can use your reaction to expend your Bardic Inspiration die and subtract it, reducing the damage or potentially turning the success into a failure. So, yeah, damage roll, ability check, or attack roll. So they added damage roll. It was not there previously. Cheese on steak? Have you not heard of a Philly cheesesteak? Like, yeah. Man, listen, I'll take a comparison to Peter B. Parker. I love Peter B. Parker. He's my spirit animal. Um, you guys are great. I love all of you. Thank you all for being here and allowing me to do what it is I do. I'm gonna take a couple more bites. We're gonna keep moving. I don't know, man. Cutting words can be real good. Making that attack roll miss, that can be huge. All right. Anyway. So, let's talk magical discoveries here, the 6th level ability, because this is new, but not. So, now recall that at level 1, as this new version of the Bard, you pick a spell list, Arcane, Divine, or Primal. At 10th level, you're going to get access to the entire list, but you still are hard limited by the slots. Now, at 6th level, for the Lore Bard, you get magical discoveries. You learn 2 spells of your choice. These spells can come from the Arcane, Divine, or Primal list. A spell you choose must be a cantrip or a spell for which you have spell slots. You always have the chosen spells prepared. Whenever you gain a Bard level, you can replace one of the spells with another spell that meets the requirements above. So, the difference being that the 2 spells you gain here from magical discoveries at 6th level, those are auto-prepared and they can be from anything. So even if you chose the Divine spell list as your spell list at level 1, you could choose a Divine or an Arcane and a Primal spell at 6th level, and then eventually at 10 you'll have access to all of them. But you're fundamentally gaining 2 additional always prepared spells. And then 14th level Peerless Skill. When you make an ability check or attack roll and fail, you can expend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration, roll the Bardic Inspiration die, and add the number rolled to the d20, potentially turning a failure into a success. On a failure, the Bardic Inspiration isn't expended. That's a nice quality of life there. You're going to use this, again, when you make an ability check or attack roll and fail. So it's not going to be expended on something you didn't need it. If you fail, you can choose to roll it. If you don't succeed, you don't expend the die. And if you do succeed, you do. Now, I, unlike a lot of other people, liked the College of Lore from the previous Unearthed Arcana. I thought it had some interesting usefulness and abilities there. A lot of people were desperate to get the original magical secrets back. Maybe they won't care as much now, given the fact that they changed that the Bard can get access to the entire spell list at level 10. But this College of Lore is basically more or less similar to what we had in 2014. Base Bard overall improvement, but honestly, in my opinion, with the existing bards we have, for the most part, College of Lore Bard was the go-to choice, right? Like, maybe not for everybody, but like when you're looking for something useful and powerful, College of Lore was like the way to go. And at this point, out of what we've seen so far, I'm leaning more towards Dance or maybe even Glamour over Lore, which says a lot. It might say a lot more for College of Dance than it does for College of Lore. College of Lore is still useful and powerful in its own right. College of Dance just, I don't know, I'm digging it. Now let's go to the Valor Bard. Okay, Martial Training, formerly bonus proficiencies, now allows you to use a weapon as a spellcasting focus to cast spells from your Bard spell list, which was often requested. Combat Inspiration has 2 changes. The defense option is now triggered by being hit, and the offense option now works with attacks of any kind, not just weapon attacks. All right, so let's look. College of Lore's double feature is the 3rd level getting bonus proficiencies in cutting words. It feels a little weak, in my opinion, because College of Glamour gets 2 3rd features that are very useful. College of Dance gets 2 3rd and 2 6th level features. All right, and then we'll go on to Valor. Okay. Combat Inspiration at 3rd level. A creature that has Bardic Inspiration die. A creature, so not just you. A creature that has Bardic Inspiration die can use it in one of the following ways. When they're hit by an attack roll, they can use their reaction to roll the Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the AC against that attack, potentially causing it to miss. So it is a bummer that it does trigger It's when you're hit, though, which is nice. So if they miss you, nothing happens. If you're hit, you expend your reaction to add the Bardic Inspiration die to the AC. This is less than ideal in my opinion, because if you're a class that has something like Shield, it's going to benefit you more possibly to use Shield because it's a guaranteed +5. Whereas if you don't have access to Shield, then this is only going to be better, right? But I don't know. I get why it uses a reaction, but still. And then offense. Immediately after the character hits with an attack roll, the creature can roll the Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the attack's damage. So it's nice that the offensive one is just a freebie. It's when you hit a creature, you can choose to expend it and just add it to the damage, which is nice. As opposed to... and it says a creature that has the Bardic Inspiration die. So I think that means that if you give this to somebody, or if you have it yourself, I feel like you can expend it too, because you technically have them if you don't give them out. Then you get martial training at 3rd level. You gain proficiency with martial weapons and medium armor and shields. In addition, you can use a simple or martial weapon as a spellcasting focus. That's nice. That gives you a lot of freedom there, instead of just having to use your instrument. At 6th level, you get extra attack. And at 14th level, you get Battle Magic. After you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can make 1 attack with a weapon as a bonus action. So, there you go. You can make, after you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can make 1 attack with a weapon as a bonus action. And the offense option works on attacks. Offense, immediately after hitting a creature with an attack roll. So if you hit them with a spell attack roll, you can add the Bardic Inspiration die to the damage. Interesting. And remember, you now have that unique version of, you could take something like the Arcane, or take something like the Primal Spell List as your 1st level thing. So you could have access to attacking cantrips or attack roll things that... So, in theory, you or anybody else that has a Bardic Inspiration die and hits somebody with an attack, potentially waiting to use it till they have a crit, could apply the Bardic Inspiration die to the damage, potentially on that crit, allowing that Bardic Inspiration die to double. And it could be a spell attack too, not just a melee attack, which I like. Oh, I guess it is only... I thought you could use it yourself. I guess not. It's a Bardic Inspiration die from you. All right, so I think you're right. It only works when you give it to somebody. I would still allow the bard to use it themselves if they really wanted to, because it's kind of a bummer that you couldn't combat inspire yourself, in my opinion. I guess that maybe steps on the toes of College of Swords bard, which had similar kind of features. Yeah, no, I think you might be right. I think the bard... I'm not sure if the bard can benefit from it, but they can't also give themselves Bardic Inspiration. I don't know. But it is an attack roll, so I like that. I like that it has the versatility there to be used for other things. And again, like I said, you could wait to trigger it till you crit, double the Bardic Inspiration die. Valor is good. It's not as good as Dance. Dance beats Dance and Glamour are the clear winners, in my opinion. Lore is still good, but Dance is the best, by and far. Dance beats Valor, I think. But College of Valor always was kind of meh, in my opinion. All right. We're moving on to Cleric. They changed Divine Intervention, and I don't like it. I get why they did it, but I don't like it. My friends are going to not be happy about it either. All right. So, design notes for the Cleric updates. Divine Order, formerly called Holy Order, has moved from 2nd level to 1st level. The Thaumaturge option has been redesigned to include elements from the former Thaumaturge and Scholar schools for options. Spellcasting preparation is no longer tied to your spell slots. Channel Divinity has returned to level 2. Its number of uses increases with your Cleric level and isn't based on your proficiency bonus. As you can see here, you can get up to 4 uses. It shows it right here. I like that. In addition, you regain 1 whenever you finish a short rest. The healing and damage of Divine Spark is also changed, and Turn Undead now uses the incapacitated and frightened conditions. Finally, the multi-classing sidebar has a new rule for Channel Divinity. Okay. Subclasses have reverted, which is dumb, but whatever. Smite Undead now uses your Wisdom modifier instead of proficiency bonus. We've also clarified that the damage doesn't end the Turn Undead effect, which is nice. Blessed Strikes now lets you choose Divine Strike or Potent Spellcasting. Commune is now a 9th level feature. Maybe they removed the spell entirely. Improved Blessed Strikes is now a 14th level feature. Divine Intervention and Greater Divine Intervention have been reworked. And Greater Divine Intervention is now a 20th level feature. Okay, so let's see. Now let's see what the difference is in this Channel Divinity in multiclassing. If you have more than one class with the Channel Divinity feature, a class's uses of the feature can be expended only on that. Oh, that sucks. So if you multi-class Paladin, Cleric, and you have multiple uses of Channel Divinity, it says a class's use of this feature can only be expended on that class's Channel Divinity option. So if I multi-class Cleric Paladin, I can't use my Cleric Channel Divinities on my Paladin abilities, which is a bummer. All right. Right. Not bad. That's a buff though, right? Did you not get more Channel Divinities when you multi-classed before? They're just separate pools. You only could get Channel Divinity. Clerics like basically got 3, and they were like tied at certain levels, so you couldn't use. It would override. So I guess it is a buff in some ways now that you say it, because if I had 2 Channel Divinities from Cleric and 1 from Paladin, I didn't have 3. I had 2 that I could use between my Cleric and Paladin abilities. Now I'd have a Paladin Channel Divinity as 1 use and then like 2 for Cleric. So I'd have 3 total uses. They're just separate pools, I guess. So in theory, I guess that is a buff. Good call. Good call. All right. Divine Order. First level. Choose one of the following. Protector or Thaumaturge. Protector. Trained for battle. You gain martial weapon proficiency and heavy armor training. Thaumaturge. You know 1 extra cantrip from the Divine spell list. In addition, your mystical connection to the Divine gives you a bonus to a religion checks, a bonus to your intelligence religion checks equal to your wisdom modifier. That always made sense to me, so that's fine. So you can choose to either be trained for battle with martial weapon proficiency and heavy armor, or get an extra cantrip and a bonus to religion checks equal to your wisdom modifier. All right. Spellcasting, blah, blah, blah. Channel Divinity. You can use your Channel Divinity twice. You get 1 use back when you finish a short rest, and all uses back when you finish a long rest. Okay. What can you use your Channel Divinity for? Divine Spark. As a magic action, you point your holy symbol at another creature you can see within 30 feet. Focus divine energy at them. Roll a d8 and add your wisdom modifier. You either restore hit points to that creature equal to the total amount, or force the creature to make a Constitution saving throw. If they fail, they take necrotic or radiant damage, your choice equal to the damage. On a success, they take half as much round down. You roll an additional d8 when you reach certain cleric levels, up to 4d8 at 18th level. I like this a lot. Divine Spark, I think the way this is handled here is well done. It is a way to use your Channel Divinity all the time. It can choose to just be used for healing, which is a nice thing that you have at 2nd level, or for damage. And it is half damage on a successful saving throw. And it could be up to 48 damage or 48 healing, which is pretty cool. Or Turn Undead. As a magic action, present your holy symbol. Each undead within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they have the frightened and incapacitated conditions for 1 minute. The effect ends on them. If it takes any damage, you have the incapacitated condition or you die. So they don't run away. They're basically just locked in place. All right. 5th level Smite Undead. You can use your Turn Undead feature to smite the Undying. Whenever you use Turn Undead, you can roll a number of d8s equal to your Wisdom modifier, so potentially a minimum of 1d8 here, and add the rolls together. Each undead that fails its saving throw against that use of Turn Undead takes radiant damage equal to the roll's effect. This damage doesn't end the effect. Interesting. Well designed, I think. So I use Turn Undead. Anybody that fails, let's see. Whenever I use it, I roll a number of d8s equal to my Wisdom modifier and add them all together, right? So potentially up to 4 or 5 d8 based on how well I roll. All right, each undead that fails the saving throw against my Turn Undead, so they have to fail it, takes damage, radiant damage equal to whatever that is, and they are still affected by Turn Undead, where they're frightened and incapacitated for 1 minute. Note that they also don't get a saving throw to break out of it. If they fail, they're locked down for a minute, and they will also take that damage, but they will still continue to be locked down. I like it. All right, Blessed Strikes at 7th level. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack with a weapon, once a turn, you can choose to deal an extra d8 necrotic or radiant damage, your choice, or you add your Wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any divine cantrip. Okay? If you get another option, if you get either option from another source, you can only use the option. Use only the option you chose for this feature. Okay. Meaning, like, if something else gives you potent spellcasting. 9th level, you get Commune. In the past, you have reached the divine source of your power through prayer. Now you can also have brief conversations. You always have the Commune spell prepared. That makes sense to me for a 9th level ability. 10th level, Divine Intervention. Here's the new one. As a magic action, choose any divine spell of 5th level or lower that doesn't require a reaction to cast. As part of the same action, you cast that spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. You then can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. So basically, it's kind of functioning almost like a wish, like a mini wish, as it were. Where instead of it just being up to the DM to decide what it does, it only replicates the spell, which I don't particularly like. I think the concept they're saying is that, like, it could potentially almost never be useful, right? Now, I'll be honest with you. If you watch the original campaign that I ran here on this channel, my one player, he got Divine Intervention more than anybody I've ever seen, was able to roll under his level with his percentile die almost consistently. And he would constantly, like, knock it out of the park. And it was fun because it was like a wish, and that you have to, like, how is the deity going to interpret their request? You know, because it wasn't a spell specifically. It was just kind of like up to the DM to decide. And I really enjoyed that. It is free Revivify. It's also free Raise Dead, in theory. Now, here's the tricky part. It looks like it's an action, right? So, I think it turns whatever you're casting into an action, right? So there are a lot of spells that people love, like Geas, right? Geas, however you want to pronounce it. It's a 5th level spell, super powerful, but it's a 10-minute cast time. If I'm reading that correctly, I could do it as an action using Divine Intervention. And then get around the fact that it's not a 10-minute spell. You know? So, like, you could take any 5th level or lower divine spell that you have that might take a longer casting time, and you just shifted it to an action to do so, which is pretty cool. It's an action, according to that, right? As an action, choose a divine spell at 5th level or lower that doesn't use a reaction. As part of the same action, you cast the spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. No, it does. As part of the same action, you cast the spell, expending a spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. That's how it's worked. They specifically do things like say without expending a spell slot or needing material components. And I think probably one of the great examples people are bringing up is Raise Dead, right? Somebody goes down, you beseech your god to bring them back, use an action, your god, gives you this ability, and now you're able to bring somebody back from the dead, kind of a thing. Stuff like that, And this kind of stuff isn't unprecedented. We've seen magic items or other abilities change things to make stuff that was like a bonus action an action, an action a bonus action, 10 minutes to an action, stuff like that. All right. 14. Improved Blessed Strikes. So for the Blessed Strikes ability we got at 7th level, the extra damage of Divine Strike goes up to 2d8, or if you had Potent Spellcasting, when you cast a Divine Cantrip and deal damage to the creature, you can give Vitality to yourself or another creature within 60 feet, granting a number of temporary hit points equal to twice your Wisdom modifier. That's awesome. So now you don't feel like you're missing out if you chose to get damage to your cantrips. So you can choose to do an extra 2d8 once a turn when you hit somebody with a weapon, or if you choose to deal your Wisdom modifier added to your cantrip damage, you can now also give temporary hit points to yourself or somebody else when you do it. That's really nice. That's just like a nice little thing to like not nerf the people who chose Potent Spellcasting. Yeah, people are saying you could do Shield of Faith as an action, right? Give somebody +2 to AC or whatever, or haste. There's all sorts of crazy stuff. Well, no, haste isn't a divine spell. You'd have to think of something that was useful that was longer than an action normally, or possibly if you wanted to do funky stuff with like something that was a bonus action that you'd want to make it now an action for some reason or another. I think Geas is probably the best example I could think of that takes like a 10-minute cast time and makes a very potentially debilitating spell now castable in an action. Yeah, so damage and temporary hit points with your spellcasting, which is pretty cool. Okay. Now, Hero's Feast is 6th level, so Hero's Feast wouldn't work. Prayer of Healing, although I think they did change Prayer of Healing the way it works. All right. 20th level, Greater Divine Intervention. When you use your Divine Intervention, you can choose Wish when you select a spell. If you do so, you can't use Divine Intervention again until you finish 2d4 long rests. When you cast Wish with this feature, you are immune to the stress caused by using Wish to do something other than casting a spell. So here's how they're kind of giving you the old version. So you can use Divine Intervention, which previously now it lets you do up to 5th level or lower. You can choose Wish instead. If you use it to choose Wish, you have to wait 2d4 long rests before you can do it again, but you're immune to the stress from it. And remember, Wish can replicate basically any other spell or stuff beyond that. So, yeah. You could use your 20th level ability to cast Hero's Feast as an action if you wanted, but you'd have access to anything, really. Mm-hmm. Well, and that's what they said in the design notes. They made it so that Divine Intervention could be more reliable. All right. Let's go check out the Life Domain. Now, this one in the previous version basically had no changes almost from what we got. So let's see. Domain spells, once again, includes 1st level spells and Prayer of Healing. Oh, right, because previously the subclasses came online at 3rd level, so you wouldn't get domains at 1st level. Now you get them. Prayer of Healing has been replaced by Aid. Disciple of Life is now clearer that its hit points are based on the spell slot expended. Preserve Life has been redesigned to give more flexibility in how you protect yourself and others. Healing spells are almost all abjuration spells, so the revised feature applies to that. Blessed Healer is now clear that its hit points are based on the spell slot. Divine Strike has been replaced by Blessed Strikes in the base class. Supreme Healing now applies to Channel Divinity as well. Okay, so sounds like general improvements. What? Oh. Interesting. So they're going to give you, even though you don't get the subclass till 3rd level, you are going to get 1st level spells in here too. So you're going to get 4 spells auto-prepared at 3rd level instead of 2 at 1 and 2 at 3. So Aid, Bless, Cure Wounds, Lesser Restoration, Mass Healing Word, Revivify, Aura of Death, Life Ward, Greater Restoration, and Mass Cure Wounds. Disciple of Life at 3rd level. Your healing spells are empowered by life itself. When you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points, that creature regains additional hit points on the turn you cast the spell. The additional hit points equals 2 plus the spell slot's level. That's basically the same. Just a little clarification. Preserve Life. As a part of casting a prepared abjuration spell from the divine spell list, you can expend uses of Channel Divinity to create a spell slot to use for the casting? You must expend a number of Channel Divinity uses equal to the spell's level. For example, you can expend 1 use of Channel Divinity to create a 1st level spell slot for casting Shield of Faith. What? This is stupid. As part of casting a prepared abjuration spell from the spell list, you can expend uses of Channel Divinity to create a spell slot to use for the casting. You must expend a number of Channel Divinity uses equal to the spell's level, for example. So essentially what they're saying is you can expend your Channel Divinity uses to cast abjuration spells. That's such a weird way to word it, though. So basically, if I have 3 Channel Divinities, I could expend 1 Channel Divinity to cast a 1st level abjuration spell without expending a spell slot. 2 to cast a 2nd level, 3 to cast a 3rd level, and I could do that all without expending a spell slot. That's stupid. Why would you ever do that? Right. The old version of Preserve Life I thought was iconic. Raise your holy symbol, heal a whole bunch of people as long as they're not at half hit points. Oh, that was well done. I hate that feature. That sucks. Get rid of it. Go back to the old one. Blessed Healer at 6th level. Immediately after you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points to 1 creature other than you, you regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell slot's level. That's basically the same. And then Supreme Healing at 17th. When you would normally roll 1 or more dice to restore hit points to a creature with a spell or Channel Divinity, don't roll those dice for the healing. Instead, use the highest number possible for each die. For example, instead of restoring 2d6 hit points to a creature with a spell, you restore 12. So that is the same, but I still feel like switching back to class-specific subclass progression is the problem, because now you don't get Supreme Healing till 17th level, and that sucks. I think previously in the other one, it was like 14th level you got it, which was a lot more useful. I mean, at 20th level, our Bard can double power word heal. Clark can't do that. I mean, this is essentially the 2014 Player's Handbook version with the change to the 2nd level one. So it's weak. I agree. But I liked it a lot more in the previous version because they changed the subclass progression to have them all be standardized. So I think like the last subclass feature came online at like 14th level. So Supreme Healing was accessible at 14th level. And that ability at 14th level is very powerful. At 17th level, I mean, at any level it's powerful. Earlier the better. At 17th level, it feels a little subpar to me, personally. And yeah, The Bard just feels like a better healer, personally. Anyway, let's check out Light Domain. Now, I really like Light Domain. I think it's one of my favorite cleric options. I like it because it gives you the ability to do a lot of arcane magics that clerics typically can't do. Let's see. Bonus cantrips has been replaced by Divine Order in the base class. Domain spells are there. Warding Flare, blah, blah, blah. Let's just go into it, all right? Burning Hands, Fairy Fire, Moonbeam, Sea Invisibility. They replaced Flaming Sphere with Moonbeam, but I'm okay with that. Daylight, Fireball, Arcane Eye, Wall of Fire, Flame Strike, Scrying. All solid spells to have. It does say Druid level here. It should be Cleric level, but all good spells for a Cleric to have. Warding Flare at 3rd level. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll, causing light to player before the attacker, before it hits or misses. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay, that's basically the same. Oh, that's right, they did have Scorching Ray. That is kind of a bummer to lose that. Sea Invisibility is still good, and Moonbeam is nice, but it is concentration, and that's kind of a bummer. Scorching Ray was nice. All right, 3rd level, Radiance of the Dawn. As a magic action, present your holy symbol and expend a use of your channel divinity to emit sunlight in a 30-foot radius sphere centered on yourself. Any magical darkness, such as that created by the darkness spell in the sphere, is dispelled. Additionally, each creature of your choice in the sphere must make a Constitution saving throw, taking radiant damage equal to 2d10 plus your cleric level on a failed save or half on the success. So that's basically untouched. Radiance of Dawn. See, this is basically Radiance of Dawn. Like, you had Life Domain was like the same thing, but it healed people. Radiance of Dawn was like the same thing, but it damaged people. Radiance of Dawn, done well. Preserve Life, done poorly. All right. Revealing Light at 6th level. As a bonus action, you present your holy symbol and cast Sea Invisibility without expending a spell slot. When you cast it in this way, your allies also get the benefit while within 10 feet of you. Until the spell ends, you emit bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light in another 10 feet. You can end the spell early as a bonus action. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Interesting. So they did roll improved flare into warding flare. Previously, improved warding flare was just for yourself, and then at a higher level, it allowed you to use it to help allies. I always liked it. I always imagined it like solar flare from Dragon Ball Z. Solar flare, block, make people go blind. You do get the freebie spell from Sea Invisibility, but you also automatically have Sea Invisibility always prepared for free as a domain spell. So I would say, like, I'd rather have this feature here than have Sea Invisibility as a spell always prepared. I'd rather have Sea Invisibility up here replaced with Scorching Ray, and then just have this ability exist as it does right here. And then we have Corona of Light at 17th level. As a magic action, you cause yourself to emit an aura of sunlight for 1 minute or until you dismiss it. You emit bright light in a 60-foot radius, dim light in another 30 feet. Your enemies in the bright light have disadvantage on saving throws against your Radiance of Dawn and any spells that deal fire or radiant damage. So still useful. Honestly, not too many changes to Light Domain. I like that the improved flare ability from, what was like, I think the 6th level ability is now rolled into the 3rd level ability. Again, sad to see some spells go, but at least like the main functions of the class haven't really been shifted. And also bonus cantrip, I think just gave you the light cantrip, which, like Firebolt would have been a better choice in my opinion, but that's fine. All right, let's go to Trickery. Now, I hate the Trickery Domain. as it stands in 2014. I did an entire video a long time ago called Fixing the Trickery Domain Cleric, because Trickery Domain Cleric had a lot of problems trying to figure out what its identity was. It was giving you melee abilities, like the extra damage, but it was also giving you stuff that made you more of a spellcaster. It was weird. It needed help. Let's see how they do. Charm Person, Disguise Self, Invisibility, Pass Without Trace, Hypnotic Pattern, Non-Detection, Confusion, Dimension Door, Hold Monster, Mislead. I believe they used to have Polymorph, and I think they got rid of Polymorph for Confusion, which is a bummer. All right, Blessing of the Trickster. As an action, you can choose yourself or a willing creature within 30 feet of yourself to have advantage on dexterity stealth checks. This blessing lasts for 1 hour or until you use the feature again. I think that includes my feature, was that the fact that you could use it on yourself. Because if I recall, I could be wrong, but I think the 2014 feature didn't let you use it on yourself. Let me see if I have my old one here on a spreadsheet, and I can do a quick comparison side by side. Let's see, where is it? Domains updated, is this it? All right. Oh, I also gave them, in my version, I did this bit, this part where here, choose yourself. That is one of my updates to the Trickery Domain Cleric, was to include the fact that you could use yourself. I also gave them proficiency in stealth and thieves tools, but that's because you used to get bonus proficiencies at 3rd level as a cleric domain, so that's fine. So let's see how they changed Invoke Duplicity. You can channel your divinity to create an illusory duplicate of yourself. As a bonus action, you can expend one of your channeled divinity to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see and create a perfect visual illusion of yourself in that space. The illusion lasts for 1 minute, but ends early if you are incapacitated or if you dismiss it. While the illusion persists, you gain the following benefits. You can cast spells as though you were in the illusion space, but you must use your own senses. Distract. When both you or your illusion are within 5 feet of a creature that you can see the illusion, you have advantage on attack rolls against that creature, given how distracting the illusion is. Move. As a bonus action, you can move the illusion up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see within 120 feet of yourself, and you can teleport, swapping places with the illusion. All right. So I did change it to not be concentration. Yeah. So, and also the Blessing of the Trickster allows you to target somebody up to 30 feet away, which is a nice benefit there. The illusion has been changed. When I look at what I put in, that I had said on my version, remove concentration, which they did. It's a bonus action now here instead of an action, which is nice. The only thing I had done was when I had this one, instead of giving you advantage on attack rolls, I had said attack rolls against you have disadvantage, kind of leaning more into the Displacer Beast concept of like there's 2 Displacer Beasts, the Disillusionment. So there's 2 of them, so it's harder to hit, rather than you having advantage on attack roll because there's 2 of you. To me, it made more sense, at least at the time, because of the way Trickery Domain was designed, to be more of a defensive opportunity or ability rather than a offensive ability. But they also give you this teleport, which is nice, where as a bonus action, you can move it up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space, and as long as within 120 feet, you can swap places. That's pretty useful to have that at 3rd level. Trickster's Magic at 6th level. If you cast a spell of the Illusion School using a spell slot, you can change the spell's casting time to a bonus action for this casting, provided the spell's casting time is normally an action. Wisdom modifier times per long rest. That's really useful. I had never thought of something like that. I like that a lot. And then improved duplicity. The illusion of your invoked duplicity has grown more powerful. When you create it, you can teleport up to 120 feet rather than 30. And now when you move it, you can move it up to 60 feet rather than 30 feet. In addition, when you and your allies make attack rolls against a creature within 5 feet of the illusion, they have advantage. Finally, when the illusion ends, your creature of your choice within 5 feet of it regains a number of hit points equal to your cleric level. So much better. And you used to have multiple illusions. I like this a lot. This is definitely better. You used to have the opportunity to turn yourself invisible. That was a thing you had. They got rid of that. But yeah, I mean, Blessing of the Trickster being out to range and working on you is huge. Again, you also still have Pass Without Trace as a spell, so you can combo Pass Without Trace and Blessing of the Trickster for the +10 to stealth and advantage on it. Invoke Duplicity, much better. It's bonus action. It's not concentration. And you still have the opportunity to cast spells from its place to give yourself advantage on attack rolls, and it gives you the teleport up to 120 feet, which is nice. Which is also good because you could be there and the duplicate could be here. You could attack from here and then swap, and then like swap back on the next turn. People don't know it's the duplicate. And then again, I like the 17th level ability. It gives your allies advantage on attack rolls while next to the duplicate, and it gives out healing, which is cool. And I think you can end it yourself. You can dismiss it as a bonus action. So if you need a quick heal, you could dismiss your illusion early to give a heal to somebody, which is nice. This is a big upgrade. I like this a lot. All right, War Domain. This needed some help, so let's see what we got. Divine Favor Magic Weapon, Shield of Faith Spiritual Weapon, Crusader's Mantle Spirit Guardians, Freedom of Movement Stone Skin, Destructive Wave Hold Monster. All right, War Priest. Your training with weapon allows you to use the weapon mastery. Oh, weapon mastery. Okay. Of one kind of simple or martial weapon with which you have proficiency. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change the kind of weapon you choose to any other eligible kind. In addition, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. You can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you get them all back when you finish a short or long rest. Wow. That's really good. So you're going to get the weapon mastery capability, which normally you would not have access to for one simpler martial weapon, which is nice. And you could swap that on a long rest. And the bonus action attacks you get come back on a short rest. That's pretty good. Guided Strike at 3rd level. When you or a creature within 30 feet of you misses with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to expend one of your Channel Divinity and give that roll a +10. So they rolled the ability where it came on later. They let you use it for other people. It's been all rolled into the 3rd level ability. 6th level. Whenever you cast Shield of Faith on another creature, the spell also affects you. In addition, you can cast the spell once without expending a spell slot and regain this ability on a short or long rest. Wow, that is useful. Huh. Interesting. Oh, yeah, and somebody brought up the bonus action attacks are not tied to you. You don't have to make an attack action to then follow up with a bonus action attack. It's just you can use it as a bonus action attack, and you can do something else as your action. So that's pretty useful. And then Avatar of Battle, resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage, no longer limited to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. War Domain, big buffs overall. War Domain and Trickery Domain significantly improved in all aspects. Definitely useful. War God's Blessing at 6th level, giving you a shield, it's double concentration essentially. You're giving somebody Shield of Faith and then also giving it to yourself for free, and it doesn't cost a spell slot either, which is nice. That's pretty cool. Well, it doesn't really lose weapon damage though. How does it lose weapon damage? You still get Blessed Strikes from your base class. Blessed Strikes here. If you want to do an extra D8 necrotic or radiant damage, you can get it here from Blessed Strikes at 7th level, and then bump it up to 2d8 at 14th level. Oh, because it's Great Weapon Master. Let's see, does it say anything? Oh, well, I guess if you're, well, Great Weapon Master, Sharpshooter, that's a loss for everybody in that aspect, so I'm not that worried about it. I like it, though. I think this is a solid option. And then obviously you more than likely would probably want to choose the thing that gives you martial weapon proficiency, you know, in heavy armor. But the other thing is you don't have to. You could choose to be a cantrip-based war domain cleric if you really wanted to, which is kind of an interesting thought. Yeah, I like it. And it's attack roll, so it could be a spell attack roll for Guided Strike. Good stuff. Life domain, kind of not the best. And light domain got some wonky choices, but I think overall still a buff overall. Mm-hmm. All right, now the one we've all been waiting for, the Druid. Did they fix all of the problems with Druid? They made a lot of problems where a lot of us thought there weren't any. So let's see what they did. All right. Channel Nature has been cut in favor of restoring Wild Shape to 2nd level. All right. Druidic. Now also make sure you have Speak with Animals prepared. Okay. Primal Order, a new 1st level feature, will let you improve your armor and weapon proficiencies. Okay. Wild Shape is now back to level 2. Is returned using Beast stat blocks. All right. We'll keep going on that. Wild Resurgence was moved from 15th level to 5th level. Okay. Elemental Fury is a new 7th level feature. Commune with Nature is a 9th level feature. Elemental Fury at 50. All right, let's just go through it. Druidic. You know Druidic, the secret language of druids. While learning this ancient tongue, you also unlock the ability to speak with animals. You always have Speak with Animals spell prepared. Makes perfect sense. You can use Druidic to leave hidden messages, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Primal Order at 1st level. Choose one of the following options. Magician. You know 1 extra cantrip from the Primal spell list. In addition, your connection to nature. Oh, you get a wisdom modifier benefit to your intelligence nature spells. That makes sense. Similar to the cleric has the same thing for religion. Warden. Trained for battle, you gain martial weapon proficiency and medium armor training. Remember, now the base druid only has simple weapons or light armor and shields. So now, if you choose to go Warden instead, you get martial weapon proficiency and medium armor. All right, spellcasting, blah, blah, blah. Wild Companion. It's just a base feature. As a magic action, expend... Okay, it's what we always had. Oh, wait, it's different, though. Hang on. As a magic action, you can expend a spell slot or use of... A spell slot or a use of Wild Shape to cast the Find Familiar spell. When you cast the spell in this way, a familiar is fey, and it disappears when you finish a long rest. So no limitation on how long it can be there. You can use a Wild Shape or a spell slot to cast Find Familiar to make a fey familiar that lasts until you finish a long rest. Improvements. All right. Wild Shape. Here we go, folks. As a bonus action, you transform into a... Oh, bonus action from the get-go for everybody. You transform into a beast form that you have learned for this feature. See known forms below. You stay in that form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down, or until you use Wild Shape, are incapacitated, or die. You can also leave the form early as a bonus action. So bonus action all around. Known forms. You start knowing 3 forms for this feature, chosen from among the beast stat blocks that you have a maximum challenge rating of 1/4 and lack of fly speed. Oh, only fly speed, no limitation to swim speed. Rather than choosing, you may start with the riding horse, spider, and wolf. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace one of your known forms with another eligible form. When you gain certain druid levels, you learn additional forms, and the maximum challenge rating for those forms increases as shown in the beast shapes table. In addition, starting at 8th level, you can adopt a form that has a fly speed. Okay, so this is their way around the confusion of people saying it's too much to know. They're limiting the number of forms you have. I'm okay with this. This is probably going to piss a lot of people off. I'm okay with this. You start off with 3 forms and a maximum of 1/4 CR with no fly speed. At 4th level, it goes up to max CR of 1/2, 4 known forms, no fly speed. 8th level, 5 known forms, maximum of 1 CR, and you can use a fly speed. So, that means that you just have to pick and choose, but you can swap out the known forms on a long rest, meaning like you just have your core pool of forms that you choose from. I'm okay with that. I really am. Number of uses. You can use Wild Shape twice. You regain 1 use when you finish a long rest and gain all uses when you finish... 1 use when you finish a short rest, all uses when you finish a long rest. You gain additional uses when you reach certain levels, as shown in the table up above. And while in a form, you retain your personality, memories, ability to speak, and the following rules apply. Game statistics. Your game statistics are replaced by the statistics of the beast, but you retain your hit points, hit dice, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores, class features, species traits, language, and feats. You also retain your skill and saving throw proficiencies and use your proficiency bonus for them, in addition to gaining those of the creature. If the creature has the same proficiency as you, and the bonus in its stat block is higher than yours, use the creature's bonus instead of yours. If the creature has any legendary or lair actions, you can't use them. You can't cast spells, but transforming doesn't break your concentration on a spell you've already cast, or prevent you from taking actions that are part of a spell, such as Call Lightning, that you've already cast. Objects. Your ability to handle objects is limited by the form's limbs, rather than your own. In addition, you choose whether your equipment falls to the ground in your space, merges into your new form, or is worn by it. Worn equipment functions as normal, but the DM decides whether it is practical for the new form to wear a piece of equipment based on the creature's size and shape. Your equipment doesn't change size or shape to match the new form, and any equipment that the new form can't wear must either fall to the ground or merge with it. Equipment that merges with the form has no effect until you leave the form. Okay, let's go over that again. You're still keeping your hit points, which is unfortunate, your hit dice, but you are retaining also your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Class features, anything you have from your species, dark vision, things like that. Languages, your ability to speak, sounds like, and feats. So if you have any feats that you take, any sort of inborn species-based abilities that you have, you still retain those. You get all your skill proficiencies and your saving throw proficiencies and your proficiency bonus, unless that is better from the animal. Well, let's see. Yeah, so you would also change to the size of the creature too. Interesting. So if the creature, whatever size it is, you change to its size based on this. Okay. Now, in theory, if you are a medium-sized creature and you turn into like a medium-sized, I don't know, ape, you could, in theory, have the ape wearing your armor. So then it would, in theory, benefit from your armor. Again, they added this in specifically, I'm assuming, for instances like that, where if the creature that you're turning into has a general shape similar to yours, that they could wear armor, they could, in fact, utilize the armor. So, all right. Yeah. Druid subclasses, and we get Wild Resurgence at 5th level. If you have no uses of Wild Shape left, you can give yourself 1 use by expending a spell slot. No action required. You can do so only once per turn. In addition, you can expend 1 use of Wild Shape, no action required, to give yourself a 1st level spell slot. And you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. So you can turn your spell slots into Wild Shapes, limited to once per turn, and turn Wild Shapes into a 1st level spell slot once per long rest. Get yourself a little back and forth versatility. Elemental Fury at 7th level. You gain one of the following. You add your Wisdom modifier to the damage you deal with any primal cantrip or primal strike. Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack roll using a weapon or a beast form's attack in Wild Shape, you can cause the target to take an extra D8 cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage. This is really cool. All right. This is good. I'm digging what I'm seeing so far. I'm a little bummed about you keeping your hit points when you turn into the beast form, but everything else I'm digging so far, right? If you have a unique feat that could possibly be useful in animal form, a unique ability like Dark Vision or something else that could possibly be useful. You can't cast spells, so like even if your species gave you spell casting and you could still speak, you can't cast spells, so that's definitely out. But you could choose to... Remember, I keep saying Primal Savagery is a Druid spell, and that does a D10 acid damage, and then it could be a D10 acid damage plus your Wisdom modifier. You don't even need melee weapons at that point. Okay. Commune with Nature, similar to what the Clerics have. You always have Commune with Nature prepared, which is nice to have. 15th level, Improved Elemental Fury. When you cast a primal cantrip with a range of 10 feet or greater, its range increases to 300 feet. Wow. So if you choose Potent Spellcasting, you can choose to now have the range that was 10 feet now go to 300 feet. That's nuts. I love that. Or Primal Strike does 2d8. This is also useful. This is really good. This gives you a lot of interesting options, right? You could focus on... You still have your Wild Shape, but you could have your Wild Shape deal extra damage from Primal Strike, possibly up to 2d8 extra damage. But remember, Primal Strike also applies to weapons, so it could just be your scimitar, your short sword, whatever it is. Or you could choose to deal extra damage with your spellcasting and then jack up the range to a crazy distance. Not to 300, by 300? By 300 feet. You are correct. Oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa. With the range of 10 feet or greater, the spell's range increases by 300 feet. So yeah, 310, 330 foot Thorn Whip, right? I think Produced Flame has a 30 foot range is 330 feet now, or 60 foot, whatever it is. This is pretty interesting. All right, Beast Spells. While using Wild Shape, this is at 18. While using Wild Shape, you can cast spells in Beast form, except for any spell that has a material component with a cost specified, or that consumes its material component. Okay, so that's your 18th level ability. And then at 20th level, Archdruid. Evergreen Wild Shape. Whenever you roll initiative and have no uses of Wild Shape left, you get one. Nature Magician. You can convert uses of Wild Shape into a spell slot, no action required. Choose a number of your unexpended uses of Wild Shape and convert them into a single spell slot, with each use contributing 2 spell levels. You must finish a long rest before you can do so again. For example, if you convert 2 uses of Wild Shape, you can produce a 4th level spell slot. And Longevity. The primal magic that you wield causes you to age more slowly. For every 10 years that pass, your body ages only 1 year. Okay. Let's go into the subclasses. Circle of the Land. What do we got? So we choose your connection to nature infuses you with the ability to cast certain spells. Whenever you finish a long rest, choose one type of land. Consult the table below and you get the following spells prepared. So whenever you finish a long rest, you can change your land. Huh. Okay. Arid. Blur, Burning Hands, Firebolt. Fireball, Blight, and Wall of Stone. Solid. Super solid option. Fireball Druid. Polar. Fog Cloud, Hold Person, Ray of Frost. Sleet Storm, Ice Storm, Cone of Cold. Temperate. Misty Step, Shocking Grasp, Sleep. Lightning Bolt, Freedom of Movement, Tree Stride. Tropical. Acid Splash, Ray of Sickness, Web. Stinking Cloud, Polymorph, Insect Plague. These are really good combinations. You got some good damage here from a variety of these. And remember, you can swap these on a long rest. And then Land's Aid at 3rd level. As a magic action, you can expend a use of your Wild Shape and choose a point within 60 feet of yourself. Vitality-giving flowers and life-draining thorns appear for a moment in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point. Each creature of your choice in that area must make a Constitution saving throw, taking 2d6 necrotic damage on a failed save or half on a success. In addition, one creature of your choice regains 2d6 hit points, and then as you level up, you add a d6 up to 4d6 at 14th level. This is so much better than that stupid feature we had in the last Unearthed Arcana. I like this being a Circle of the Land Druid feature. It also gives you something for your Circle of the Land Druid to use their wild shape for. It's just a free AoE, necrotic damage, and a singular heal, and it's half damage on a successful saving throw. Chef's kiss. This is beautiful. Wither and Bloom. There's a spell from Strixhaven, but they had that one feature. I think they had a feature in the last Druid too that was similar. This is fantastic. It's built in. Natural Recovery at 6th level. You can cast one of the spells of 1st level or higher that you have prepared from your circle spells, which is these guys over here, without expending a spell slot once per long rest. Oh, so if you're Arid, you could cast a free Fireball once per long rest without expending a spell slot. In addition, whenever you finish a short rest, you can choose expanded spell slots to recover. Spell slots can have a combined level that is equal to or less than half your Druid level, and none of the spell slots can be 6th level or higher. So this is essentially the arcane recovery that the Wizard has, which was what Land Druid had previously. However, you also get a freebie cast of, without expending a spell slot, of one of your circle spells. Nature's Ward at 10th level. You are immune to the poison condition and have resistance to a damage type associated with your current choice of land. So, immune to the poison condition permanently. And then if you're arid type, resistance to fire, polar cold, temperate lightning, tropical poison. Free damage resistance, we take that. Nature's Sanctuary at 14th level. As a magic action, you can expend a use of your wild shape and cause spectral trees and vines to appear in a 15-foot cube on the ground within 120 feet of yourself. They last there for 1 minute or until you have the incapacitated condition. You and your allies have half cover while in the area, and your allies gain the current damage resistance of your Nature's Ward while there. As a bonus action, you can move this cube up to 60 feet on the ground within 120 feet of yourself. Huge improvements, I think, to Circle of the Land. The fact that you can swap your land type on a long rest, great. The fact that it eventually gives you resistance, you have free AoE damage and healing. You have still the Nature Recovery, a freebie spell, and then also this kind of mobile sanctuary that gives you half cover and resistance is great. All right, Circle of the Moon. This is big, folks. Let's see what we got. At 3rd level, you can transform into a wild shape. The minimum is challenge rating 1 at 3rd level, as opposed to 8. And then combat wild shape also. Armor class. When you assume a wild shape form, compare the beast's AC to your AC, including any armor you're wearing, but not a shield. While in that form, you use whichever AC is higher. This is it, folks. This is what we wanted. They did it. They gave the base Druid wild shape in itself, and then the Moon Druid gets a better version. This is good. This is what I like to see. So, my armor class might be 16 with my armor, but the bear I'm turning into has a 12. I use the 16. Temporary hit points. When you assume a wild shape form, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to that form's hit points, or 3 times your Druid level, whichever is lower. For example, if you turn into a wolf, which has 11 HP, as a 5th level Druid, you gain 11 temporary hit points, since 3 times your Druid level is higher than the wolf's hit points. This is all I wanted. Some sort of thing like this, right? Where you could do, like, they were going to give you something more than just using your own hit points. And you know what? I'm okay. I like this stuff, right? All druids can turn into animals. The Moon Druid can turn into an animal, but it's better. I think that that's a viable option. Abjuration spells. While in wild shape form, you can cast abjuration spells, except for any spell that has a material component with a cost specified or material opponent that consumes it. So that means you can cast healing spells, because all the healing spells are now abjuration. You can cast healing spells while wild shaped. And Moonbeam, you always have the Moonbeam spell prepared while in wild shape form, only, oh, interesting, while in wild shape form, and you can cast it in that form without expending spell slots. I like it a lot. You're going to have a higher AC, free temp HP, healing spells while in animal form, which you normally would not be able to do, and you auto get, so you don't even have to prepare Moonbeam on the regular. You can just leave it, and then when you go into an animal form, you can cast Moonbeam, and you can cast that from the form. I actually think it's the Moon Druid. Makes sense, right? Improved circle forms at 6th level. The maximum challenge rating for your wild shape now equals your Druid level divided by 3 rounded down. In addition, each of your attacks in a wild shape form deals its normal damage type or radiant damage. You make this choice. Moon damage, Moonbeam is radiant, so that makes sense. So it doesn't, similar, we're going to see, I think we're seeing the removal of things that give you magical attacks, right? We saw the monk no longer has magical fists. They can choose to do force damage. The improved circle form of the Moon Druid does radiant damage instead of magic damage. I like it. 10th level, Moonlight Step. As a bonus action, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see and have advantage on the next attack roll you make before the end of this turn. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and you regain all uses when you finish a long rest. You can also regain uses by spending a spell slot of 2nd level or higher to restore it. So, and let's do the final one, Lunar Form at 14th level. While your Moonbeam is active, you can move it up to 60 feet at the start of each of your turns, no action required. And Shared Moonlight, whenever you use Moonlight Step, you can also teleport one willing creature. That creature must be within 10 feet of you. It can teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 10 feet of your destination. This is awesome. So can we talk about how good this is, right? So you're going to get the boosted AC, temp HP, Moonbeam as a spell you can cast, making your Moon Druid moon-like. And then abjuration spells, meaning you can heal yourself or heal allies. Boosted circle form, meaning you can get higher level forms. You can also, you're not limited on size either. You could, whatever size. So I guess in theory, you could turn into a tiny creature or a large creature, whatever. It's limited only by the challenge rating. You can do radiant damage. But also don't forget that the base Druid has Primal Strike. So you could have chosen Primal Strike to have, whenever you're in wild shape form, your attacks deal an extra D8 cold fire lightning damage. And then at 14th level, it's 2d8. So not only could you have boosted AC, temp HP, doing radiant damage for the base attack, you could be doing an extra 2d8 elemental damage on top of the fact that you can cast Moonbeam and all this other stuff. Maintain concentration on the Moonbeam, and at 14th level, you can move the Moonbeam at the start of your turn without having to use an action. Like, this is really good. All right, Circle of the Sea. This is a new one. Okay? Circle spells. Automatically prepared. Fog Cloud, Gust of Wind, Ray of Frost, Shatter, and Thunderwave. Great list of spells. Holy crap. Sleet Storm, Lightning Bolt, Control Water, Ice Storm, Conjure Elemental, Hold Monster. Great list of spells here. That's fantastic. Thunderwave, Shatter, Lightning Bolt, Ray of Frost. This is good. I like this a lot. Wrath of the Sea at 3rd level. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of your wild shape to manifest an aura that takes the form of ocean spray that surrounds you for 10 minutes. Lasts until you're incapacitated, you dismiss it, or you manifest the aura again. At the end of each of your turns, you can choose another creature you can see within 10 feet of yourself. They must succeed on a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC or take thunder damage, and if the creature is large or smaller, be pushed up to 15 feet away from you. To determine this damage, roll a number of d6s equal to your wisdom modifier. Wow. Is that to use your wild shape? Yeah. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, though, right? Where so you get other uses of your wild shape. So, wild shape, I'm in my sea spray form. At the end of my turn, choose a creature within 10 feet of myself, point at them. They make a Constitution saving throw against my spell save DC. If they're large or smaller, they're pushed up to 15 feet away from me, and they take damage, and it's d6 is equal to my wisdom modifier. Now, The only downside is if they succeed, they do take no damage and they're not pushed, which is a bummer. But either way. 6th level Aquatic Affinity. You always have the water breathing spell prepared. In addition, you gain a swim speed equal to your speed. If you use Wild Shape to assume a form that lacks a swim speed, that form gains your swim speed. Not to say that you want to be an owl that's flying, or a giant eagle flying through the swimming through the water, but you could do that if you can. And I think at level 8, when you can get the fly speed, you could be a giant eagle, I think, that goes in the water and can swim, which is kind of funny. Stormborn at 10th level, you get a fly speed equal to your speed, and resistance to cold, lightning, and thunder damage. Wow. While Wrath of Storm is active. So this 3rd level ability. While you are 3rd level, when you use your bonus action to activate your Wild Shape to do this, it's going to also give you a fly speed and then resistance to cold, lightning, and thunder damage. And then Oceanic Gift at 14th level, whenever you use Wrath of the Sea, you can manifest the aura around one willing creature within 60 feet of you, rather than manifesting it around yourself. The creature gains all the benefits of the aura and uses your spell save DC and wisdom modifier for it. In addition, you can manifest the aura around both the other creature and yourself if you... Whoa! Okay, so let's go over this one more time. I use a bonus action to activate my Wild Shape. I'm surrounded by Oceanic Spray for 10 minutes. While this is happening, at the end of each of my turns, mind you, at the end of my turn, for no action, reaction, anything, I choose a creature within 10 feet of me. They make a con save equal to my spell save DC, or take thunder damage equal to D6 is equal to my wisdom modifier, and are pushed 15 feet away. Also, while that's happening, I have a fly speed equal to my walking speed, and I have resistance to cold, lightning, and thunder damage. At 14th level, if I want, I can spend 2 uses of Wild Shape to have that, but also give this benefit to anyone I choose within 60 feet, and they get all the same things. That means at the end of each of our turns, for no action, we can possibly be dealing this extra thunder damage. I like this a lot. This is really good. We did Monk already, so we're going to skip Monk. Which means we're up to my favorite class, the Paladin. Let's see what we got. We are going to get multiple channel divinity options here, up to 3, which is new. All right. I don't want to read it. I want to be surprised. So let's see. Everything else here is the same. Okay. Lay on Hands. Your Blessed Touch can heal wounds. You have a pool of healing that replenishes when you finish a long rest. At that pool, you can restore total number of hit points equal to 5 times your Paladin level. As a bonus action, so it's a bonus action, which I think it might have been before, but I like it. You touch a creature, which could be yourself, draw power from the pool, and restore a number of hit points equal to whatever you want from the pool. In addition, you can expend 5 hit points from the pool of healing to remove the poisoned condition from the creature, rather than using those points to restore hit points. Okay, so poison cleanse and it's a bonus action now. Okay, spell casting, weapon mastery. Okay, your training with weapons allows you to use the weapon mastery property of 2 kinds of weapons of your choice, with which you have proficiency, such as longswords and javelin. When you finish a long rest, you can change those weapons. Okay, so we get 2 weapon masteries, which is nice. You can, again, somebody brought up in the chat, you can fight, attack, and also heal with Lay on Hands in the same turn. All right. Paladin Smite. Let's see what they did to my baby. You have mastered smiting your targets with divine energy. You always have certain spells ready. When you reach a Paladin level specified in the Smite spells table, you thereafter always have the listed spells prepared. In addition, you can cast one of your prepared spells from this feature without expending a spell slot. Hold on. You have mastered smiting your targets with divine energy. You always have certain spells ready. When you reach a Paladin level specified in the Smite spell table, you thereafter always have those spells prepared. In addition, you can cast one of your prepared spells from this feature without expending a spell slot. You must finish a long rest before you can do it again. Okay. So we have Divine Smite, Thunderous Smite, Shining Smite, Blinding Smite, Staggering Smite, Banishing Smite. So we're going to get these at the levels we see here, auto-prepared, and once per long rest, we can cast one without expending a spell slot. Okay, fighting style, defense, dueling, great weapon, fighting, protection, channel divinity. Okay, what can we do with channel divinity? Do it twice, you get one back on a short rest, and then you do it, you get them all back on a long rest. Okay, what can we do with channel divinity? Divine Sense. As a bonus action, you can open your awareness to detect celestials, fiends, and undead. For the next 10 minutes, or until you have the incapacitated condition, you know the location of any creature of those types within 60 feet of yourself, and you know its creature type. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hallow spell. So, Divine Sense is, I think, about as good as it was in the previous iteration. It is a bonus action. It lasts for 10 minutes. It also works through total cover. Yeah, they screwed up Paladin Smite again. It's a spell now. It's only these spells. It's not just free damage. And as many of you are pointing out, it can be counterspelled now because it's a spell. So you can counterspell Divine Smite. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I hate it. I was okay with the changes we did last time, where Divine Smite could only be a smite spell or one that was limited to once per turn. I also liked the ranged smite. People didn't like that. We'll have to look at the damage to see how it works. But, you know, it was 2d8 plus the damage. You could only use it when you hit somebody, so you could wait to use it. So you could wait till you crit to use it to double the damage. It did extra damage against fiends and undead. Yeah. So, all right, let's keep going. Extra attack, Faithful Steed at 5th level. You always have the Fine Steed spell prepared. You can also cast the spell once without expending a spell slot, once per long rest. Aura of Protection at 6th level. You radiate a protective invisible aura that extends 10 feet from you in every direction. Doesn't extend through total cover. The aura is inactive while you're incapacitated. You and your allies within the aura gain a bonus to saving throws equal to your charisma modifier. If another paladin is present, a creature can benefit from only one the creature chooses. Okay. Aura of Protection is the same. Abjure Foes at 9th level. As a magic action, you can expend one of your Channel Divinity to overwhelm foes with Divine Awe. As you present your holy symbol or weapon, you can target a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier that you can see within 60 feet of yourself. Each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or have the dazed and frightened condition for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. Aura of Courage at 10th level. You and your allies are immune to the frightened condition while in your Aura of Protection. If the ally enters the aura, the condition no longer has any effect while they are there. Radiant Strikes at 11th level. When you hit a target with an attack roll using a melee weapon or an unarmed strike, it takes an extra d8 radiant damage. That's the same. Restoring Touch at 14th level. When you use Lay on Hands on a creature, you can also remove one or more of the following conditions from that creature. Blinded, charmed, dazed, deafened, frightened, paralyzed, or stunned. You must expend 5 hit points from the healing point pool for each condition you remove. 18th level, the aura is now 30 feet. And then 20th level is back to a subclass feature. I'm going to do a quick scan. We got Oath of Devotion, Oath of Glory, Oath of the Ancients. Yeah. Oh, and Oath of Vengeance. So we got 4 for the Paladin. Okay. So Oath of Devotion. Protection from evil and good, Shield of Faith. Aid, Zone of Truth, Beacon of Hope, Dispel Magic, Freedom of Movement, Guardian of Faith, Commune, and Flame Strike. Sacred Weapon at 3rd level. As a bonus action, expend a use of Channel Divinity. For a minute, you add your Charisma modifier to attack rolls you make for 1 minute. And each time you hit with it, you can cause the damage to be normal or radiant. Notice that we're removing the magic damage. It's either normal or radiant here. It also emits bright light and 20-foot radius and dim light in another 20 feet. You can end it as a bonus action. Aura of Devotion. You and your allies are immune to the Charmed condition while in your Aura of Protection. Smite of Protection. Whenever you cast any of your Paladin Smite spells, You and your allies in your aura of protection have half cover until the start of your next turn. That's really interesting. That's actually really powerful, too. It's +2 to AC, +2 to Dex saving throws. And then Holy Nimbus at 20th level. As a bonus action, you can imbue your aura of protection with holy power, granting the following benefits for 1 minute for anyone, or until you end as a bonus action. So your aura of protection at this point is now up to 30 feet. You have advantage on any saving throw you are forced to make by a fiend or undead. Radiant damage. Whenever an enemy starts its turn in the aura, it takes radiant damage equal to your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier. The aura is filled with bright light that is sunlight. And once you use this feature, you can't use it again to finish a long rest. You can also restore it by expending a 5th level spell slot. So, Sacred Weapon, again, is better than 2014, again, here, because it's a bonus action to do so. It allows you to do radiant damage. Aura of Devotion is the same. Smite of Protection is a nice little bonus here, and then Holy Nimbus, also really good. All right, Oath of Glory. Guiding Bolt, Heroism, Enhance Ability, Magic Weapon, Haste, Protection from Energy, Compulsion, Freedom of Movement, Commune, and Flame Strike. Inspiring Smite. Immediately after you deal damage to a creature with any of your Smite spells, you can expend 1 use of your Channel Divinity and distribute temporary hit points to creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you, which can include you. The total number of temporary hit points is 2d8 plus your Paladin level, divided among the creatures chosen however you like. Peerless Athlete. As a bonus action, expend your Channel Divinity. For 1 hour, you have advantage on athletics and acrobatics checks. You can parry, push, drag, and lift twice as much as normal, and the distance for your long jump and high jumps increases by 10 feet. Aura of Alacrity at 10th level. Your speed increases by 10 feet, and the speed of any ally who starts their turn within your Aura of Protection increases by 10 feet until the end of his next turn. Glorious Defense at 15th level. When you or another creature you can see within 10 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to grant a bonus to the target's AC against that attack, potentially causing it to miss. The bonus equals your charisma modifier. If the attack misses, you can make 1 weapon attack against the attacker as part of this reaction. Provided the attacker is within your weapon range, you can use this charisma modifier times per long rest. And lastly, Living Legend. As a bonus action, you gain the following benefits for a minute. You are blessed with otherworldly presence, gaining advantage on all charisma checks. If you fail a saving throw, you can use your reaction to re-roll it. And once on each of your turns, when you make an attack roll with a weapon and miss, you can cause it to hit instead. This is once per long rest, and you can also restore this by expending a 5th level spell slot. All right, now my baby, the Oath of the Ancients Paladin. Let's see what we get. Ensnaring Strike, Speak with Animals. Misty Step, Moonbeam. Plant Growth, Protection from Energy. Ice Storm, Stone Skin. Commune with Nature, Tree Stride. So basically the same. All right, Nature's Wrath. As an action, you can expend 1 use of your Channel Divinity to conjure grasping spectral vines around nearby creatures. Each creature of your choice that you can see within 15 feet must make a strength saving throw or be restrained for 1 minute. A restrained creature repeats the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. I think didn't everybody else get 2 3rd-level features? 1, 2. No, okay, I guess just Glory gets 2 3rd-level features. All right, Aura of Warding. Ancient magics lie so heavily, blunting energy from the material plane. You and your allies have resistance to necrotic, psychic, and radiant damage. Oh, no. While in your Aura of Protection. That sucks. God damn it. It used to be resistance to damage from spells. Now it's resistance to necrotic, psychic, and radiant damage. People are saying you're saying it's too powerful. Don't forget that Wizards of the Coast made a sweeping pass to all the monsters to give them a lot of abilities that replicate spell effects but aren't considered spells. They did all these things where basically this guy can cast a fireball, but it's not called fireball, therefore you can't counterspell it, and it's not affected by anything that affects spells. So, all right. Undying Sentinel. When you're reduced to 0 hit points and not killed outright, you can choose to drop to 1 hit point instead and regain a number of hit points equal to 3 times your Paladin level, once per long rest. Additionally, you suffer none of the drawbacks of old age and can't be aged magically. This is a buff to this because it used to be you could just come back with 1 hit point. Now it's 3 times your Paladin level. You pop him back up with 45 hit points when you get this. And then 20th level Elder Champion. As a bonus action, you get the following benefits for a minute. Enemies in the aura have disadvantage on saving throws against your spells and channel divinity options. Regeneration. At the start of each of your turn, you gain 10 hit points. And swift spells. Whenever you cast a spell that has a casting time of an action, you can cast it as a bonus action once per long rest or until you restore it with a 5th level spell slot. And Oath of Vengeance. Oath of Vengeance spells: Bane, Compel, Duel, Hold Person, Misty Step, Haste, Protection from Energy, Banishment, Dimension Door, and Hold Monster Scrying. Vow of Enmity. As a bonus action, utter a vow against a creature within 30 feet of you. Gain advantage on attack rolls against that creature for a minute. If that creature drops to 0 hit points before the vow ends, you can transfer the vow to another creature within 30 feet. I don't know if that was always there, but this is nice. It kind of makes it almost like a hex where you can transfer it over to somebody else. Relentless Avenger. When you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, you can reduce that creature's speed to 0, and you can you can then move up to half your speed as part of the same reaction. This movement doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity. I think that's the same. Soul of Vengeance. Immediately after a creature under the effect of Vow of Enmity, that's your 3rd level feature, hits or misses with an attack, you can use your reaction to make a melee attack against that creature. And then at 20th level, Avenging Angel. As a bonus action, you imbue your aura of protection with holy power, granting the following benefits for 10 minutes. Everything else was a minute. This one's 10 minutes. Again, Spectral Wings. You have a fly speed equal to your speed and can hover. And Frightful Aura. Whenever an enemy starts its turn in that aura, the creature must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or have the frightened condition for 1 minute or until it takes damage. Attack rolls against the frightened creature have advantage. And then again, once per long rest, or you can use a 5th level slot to bring it back. I was pretty sure. I thought the fly speed for Avenging Angel was like... Was it always equal to your speed? I thought it was higher. I thought it was like the 60-foot fly speed. I don't know. I never really played Vengeance Paladins. I always played Ancients Paladin because it was my favorite. But, let's see. Is it always equal to your speed? No, it was 60-foot speed. Yeah. Let's see. No. You guys are lying. Take a look at this. As a bonus action, you can utter a vow of enmity against a creature you can see within 10 feet. Using your Channel Divinity, you gain advantage on attack rolls against that creature for 1 minute or until it drops to 0 hit points or falls unconscious. They added this ability. By the way, it was 10 feet originally. Here, it's 30 feet. And you get to switch it over to somebody else. That's new. That's not how it was. So, that's a huge buff to Vow of Enmity right there. Yeah, so I'm bummed about... Hunter's Mark had that kind of a thing. I'm bummed about Oath of the Ancients. I'm bummed about the nerf to Aura of Warding. But I'm also... I'm not sure how... I have to look at the Channel Divinity, the Divine Smite spells here, and see how they work. Because it says you can cast... When you reach Paladin level, you can cast one of them without expending a spell slot. So I'll have to see how those work. Because right now, I can't really tell how things are, but it definitely feels different. Well, look. We got to get to the smites. Ranger. Oh, boy. Here we go. Gotta center myself before we do this. Here we go. Okay. Oh, that's the same. Deft Explorer, level 1. You are Unsurpassed Explorer. Choose one of your proficiencies in a skill that appears in the Ranger spell or skill list. You have expertise in that skill. In addition, choose 2 types of terrain: Arctic, coast, desert, forest, grassland, mountain, swamp, or Underdark. You have advantage on nature checks about the chosen terrains, and advantage on survival checks to track creatures in them. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can meditate and replace one of the chosen terrain types with a different one from the list. Okay. 2 different kinds of weapon masteries at level 1. Long rest, you can swap them out. Favored enemy. You are adept at focusing on a single foe. You always have the Hunter's Mark spell prepared. You can cast it a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier without expending a spell slot, and you regain all uses when you finish a long rest. Why? Why is this what we're hinging our whole thing on? I don't know. Fighting style. Subclass. It's like, didn't it previously used to be non-concentration? That was like a thing they added specifically for it. Extra attack. Okay. Extra attack at 5th level. Roving at 6th. Increase your movement speed by 10 feet while you aren't wearing heavy armor. You also have a climb speed and a swim speed equal to your speed. Conjure Barrage. You always have Conjure Barrage prepared. Deft Explorer. Did they explain it in the design notes? Oh, brother. I thought we could just get into it, but... It was moved to 2nd level and no longer... This was overpowered in playtests? You were still limited by your spell slots. Alright, whatever. Conjure Barrage prepared. Deft Explorer improvement. Choose one of your proficiencies on the Ranger skill. You gain expertise in that. In addition, choose 2 more terrains for your Deft Explorer feature. Tireless at 10th level. As an action, give yourself a number of temporary hit points equal to a d8 plus your Wisdom modifier. You can use action number times equal to your Wisdom modifier, and you gain all uses when you finish a long rest. Whenever you finish a short rest, your exhaustion level, if any, decreases by 1. Nature's Veil. If you invoke spirits of nature to magically hide yourself from view, as a bonus action, you can go invisible until the end of your next turn. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier for long rest. Conjure Volley, auto-prepared at 17th level. Blind Sight up to 30 feet at 18th level with Feral Senses. And Foe Slayer. When your attack roll misses the target of your Hunter's Mark, you can add your Wisdom modifier to the attack roll, potentially turning it to a hit. In addition, whenever you hit that target with an attack roll and deal damage, you can add your Wisdom modifier to... Why is this so hard? Why is this so hard? Why? I'm going to go read the design notes. Maybe it gives insight into these horrible decisions. All right. Deft Explorer replaces expertise. Okay. Spellcasting, no longer tied to... It's prepared spells again. No longer tied to spell slots. Weapon Mastery is new. Favorite enemy is there. Ranger subclass now matches the 2014 progression. Conjure Barrage is a free 9th level feature. Nature's Veil no longer uses spell slots, which is good. I forgot it even did that. Tireless now gives temporary hit points as an action. Conjure Volley is a 17th level feature. Feral Senses has returned. And an improved version of the 2014 Foe Slayer. It still has no identity. Base Ranger has no identity. Yes, you did give Deft Explorer, the ability to get some favored terrain, to get advantage on nature checks and survival checks for tracking. And you gave the versatility of changing them out. But it's just... Favored enemy is Hunter's Mark. Auto-prepared and in Wisdom modifier times without expending a spell slot. That's good. It's still concentration. That's not a class identity. That's a spell. You want a class identity? Eldritch Blast can be a class identity as a spell, right? Because you can do so much other stuff with it because you give it all the other options to do that. This is not it. Like, you have some movement speed buffs. Monks are better at that. Hell, even the freaking... Dancing Bard is still probably one of the best things in here. Here's the thing. Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley, you always have them prepared. You still have to use spell slots to cast them. So it's not like it's a huge benefit. And honestly, even if I had the opportunity to choose this, I probably wouldn't choose Conjure Barrage or Conjure Volley as spells to have. Like, I probably wouldn't even use them because I don't think they're that great as spells unless they changed them in this Unearthed Arcana, which maybe they did, right? You can get temporary hit points equal to a D8 plus your Wisdom modifier as an action. Nature's Veil. As a bonus action, you can give yourself the invisible condition until the end of your next turn. That's good, and it doesn't say that it goes away if you attack, which is a nice benefit, and it doesn't use any spell slots, but it is still limited to Wisdom modifier times per long rest. So who knows? Maybe I'll be blown away by the spells. That'll change my mind. But also, Foe Slayer doesn't feel like a capstone. Again, compare when you miss with an attack that has Hunter's Mark on it, you can add your Wisdom modifier to the attack roll. And if you hit, you can add your Wisdom modifier to the damage to double power word kill. Like, how are these equal? Like, come on. Okay. You know what? I'm going to need give me 10 minutes. I'm going to take a little break. We're going to come back because I'm not ready to dive into Beastmaster right now. I need a little bit. I'll come back and then we'll dive into that. I still am going to stand by Animal Companion as the base feature for the Ranger. Basically just like a slightly improved or tweaked version of Find Familiar they did it. They did what I wanted with the Druid. All Druids can turn into animals. Moon Druid does it better. All Rangers have an Animal Companion. Beastmaster does it better. That's what you should do. I'm still going to stick by that. Even if it's just a version of Find Familiar with a little tweak, or Find Animal Companion, and that's what you call it. That's what you do. That's how you make it better, and it has identity. You want to pay the pet class? You play the Ranger. They're the pet class. That's their thing. Simple fix. All right. Listen to some music. I'll be right back. Oh, wait. This is back. Here we go. All right, let's get back into this. Okay. Here we go. Ready to be disappointed. Primal Companion. Okay, they're going back to the Tasha's Cauldron thing. Choose Beast of the Land, Beast of the Sea, Beast of the Sky. All right. Which is going to have a certain stat blocks. Okay. In combat, it can't move. It can move and use its reaction. Only takes the dodge action unless you use a bonus action to command it to do something different. You can also sacrifice one of your attacks when you take the attack action to command the beast to take attack instead. Okay. If it dies, use your action to touch it and expend a spell slot of 1st level or higher. It returns to life after a minute with all of its hit points restored. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can summon a new primal beast, blah, blah, blah. All right. Beast of the Land. Okay. 13 plus proficiency bonus armor class, 5 times your hit points, 5 plus 5 times your ranger level. Climb speed, dark vision, has a charge, right? If it moves 20 feet and hits a target, takes extra slashing damage and makes a saving throw or be pushed prone. You add your proficiency bonus to any ability check or saving throw the beast makes, and its maul does a d8 plus 2 plus proficiency bonus. Beast of the Sea looks to be the same. Swim speed of 60 feet, dark vision out to 90 feet. Amphibious, Primal Bond, it has Binding Strike, a d6 plus 2 plus proficiency bonus in bludgeoning or piercing damage, and the target is grappled. Until the grapple ends, it can't use this attack on another target. Or the Beast of the Sky, which has slightly less hit points in 4 plus 4 times your ranger level. 60-foot fly speed, dark vision 60 feet, has flyby, Primal Bond, and its attacks do a d4 plus 3 plus your proficiency bonus in damage. Exceptional Training at 7th level. When you use your bonus action to command your primal companion to take an action, you can also command it to take the dash, disengage, dodge, or help action as a bonus action. In addition, whenever the creature hits with an attack that deals damage, it can deal your choice of force damage or its normal damage type. Again, this is kind of what we're seeing where there's no longer the attacks are magical. It just can choose to be a different damage type. I do like that you can have it attack and then take dodge as a bonus action so that it can have advantage on attack rolls. That's nice. Yeah, and the Beast of the Land, people said gets bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. It's the only one that has that much damage versatility there. In addition, whenever the beast hits with an... we talked about that. It can do force damage. Bestial Fury at 11th level. When you command your primal companion to take the attack action, it takes two attacks. So you could attack once as your action, or attack twice as your action, and then use a bonus action to have it take the attack action, which could take 2 attacks here. So you could do a total of 4 attacks a turn. In addition, the first time on each turn it hits a creature under the effect of Hunter's Mark, the beast deals extra force damage equal to the bonus damage of the Hunter's Mark spell. Again, that's only a d6 unless it changed. And then share spells at 15th level. When you cast a spell that targets only you, it also affects your primal companion if it's within 30 feet of you. It's still bland, right? And I don't love it. They switched back from a generic stat block for the Druid to individual stat blocks, which I like. I don't love these 3 stat blocks. I also don't love the abilities. I like that it gets to do a bonus action, doing something that you want it to do. And it gets, a little bit of extra damage from Hunter's Mark, but... So, let's go to Gloom Stalker. One that I think didn't really need any adjustments, because I thought it was pretty good. Okay. Disguise, Self, Rope Trick, Fear, Greater Invisibility, and Seeming. They do also get the spells for some reason, and not all Rangers get them. I do still think that's a weird choice to not just give all of the classes spells. Because again, Beastmaster does not get those. Let's see. Disguise, Self, Rope Trick, Fear, Greater Invisibility, Seeming. Dread Ambusher. At the start of the first turn of each combat, your speed increases by 10 feet until the end of that turn. Frighten. Once per turn, when you attack a creature and hit it with a weapon, you can deal an extra d8 psychic damage to the target and force it to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it has a frightened condition until the start of your next turn. You can use this benefit wisdom modifier times prolonged rest, and you have a bonus to your initiative equal to your wisdom modifier. So they got rid of the extra attack. Dread Ambusher now allows the Rangers to deal extra damage more often than only the first round. Okay, so I see what they're saying. Rather than giving you an extra attack on the first turn, once per turn, you can just deal an extra d8 psychic damage and force it to make a wisdom saving throw. I liked the extra attack on the first turn, but I do think this is potentially more useful. Because again, this is every turn, once a turn, you can deal an extra d8 psychic damage, and you can force that wisdom saving throw once per turn. Oh wait, no. You can use this benefit a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier per long rest. So it's not that all. No. It's not that good. I don't know. I guess it's okay. I don't love it though. But yeah, it's I don't know which benefit. This is the tricky part. So once per turn, blah blah blah. So I can force it to make a wisdom saving throw. I think the whole thing is wisdom modifier times per long rest. I don't love that. Umbral Sight, dark vision out to 60 feet or extended by 60 feet. And then they did keep, while entirely in darkness, you have the invisible condition to any creature that relies on dark vision to see you. They kept that. I like that. Good. Iron Mind. You gain proficiency in wisdom saving throws. If you already have this proficiency, choose intelligence or charisma instead. Stalker's Fury at 11th level. When you use the Frighten effect on your Dread Ambusher, you can cause one of the following additional effects. Sudden Strike. You can make another... Oh, here we go. When you use the Frighten effect here of your Dread Ambusher, you can do one of the following things. You can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature that's within 5 feet of the original target within the weapon's range. Or Mass Fear. Each creature within 10 feet of the target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, a creature that has the frightened condition until the start of your next turn. So you could be doing this at a distance too, in theory. Shoot an arrow, frighten from a distance, and then follow up and make a second sudden strike. It's good, but it's not crazy. And then 15th level Shadowy Dodge. When a creature makes an attack roll against you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on that roll. If that attack misses, you can teleport 30 feet. It's good. It's not as great as it was, I think, but it's not bad. Let's check Hunter. I'm hoping they did some improvements here. Colossus Slayers at 3rd level. When you hit a creature with a weapon, the weapon deals an extra d8 damage to the target. Okay, so that's the same, once per turn. Horde Breaker. Once on each of your turns, when you make an attack with a weapon, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature within 5 feet of the original target within the weapon's range, provided that you haven't attacked this turn. Okay. Or Retaliator. Immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you attacks you, you can use your reaction to make one attack with a weapon against that creature, whether or not it hits you. Okay, so those are all bumped up to 3rd level choices. That's pretty good. Hunter's Lore. While a creature is marked by your Hunter's Mark, you know whether that creature has any damage or condition immunities, damage resistances, or damage vulnerabilities, and if the creature has any, you know what they are. Okay, it's like a freebie extra usage for Hunter's Mark. That's fine. Defensive Tactics. Nice to see that Evasion and Uncanny Dodge are here on the 7th level ability. Evasion, when you're subjected to an effect, so it's Evasion. Hunter's Leap. If an enemy you can see enters a space within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to move up to half your movement speed away without provoking attacks of opportunity. And then Uncanny Dodge. So these are all at 7th level. That's better because that's around the same time that the other classes get access to them. At 11th level, you get to pick another option from Hunter's Prey here. Colossus Slayer, Hordebreaker, Retaliator. And at 15th level, Superior Hunter's Defense, you pick another one of the defensive tactics. It's not flashy. It's kind of boring. But ultimately, I do think it's an improvement because you could have, in theory, Evasion and Uncanny Dodge and like Retaliator and Colossus Slayer. That's nice. It's boring, but it's nice. Like, it's a good thing. It basically feels like champion fighter in some aspects to me. But again, all of Ranger is kind of boring. Again, I saw some people saying they did buff some of the spells like Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley, so maybe that'd change my mind to some degree. But, I mean, the last iteration, Hunter's Mark only did damage once a turn, even if you hit people multiple times. If that's still there, then I don't think Hunter's Mark is that great either. I'm going to still, like, not that I'm trying to get everybody here to sway the opinion of Wizards of the Coast, but I'll throw it out there, folks. When it comes to review time and like survey time, I'm going to suggest that everybody tell them that the Ranger has no class identity in its base form, and that some form of beast, primal, or animal companion would be the base feature, similar to do what they did with the Druid. All Druids have wild shape, but the Moon Druid just does it better. Same thing. You could even keep the majority of the aspects of what you have for Beastmaster and just like get a lesser version that's available to all Rangers, and then the Beastmaster has like all of these extra abilities or something like that, right? Or gets buffed up in some way. It's like a simple fix, I feel like, and it would just make things... It would give the Ranger something unique that nobody else has. Yeah, a Druid might, or a Wizard might have a Familiar, and a Paladin might have a Fine Steed, but, you know, they have the Animal Companion, which could do something different, you know? All right, Rogue. Let's see what we got, boys. Looks to be the same so far. Martial weapons that have the finesse property are the weapons you're proficient with. I'm a big fan of the Rogue, and I've been playtesting the original version, so I'm curious to see what's going to change. All right, expertise at first level, sneak attack. You have advantage on the attack roll. At least one of your allies is within 5 feet of the ally. Isn't incapacitated. You don't have disadvantage. Okay, you have D6s. Once per turn, you can deal extra damage to one creature you hit with an attack roll if you're attacking with a finesse or ranged weapon. Okay, let's see what they said in the design things. It is no longer required to be used on your turn with an attack action. Yes, reactionary sneak attack is back. I'm excited. That's awesome. Oh, thieves can't. Okay. You know, thieves can in another language of your choice. Weapon mastery. Yeah, 2 kinds of weapon mastery. That's what I'm talking about. And you could change it out on a long rest. Let's go. Okay. Okay. We're so far so good. Cunning action. Dash, disengage, or hide. Good. All that's the same. Okay. Steady aim. Now a built-in 3rd level feature as a bonus action. This is from Tasha's Cauldron. Give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on the current turn. You can use this feature only if you haven't moved during this turn, and after you use it, your speed is 0. I also feel like steady aim is kind of blah, because 9 times out of 10, if you can hide, it's the same effect as steady aim. But if you can't hide, then it's worth it. Okay. 5th level. Cunning. Hello, new friend. Cunning Strike at 5th level. When you deal sneak attack damage, you can... I don't even know what this is going to end with, and I'm excited. When you deal sneak attack damage, you can add one of the following Cunning Strike effects. Each effect has a die cost, which is the number of sneak attack damage dice you must for... What? To add to the effect, you remove the die before rolling, and the effect occurs immediately after the attack's damage is dealt. For example, if you add the poison effect, remove a d6 from the sneak attack's damage before rolling. If a Cunning Strike effect requires a proficiency or saving throw, it uses your dexterity modifier. Disarm costs 1d6. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or drop one item of your choice that it's holding. Poison costs 1d6. You add a toxin to your strike, forcing the target to make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the target has the poison condition for 1 minute. At the end of each of its turn, the poisoned target can repeat the save, ending the effect on itself on a success. To use this effect, you must have a poisoner's kit on your person. What? Trip. If it's large or smaller, it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw of the prone condition. Withdraw. Immediately after the attack, you move up to half your movement speed without provoking attacks. This is amazing! Oh my god, I love this. So good. Wasn't even needed. Rogue was so good as it was, and you made it better? This is fantastic, though. Yeah, reducing your damage to increase versatility and combat maneuverability and stuff like this. Taking stuff away, movement opportunities, disarming, tripping, poisoning. Fantastic. What a great addition. I love this. Uncanny Dodge back at 5th level. Expertise back at 6th level. Evasion back down at 7th level. Okay, all of those have shifted. Suck it, Battle Master. You wish you could be as good as the Rogue. This base Rogue. We don't even have subclasses yet. Reliable Talent is at 7th level? What is even happening right now? What? What is going on? What? Awesome. I love it. My playtest Rogue is going to be the best character in the freaking world right now. Are you kidding me? Whenever you make an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies, you can now treat a d20 roll of a 9 or lower as a 10 at 7th level. Let's go. All right. Okay. You still get the extra ability score improvement at 10. Improve Cunning Strike? There's more? You can use up to 2 Cunning Strike effect. 2 when you deal sneak attack. Oh my god. You could do 2 of these with 1 hit. Okay, great. And that's at the 11th level feature? Let's go. Great, sure. Give me Reliable Talent at 7 and give me that at 11. Great. I love this. Okay. Oh god, there's more. Devious Strikes at 14th level. You have practiced new ways to use your sneak attack deviously. You have new effects amongst your Cunning Strike options. Daze costs 2d6. The target must make a Constitution saving throw or it is dazed until the end of its next turn. Knockout for 6d6. The target must make a Constitution saving throw or have the unconscious condition for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. The unconscious target can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect on a success. Obscure for 3d6. Your strike near the target's eyes. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be blinded until the end of its next turn. Dude, what? Slippery Mind at 15th level. Wisdom and Charisma saving throws. Elusive at 18th level. You are so evasive that attackers rarely gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll can have advantage unless you have the incapacitated condition. And then Stroke of Luck is back here at 20th level. If you fail a d20 test, you can turn the roll into a 20. Once you use this feature, you can't use it to finish a short or a long rest. Oh my god. So good. So good. Alright, Arcane Trickster. What do you got for me, buddy? Okay. 3 cantrips, Mage Hand, and 2 of your choice from the Arcane spell list. Here's your spell slots. Okay. Enchantment and Illusion. Okay, that's the same. Okay. Oh. Weapon Focus. You can use an Arcane Focus. Mage Hand Ledgerman at 3rd level. When you cast Mage Hand, you can make it invisible. You can control it as a bonus action instead of an action. And through it, you can use Thieves' Tools and make sleight of hand checks. Okay, that seems to be the same. Magical Ambush. If you have the invisible condition, when you cast a spell on a creature, it has disadvantage on any saving throw it makes against the spell save on the same turn. Okay. Versatile Trickster. You gain the ability to distract targets with your Mage Hand. When you use the disarm or trip options of your Cunning Strike, you can also target that option at a creature within 5 feet of the spectral hand. Interesting. You gain the ability to magically steal a knowledge with Spell Thief immediately after a creature casts a spell that targets you or includes you in the area of effect. You can use your reaction to force the target to make a saving throw against your spellcasting ability modifier. On a failure, you negate the spell's effects against you, steal the knowledge of the spell if it's at least 1st level, and of a level that you can cast. For example, for the next 8 hours, You know the spell and can cast it using your spell slots. The creature can't cast that spell until the 8 hours have passed. You get this all back when you finish a long rest. Okay. That's more or less the same, I think, for the most part. Yeah. Okay. All the good stuff, though. With the base rogue improvements, do nothing but improve Arcane Trickster. All right, Assassin. Disguise Kit, Poisoner's Kit, Assassinate. Advantage on initiative rolls. During the first round of each combat, you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn. If your sneak attack hits any target during that round, that target takes extra damage of the weapon's type equal to your rogue level. Okay, rather than like an auto crit, it just does extra damage equal to your rogue level. And it doesn't require them to be surprised. Okay. Infiltration expertise. While in a disguise created using your disguise kit, you have advantage on deception checks you make pretending to be somebody else. You can also unerringly mimic another person's speech, handwriting, or both if you have spent at least 1 hour studying them. I think that's a general improvement to this. Kind of combines some of the features. Envenom weapons at 13th level. When you use the poison option of your Cunning Strike, the target also takes 2d6 poison damage whenever it fails the saving throw. This damage ignores resistance to poison damage. Again, because we have Cunning Strike, this is a great way to augment that. I like it. And then Death Strike at 17. When you hit with your sneak attack on the first round of combat, the target must make a Constitution saving throw or the attack's damage is doubled against the target. Okay. I like it. I think that's really good. And I like all of the changes to Assassin. It's much more reasonable now. Let's check out Swashbuckler. Fancy footwork. You learn how to land a strike. If you make a melee attack against a creature during your turn, that creature can't make opportunity attacks against you for the rest of the turn. Okay. Rakish Audacity. When you roll initiative, you can give yourself a bonus on the roll equal to your charisma modifier. You also gain an additional way to use your sneak attack. You don't need advantage on the attack roll to use your sneak attack against a creature if you're within 5 feet of it. No other creatures are within 5 feet of it, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. All the other rules for sneak attack apply. Okay, that seems pretty similar. Panache at 9th level. Oh, it's other options. Oh, cool. Other options for your strikes. Cunning Strike. Goad. 1d6. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or until the end of its next turn, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you, and can't make opportunity attack against targets other than you. Okay. And then Awe, for 3d6. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or or have the charmed condition until the end of your next turn. I like these a lot. I like this new Cunning Strike feature because it adds versatility in other ways for other subclasses to interact with it. And then Dashing Strikes at 13th level. You have practiced a new way to use your sneak attack. The following effects are now among your Cunning Strike options. Parrying Stance. Roll a d6. Until the start of your next turn, you gain a bonus to your AC equal to the number rolled. Or Invigorate. Choose a creature you can see within 30 feet of you until the end of that creature's next turn. Whenever it makes an attack roll or saving throw, it can roll a d6 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw. These are great. I love this. This adds a whole new version of this class. And then we have Master Duelist at 15 or 17th level. Immediately after you use your sneak attack, you can make another attack against the same target, provided you are within 5 feet of it and no other creatures are within 5 feet of you. So your sneak attack, and then you follow up with a secondary attack. I like it. Okay, and then we move on to the Thief, which I'm excited to see because that's what I'm playing in my current game as a playtest character here. So, sleight of hand, make a dexterity sleight of hand check to pick a lock or disarm a trap with Thieves' Tools. This is for as a bonus action. Or to pick a pocket. Use an object, take the use an object action, or take the magic action to use a magic item that requires that action. That's new. That's different. Because it specifically references magic items there. Okay. It also lets you use magic action to activate a magic item. Yeah, that's new. Okay, second story work. You gain climb speed equal to your speed. On your turn, you can move on a ceiling without making an ability check. Whoa, hang on. You gain a climb speed equal to your speed. On your turn, you can move on a ceiling without making an ability check, provided there's at least one handhold during the move, but you fall if you end your turn without a handhold. Your jump distance is determined by your dexterity rather than your strength. Okay, this changed because they used to have the whole jump action thing, and they removed that. Climber is interesting. So you can Spider-Man climb on walls now, or on ceilings even, as long as there's a handhold. Now let you move along ceilings with an ability check. It uses your dexterity. Okay. I'm not going to like this as much. Supreme Sneak. Stealth attack, costs a d6. If you have the hide action's invisible condition, this attack doesn't end that condition on you if you end the turn behind 3/4 cover or total cover. Interesting. So Supreme Sneak in the current playtest that I'm playing just gives you constant advantage on stealth checks. That's obviously different here. Then we get Use Magic Device at 13th level. You get to tune up to 4 magic items at once. When you use a magic item that operates or charges, roll a d6. On a 6, you use the property, excuse me, without expending charges. And scrolls, you can use any spell scroll using intelligence as your spellcasting ability modifier for the spell. If the spell is a cantrip of a first level spell, you can cast it reliably. If the scroll contains a higher level spell, you must make an Arcana check with a DC equal to 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, you cast the spell from the scroll. On a failure check, the scroll disintegrates. And Thief's Reflexes, you can take 2 turns during the first round of any combat. You take your first turn at normal initiative and your second turn at your initiative -10. So they brought that back. It used to be 2 bonus actions, I think. Supreme Sneak, I think, is ultimately almost better, though, because you can't attack from stealth and not break your stealth by doing so, which is kind of nice. Whereas previously it was just advantage on stealth checks. But with Reliable Talent being at 7th level, I don't care as much. Yeah, so good. All right. I just missed a phone call, guys, so can you give me 1 sec while I take this phone call? I'll just leave it on here. We'll leave the scrolls of the spells here on screen, but I'll play some music. Oh, well, hang on. Let me just I'll put up some music while I just take this call real quick. All right, let's keep going. Spells. I do see some new spells here. Well, I guess Frostbite's a Xanathar spell, but they moved it up. Okay, Arcane spell list. Cantrips have been added to the list. Elementalism, Frostbite, Mind Sliver, Thunderclap, and Toll the Dead. So they brought these up. They're going to be in the 2014 version. Some of them were new. Some of them were not there at all. Dissonant Whispers has returned to the Arcane spell list. Hex has been removed from the list as it's now a Warlock exclusive. Shatter is an evocation spell again, as is Thunderwave. Okay. Divine. Cantrips have been added to the list. Toll the Dead and Word of Radiance. Smite spells have been removed from the list except for Searing Smite and Wrathful Smite. The other ones are now Paladin exclusive. Fine Steed has been removed as it is Paladin exclusive. And then Primal, we've added Elementalism, Frostbite, and Thunderclap. Hunter's Mark has been removed. It's now Ranger exclusive, as has Conjure Barrage and Conjure Volley. So it doesn't, unfortunately, look like we're not getting Green Flame Blade and Booming Blade added to the 2014 book, unfortunately. Okay. Spell updates. All right. Smite spells. Smite spells now work with melee weapons and unarmed strikes, not ranged weapons. And only 2 of the spells, Searing and Wrathful, are on the Divine list. The rest are Paladin exclusive. Banishing Smite once again requires concentration, but allows only 1 saving throw, not 1 at the end of the creature's turn. As in 2014, it doesn't permanently banish creatures, which is the domain of the banishment spell. Blinding Smite has no initial saving throw, meaning the target is blinded automatically, but the target can end the effect with subsequent saves. The school is now Evocation rather than Transmutation. Conjure Barrage is now a Ranger exclusive spell, and it works with any melee weapon. It deals 5d8 damage rather than 3d8, and it has gained a higher level section. Conjure Volley is now a Ranger exclusive and works with a melee weapon. Divine Smite is now a Paladin exclusive spell designed to unify the Smite family of effects. Therefore, before they were all spells except Divine Smite. Now they're all spells, making it easier to figure out how to do these effects turn to turn. I don't like that. Elementalism is a new cantrip. Hunter's Mark is now Ranger exclusive, and it can deal its extra damage only once per turn. Boo, it sucks even more now. Power Word Heal is now an enhancement, and its range is increased to 60 feet. Power Word Kill now deals damage to a target. Oh my god, they're better. They're better, and the rogue can double cast them. Searing Smite now deals its ongoing damage before the saving throw is made, and it doesn't require concentration. Shining Smite, formerly Glimmering Smite, now prevents the target from benefiting from the invisible condition. Thunderous Smite is now Evocation. Vicious Mockery now scales only with your Bard level, and it does a d6 damage instead of a d4. You also can target a creature you can see or hear, not just see, and the creature doesn't need to hear you to be affected by the magic. Wrathful Smite no longer requires concentration, is now Necromancy and deals necrotic damage as opposed to Psychic. All right. Let's go ahead and look at Divine Smite, because it's a brand new spell. First level Evocation Paladin spell. Bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. As you hit the target, your strike glows with power. The target takes an extra 2d8 radiant damage from the attack. The damage increases by a d8 if it's a fiend or undead. When you cast this spell using a spell slot of second level or higher, the damage increases by a d8 for each slot above first. Okay, so the damage is the same. It now, previously, as many of you know, Divine Smite just happened. It was just a thing you did when you hit. Now you have to use a bonus action to trigger it, and it is a spell. Therefore, it is counterspellable, and it uses up your bonus action to use it. So you're giving up your bonus action every time you want to smite, and because you can only bonus action 1 time a turn, you can't ever smite more than once a turn. I think that I get, that makes some sense. The reason why they're doing it is because they only want you to be able to smite once a turn, so they made it a bonus action spell, so you can only do it once a turn. But it eats your bonus action, which sucks. And again, as people are pointing out, Polearm Paladin is dead. Yeah, you can't smite and butt strike with that. Also, again, it's a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. So, no range, which is fine. But it can be counterspelled. You can obviously still hit. Wait. Bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon. So I guess they have to counterspell. But you take... This is weird. So the way it's worded has me a little confused. So if I have to hit you, that's the trigger, right? I hit you with my weapon and simultaneously cast my bonus action to activate the Divine Smite. And then in that time frame, you need to cast Counterspell to counterspell it. I mean, as far as Counterspell works, it should work. The window is just very small. Yeah, no Smite and Lay on Hands either, because Lay on Hands is now a bonus action. Druid is to Ranger as Cleric is to Paladin, yeah. All right, so that was the new Divine Smite. The damage is still the same, right? It still can benefit from crits, right? You can still wait to use it until you crit. But you are limited. You're still limited by spell slots, as you always were. But yeah, now you have to deal with the fact that it can be counterspelled. Yeah. All right, well, let's go back to the top here. Banishing Smite, 5th level Conjuration Paladin spell. Again, bonus action, concentration up to a minute. As you hit the creature, your strike erupts with divine power. The strike takes an extra 5d10 force damage from the hit. If the attack reduces the target to 50 hit points or fewer, it must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be transported to a harmless demiplane for the duration. While in this demiplane, the target is incapacitated. When the spell ends on the target, it reappears in the space it left, or the nearest unoccupied space if that space is occupied. No, Divine Smites can still crit. The way it's worded, it sounds like they can still crit. So you look up Banishing Smite. Okay, I just wanted to see if it was still when the target gets reduced to 50 hit points or fewer. It does. Okay, Blinding Smite. Again, they're all going to say bonus action, which you take immediately after hitting a creature. So this one has a duration of 1 minute, non-concentration. As you hit the target, the strike flares with light. The target's hit by the strike takes an extra 3d8 radiant damage from the attack and is blinded until the spell ends. It gets to make a saving throw at the end of each of its turn to end the blindness. I do like that the blind happens immediately, though. And it can be upcast to deal extra d8 damage. All right, let's see the new Conjure Barrage spell. Casting time action is a 60-foot cone. You brandish the weapon used to cast the spell. It can be melee or ranged. And conjure similar spectral weapons or ammunition appropriate to the weapon that shoot forward and then disappear. Each creature of your choice that you can see in a 60... It's of your choice, which is nice. You can see in a 60-foot cone must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 5d8 force damage on a failed save or half on a success. Again, this is a 3rd level spell. You are a half caster, so it should do decent amount of damage. I like 60-foot cone is a massive area, and that you can only target enemies if you so choose, and that it can do additional damage if you upcast it. This is a nice improvement to Conjure Barrage by quite a bit, so I do appreciate that, especially because it's a 3rd level spell slot. However, it still doesn't add specific identity to the ranger. Conjure Volley, 150 feet. You brandish the weapon used to cast a spell and point within range. Hundreds of similar spectral weapons or ammunition fall in a volley from above and then disappear. Each creature of your choice that you can see in a 40-foot radius, 20-foot high cylinder centered on the point must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 8d8 force damage on a failed save or half on a success. Honestly, Conjure Barrage just feels better. It's 2 spell levels lower and only does 3d8 less. And it's a 60-foot cone. I mean, this has at least the little bit of extra range on Conjure Volley, but Conjure Barrage just feels like that's the way to go. I don't know. I feel like Conjure Volley as a 5th level spell should do more damage, but also I have to remember that, wizards and stuff have a 5th level spells since 9th level. You're out here doing this at 17. So I don't know. All right. Elementalism. This one I'm excited about. This is a new cantrip. 30-foot range. You exert control over the elements, creating one of the following effects within range. Beckon air. You create a breeze strong enough to ripple cloth, stir dust, rustle leaves, and open doors and shutters, all in a 5-foot cube. Doors and shutters being held open by someone or something aren't affected. Beckon earth. You create a thin shroud of dust or sand that covers surfaces in a 5-foot square area, or cause a single word to appear in your handwriting in a patch of dirt or sand. Beckon fire. You create a thin cloud of harmless embers and colored scented smoke in a 5-foot cube. You choose the color and scent, and the embers can light candles, torches, or lamps in the area. The smoke lingers for 1 minute. Beckon water. You create a spray of mist that lightly dampens creatures and objects in a 5-foot cube. Alternatively, you create 1 cup of clean water, whether either in an open container or on a surface, and the water evaporates in a minute. So that's summoning water as a cantrip. That's pretty good. Or Sculpt Element. You cause dirt, sand, fire, smoke, mist, or water that can fit in a 1-foot cube to assume a crude shape, such as that of a creature or an object, for 1 hour. I think this is pretty good. This is a nice, like, kind of, it's like a combo of a lot of, like, the lower level elemental spells, which I have a feeling just aren't going to come back from, I think they were in Xanathar's. They were definitely in the, what was it, Princes of the Apocalypse. I think this is basically that, to give you a little bit of elemental stuff. It also fits because they added it to the Warrior of the Elements monk, so they can kind of have, like, a little bit of elemental control. All right, Fine Steed. Let's see what we have for our Fine Steed here for our Paladin friends. All right. Let's see. You gain the service of an otherworldly being. It's a loyal steed. It resembles a large rideable animal, such as of your choice, a horse, camel, direwolf, whatever you like. It is celestial, fey, or fiend, your choice. Combat. The steed is an ally to you and your companions. In combat, it shares your initiative count, and it functions as a controlled mount while you ride it, as defined in the rules on mounted combat. If you have the incapacitated condition, the steed takes its turn immediately after yours and acts independently, focusing on protecting you. Disappearance of the steed. The steed disappears if it drops to 0 hit points, if you dismiss it as a bonus action, or if you die. When it disappears, it leaves behind anything it was wearing or carrying. If you cast the spell again, you decide whether you summon the same steed or another one. Higher levels. When you cast the spell at 3rd level or higher, use the higher level wherever the spell's level appears in the stat block. Okay. Let's see Otherworldly Steed. Armor class 10 plus the spell's level. So it starts off with a 12. Hit points 5 plus 10 per the spell's level, starting off with 25 hit points. Speed is 60 feet, or fly speed of 60 feet if you cast it with a 4th level spell or higher. We have pretty solid stats across the board. Passive perception of 11, telepathy of 1 mile only between you and it. Life bond, when you regain hit points from a 1st level spell or higher, the steed regains the same number of hit points if you're within 5 feet of it. And then it has its attack is called Otherworldly Slam. Uses your spell attack modifier, and its damage does 1d8 plus the spell's level of radiant, psychic, or necrotic damage. So that's unfortunate. It's 1d8 plus 2 damage. And then the bonus action, Fey Step, Fell Glare, or Healing Touch. If it's Fey, once per long rest, it teleports along with its rider to an unoccupied space of your choice, up to 60 feet away from itself. Fell Glare recharges after a long rest. The steed's eyes gleam with fiendish light. As it targets one creature, it can perceive up to 60 feet away. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or have the frightened condition until the end of your next turn. Or Healing Touch if it's celestial. It touches a creature and restores 2d8 plus the spell's level worth of hit points. It's good. I still don't love it, personally, because even when you upcast it, it's not going to be, like, great, really. Again, it's not bad. It's going to possibly remove the need for Find Greater Steed at all. I like that they had specific stat blocks. You'll notice that I'm more a fan of specific stat blocks than generic stat blocks, personally. But I don't know. I just felt like there was better stuff, like the fact, like, it has this life bond, but, like, it had the ability where if you cast a spell that affects you, it also affects it, kind of a thing. So, like, if you cast a healing spell on yourself, it would also heal your steed. But there were other things that would work too, which I liked, but either way. All right, Hunter's Mark, 90 feet, bonus action. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra d6 force damage to the target the first time you hit it with an attack roll. So it's limited to only once per turn now, which sucks. You also have advantage on any perception or survival checks made to find it. If it drops to 0 hit point, you can move it. If you upcast it with a 3rd or 4th level slot, you can maintain the concentration for 8 hours, and the extra damage is 2d6. 5th level, you can retain the concentration for 24 hours, and the extra damage is 3d6. So this basically got the same treatment as Hex. Power Word Heal is a 60-foot range here, and it says, a wave of healing energy watches over a creature you can see within range. The target regains all of its hit points. It also, if it has the Charmed, Dazed, Frightened, Paralyzed, or Stunned condition, that ends. If the creature has the Prone condition, it can use its reaction to stand up. Power Word Kill has a range of 60 feet. If the creature has 100 hit points or fewer, it dies. Otherwise, it takes 12d12 psychic damage. That's awesome. Because previously it was 100 hit points or fewer, it just auto dies or nothing happens. Now it's even if they have more than that, it takes 12d12 psychic damage. So that's awesome. And I think, like I said, the range for power word heal is 10 feet before, and now it's 60. That's a huge improvement. All right, Searing Smite, minute non-concentration. Hit a target, it takes an extra 2 immediately after hitting a target with a melee weapon or an unarmed strike. Target takes an extra d6 fire damage from the attack and ignites with magical fire. At the start of each of its turns until the spell ends, it takes d6 fire damage and must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the spell continues. On a success, it ends. It can be upcast. Shining Smite. Wait, didn't they just say they changed the name back? Right? If you look up here, it's Glimmering Smite. It was Glimmering Smite. Now it's Shining Smite. My mistake. As you hit a creature, your strike flares with Divine Light. The target takes 2d6 radiant damage from the attack. If the target has the invisible condition that ends, in addition, until the spell ends, they shed bright light. Attack rolls have advantage, and it can't become invisible. Staggering Smite. As you hit a creature, the target takes an extra 46 psychic damage and must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or have the stunned condition until the end of your next turn. Thunderous Smite makes the audible thunderclap. The target takes 2d6 thunder damage, and if it is a creature, it succeed on a saving throw, strength saving throw, or be pushed 10 feet away and knocked prone. Vicious Mockery, as mentioned, is the same. However, it now provides a d6 damage as opposed to a d4. And then Wrathful Smite now does necrotic damage, an extra d6 necrotic damage from the attack, and the creature must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or have the frightened condition until the spell ends. I think it used to be a Wisdom check, so that changed. All right. Now we move into the feats. All right, here are the descriptions of some of the feats that are available to characters. Okay. Ability score improvement now. What? Here are the main changes in the feats. Ability score improvement now allows an ability score to go as high as 22 if the feat is taken at 19th level. Okay. So if you take an ability score improvement at 19th level, you can bump up your ability score to 22. Okay. Fighting style feats have a new prerequisite, the fighting style feature. Fighting style protection has returned to imposing disadvantage. Okay. Ability score improvement. However, if you are 19th level, maximum increases to 22. Got it. Archery is the same. Fighting style is the same. Dueling, when you're wielding a melee weapon in one hand and no other weapons, +2 damage rolls, that's the same. Great weapon fighting, when you roll a 1 or 2 damage die with melee weapon, you wield it with 2 hands, you can re-roll the die and must choose the new one. Okay, that's the same. Protection looks to be the same. Fighting style, 2-weapon fighting. When you make the attack granted by the light weapon property, you can add your ability modifier to the weapon of the extra attack. Okay, so that's basically the same. Nothing crazy there. Weapons. This section contains playtest versions of the weapons of the player's handbook. Here you'll find a table, several revised weapons properties, and a new mastery properties. Okay, we had these, but I guess they're just including it. Each weapon now has a mastery property. Short sword has been returned to martial weapon. Okay, we did that already. We did this thing with net. Trident was updated. Yeah, Lance has the heavy and two-handed properties rather than the special property. Warpick is now versatile. Musket and pistol are here. Light property now appears in the weapon property section rather than the glossary. The throne property now allows you to draw. And yeah, okay, this is basically the same. As far as I can tell, they didn't really change anything. All right. We did Monk first, Christian Camacho. We went to Monk at the very start of the stream. Yeah, so I don't think they add this new. I don't think any of this is new. I think all of the weapon mastery stuff here is just the same that we got in the last one. Let's just double check. This damage is the same type of damage, can't be increased in any way. Nick, push, Sap, slow top, Vex. Adventuring gear. Okay. Armor training. Just want to see if they added anything different. Dazed. While dazed, you experience the following effect. You can move or take the attack action on your turn, but not both. You also can't take a bonus action or a reaction. Copied over. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I don't see much difference between these. I'm just scrolling to take a quick look. For the most part, I think these are all the same. Well, people were asking about the magic action. Here it is. When you take the magic action, you magic something by casting a spell that has a casting time of an action, or by using a feature or a magic item that requires a magic action to be activated. Yeah. All right. So, now, what was this? 3 hours to get through this? Not too shabby. Now, there is apparently a video that they put out about it. You can go look that up. Watch that video.
Hello everyone, today we're talking about Unearthed Arcana, the Playtest 6 for the Player's Handbook. We're talking about multiple classes. We are talking about the Bard, the Cleric, the Druid, the Rogue, the Ranger, and the Paladin, all today.
And the Monk.
And the Monk, that's right, the Monk.
There are 7 classes
Perfect.
in this Unearthed Arcana.
God, this is an
Okay,
hour-long
so
video.
go ahead and hit 2 times speed on this YouTube video.
Hey, look at that. Thank you, Todd Kenrick. You know.
This is the time to start because we're going to dive into all of it. Should we start with the Bard?
Let's go through in alphabetical order.
So there are some changes to the Bard that we're going to be seeing in Unearthed Arcana, and what subclasses do we get?
So each class has a number of refinements in it, as well as the subclasses. So I recommend everyone watching these videos to go to the classes and subclasses and read the little update lists for all of the details. While you and I can kind of talk about the overview,
Right.
but there is so much material here that we'd be here for 3 hours if we went in and talked about each little thing.
And remember, there are the designer notes. Like those
Yes.
are very, very helpful for each of these classes. The designer
Exactly.
notes kind of walk you through.
They
what
do
each
know.
change.
I think Todd knows.
In
I think
the
he
Bard,
knows because
we have a new version of Vicious Mockery. This cantrip is now Bard exclusive.
we talked
and
a
as
little
part of
bit.
making it
A
Bard
little
exclusive, we
bit
have
at the
increased its
Content
damage.
Creator
The
Summit.
spell now, rather than dealing 1d4
and I.
damage, deals 1d6. One of the biggest new things in the Bard is we're experimenting in this new version of the class with allowing you to choose which of the 3 big spell lists,
It is
Arcane, Divine,
wild
or
how
Primal,
normal he
is your
sounds,
primary spell list as a Bard. So investigating the playtest feedback that we've gotten on the Bard, not only as a part of this playtest, but over the past many years since D&D Next, people love the Bard's flexibility. This idea of being sort of the jack of all trades, not only with skills, but also with magic as represented by magical secrets. And so what we've decided to do is, what if we embed that right there in the main spellcasting feature of the class, where you decide, as a Bard player, is my Bard an Arcane Bard, a Primal Bard, or a Divine Bard, which then pushes you in some very different directions thematically and also in terms of the spells that are available to you to cast. This then builds really nicely up to Magical Secrets at 10th level, where then it's opened up, and just as in 2014, you can start picking spells from any of the 3 big spell lists. And so really, we've leaned into the flexibility of this class to be the dabbler, the magical performer who is dipping into different areas to get their magical power, just as they also have broad ability with skills. They also get expertise. Bards are all about using whatever tools are available to them to entertain people, to mess with their enemies, and to bolster their friends.
How do you see
crazy
besides
how
the spell list
normal he
what makes them
sounds.
unique between like a Primal Bard just in your head, a Primal Bard, Arcane Bard, a Divine Bard?
Some of the main ways in which your Bard will end up not only being flavored differently, but having different functionality is if you choose, say, the Primal list, which, by the way, is a nice nod to the first edition Bard, because the first edition Bard did not have their own spell list, but instead were required to kind of work their way through elements of other classes. And that included getting Druid spells.
Right.
And so being able to have a primal bard is actually a really nice nod to the original bard back in the 1970s, because bards back then were associated with Druids, in addition to bards getting to dabble in many other areas. So let's say you choose that primal path for your bard. That means you're going to have magic that, rather than focusing on bolstering and beguiling people, you're going to have magic that can influence nature, can summon and guide animals. You can, this is going to be the bard who can play their flute and lead along, the swarm of rats or whatnot. This is in contrast to the arcane bard, who is the sort of classic illusionist and enchanter bard. And then the divine bard is, you can imagine a bard who honed their performance craft in a temple or a shrine, and they will be able to use their magic to heal people, to buff people, while still having also powerful enchantment capabilities in the form of spells like command or calm emotions. And so with each one, you get to decide, with arcane, do you want to be more of the enchanter illusionist, or do you want to be, dancing or playing music or telling a story that causes vines to move as a primal bard? Or again, do you want to be like the temple singer or dancer who was a part of a religious order, and that's how you developed your musical ability?
I'm very excited for these distinctions. Those all make perfect sense for the bard. And that we've got this new 20th level feature specifically to words.
Yes, so we talk about in the bard's story this idea that the multiverse was spoken and signed into existence with the words of creation, which are echoed by spells like Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill. And so we thought, why not make bards the class who are just guaranteed to have Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill, and are able to cast them in a way that is more potent than others? And so part of the words of creation feature is that a bard who casts Power Word Heal or Power Word Kill can target 2 creatures with the spell rather than 1. This UA also includes a new version of Power Word Heal that turns it into a ranged spell so that it interacts better not only with this feature, but so
I
that
like
it
the new
functions
bard
like
a
the
lot.
other Power Word spells. As we go through and examine every element of the game, we look for places like this where we can refine something so that it will be even more fun and interact better with other things in the game. And so the change to Power Word Heal is an example of this, where this 9th level spell would be way better not as a touch spell, but as, like the other Power Word spells, something you can do at a distance.
Your magic is wrapped in words. Like
Yes.
sometimes, like back to like Welsh mythology of knowing the true names of things.
And these are words that aren't just spoken. They can be signed, they can be written.
Right.
So you can have a bard who's totally silent, who is working this powerful magic. And that leads into the brand new subclass in this Unearthed Arcana for the bard, and that is the College of Dance.
Yes.
This is a subclass we've wanted to do for a long time, because dance, of course, is an important...
One thing I wanted to point out to folks is, if you forgot, we know that in the 2024 Player's Handbook, there will be 4 subclasses for each class. So in some instances in this Unearthed Arcana, we already know what those 4 are going to be, right? For the Paladin, we know what those 4 are. They were in here. We had Devotion, Ancients, Vengeance, Glory. That's the 4 Paladins we're going to get. The 4 Clerics we're going to get. Life, Light, Trickery, War. Those are the 4 Cleric domains we're going to get. So some of them we still don't know what they are, but there is still other ones floating out there, but we're only going to get 4. So I think we get all 4 bards? Yeah, we got all 4 bards. Let's see. Hang on. Let's go back to the Unearthed Arcana real quick. Where is it? They don't list it out at the top, do they? No. Let's see. All right. So, for the bard, we got all 4, right? I just want to make sure. Right? We get them for all of them. We got all 4 clerics. For druid, no, bards have 3. Bards have dance, glamour, lore, and valor. Druids had land, moon, and sea. So we don't have a druid. No, they don't. Stop. Why is everybody lying to me? Circle of the land. Circle of the moon. Circle of the sea. That's 3. I already proved people wrong. Okay? Don't lie to me. We got 4 bards. We got 4 clerics. We got 3 druids. Only 3. We're missing a druid. Okay? For the monk, we got what? What do we get for the monk? Shadow. Did we get 4? Shadow, elements, and hand. So we don't have, or there's another monk out there. Paladin, we got all 4. Right? Devotion, Glory, Ancients, Vengeance. Ranger, we got 3. Gloom Stalker, Beastmaster, Hunter. I think, did we get 4 for the Rogue? Yeah, we did. We got Assassin, Eldritch, Assassin, Arcane Trickster, Swashbuckler, Thief. Yeah. Okay. So we still have some out there that we don't know what they are. So we don't know what... There's still a 4th Druid coming, which is cool. And I don't think we got any... Most of these are we're getting them again. So there's still a Druid out there that we don't know what it is. There's still a Monk out there that we don't know what it is. There's still a Ranger, not that I care, out there that we don't know what it is. And I think we only got, like, what, 1 Barbarian and 1 Fighter in the last one, so there's 3 more. Since there's going to be 4 of each. And they have said some of them might be stuff from, like, Tasha's and Xanathar's coming forward, right? Like, we saw the Swashbuckler appear basically almost in its exact form with a few tweaks here in this one. So there's a couple, some may be like, or they might sample some things from Tasha's Cauldron or Xanathar's and turn them into this, kind of like we saw some of the Sun Soul Monk stuff got dumped into the Elements, or into the, was the Elements Monk? Yeah. So, I don't know. Did they say that? Oh, okay. I missed it then. My bad. So it's supposed to be stars. Hang on. It's supposed to be Circle of the Stars. Interesting that they... Stars? Really? Okay. So, from what... I just missed it because I was glancing over stuff. But it looks like it's the Way of the Mercy Monk. Which I get. That one makes sense. It's kind of got the healing aspect of it. So, I that monk makes sense to me, right? I would include that. Let's see. What was the Ranger? I saw you guys said a couple of them. Where is it? Fey Wanderer? I don't really... Did you guys like the Fey Wanderer Ranger? I didn't think the Fey Wanderer Ranger was that good to warrant it being one of the 4, like, iconic... That's another thing. I feel like if you're only going to include 4 in here, they have to be, like, iconic things, right? Okay, so Beastmaster for the Ranger, Gloom Stalker for the Ranger, Hunter for the Ranger. Those are 3 iconic. But, like, Fey Wanderer? Does that really... It doesn't scream iconic to me. I would go... I don't know what I would pick, though, to be honest with you. Mercy Monk, I think, makes sense. You got your Shadow Monk, you got your Element Monk, you got your Martially Monk, and like the Plague Doctor Healy Monk. But Stars Druid is an odd choice. We have land, we have moon, we have sea. I guess it kind of fits thematically, right? Land, moon, sea, and stars. Like that fits in that aspect. But I love the Wildfire Druid. I would love to have that been the one that makes it in. I don't know. That seems like... Wildfire just seems more... I don't know, it just makes more sense to me. I don't know. All right, let's get back to the video. Come on.
Type of performance, and I'm excited for people to play with this
Can we get full
subclass as
screen
we
again,
have been
please?
doing
No?
at the office,
Okay. No, the
and
game
seeing
doesn't
what
wanna
it's
go full
like
screen.
to play a bard who is all about using their body to work their magic. And there are features in this subclass that allow this bard to be good at unarmed strikes, who can use their bardic
Spore
inspiration to
Druid would have
help
been a
other people
good
move
one.
with them. So you can almost imagine this bard doing like flash mobs, you know, like able to suddenly cause a whole group of people to move with them. Boost people's
Horizon
initiative,
Walker.
that
I
kind of
like the
thing.
Swarm
And
Druid,
again, it's an
or
example of
Swarm Ranger. I
exploring,
thought was cool with all the
a
bugs
fuller
and stuff.
artistic landscape for this class. that is
Horizon
all
Walker
about
seems to be the
arts and
winner.
performance.
When it comes to Cleric, as we previously mentioned, there have been some changes. We have Divine Order now, as well as some changes to Divine Intervention. Lots of divine things have been changed.
That's right. So the Cleric, was received very well in our previous playtest. And so really here we're focused on this class on doing fine-tuning. And so there are a variety of things that have been fine-tuned, not only in the class, but also in the subclasses. But I think two of the main things that we've done are with those divine features you mentioned. So Divine Order, a feature that in our previous Cleric playtest was called Holy Order, has moved from second level to first level. It was a really popular feature, and really the main thing that people wanted was to get it even sooner than second level. We've also, in the process of moving it to first level, we have essentially merged the previous Thaumaturge and Scholar options into a single option called Thaumaturge. So now in Divine Order, you decide whether to have the Protector option or the Thaumaturge option. This allows you right out of the gate with your Cleric to decide, am I going to be clad in heavy armor, or am I going to go in the Thaumaturge route, have an additional cantrip, and have a bonus to any of my intelligence religion checks equal to my wisdom modifier. So this is, in essence, a choice that was previously in 2014 built into individual subclasses, well, where it wasn't actually a choice, because in the 2014 version of these subclasses, you would have either heavy armor proficiency or an additional cantrip or the like given to you by your subclass. Now you get to choose which of those things you get in this Divine Order feature. And so this is an example of us taking something that previously you had no control over, and we're now letting you decide. Similar thing we do at a higher level in the class, where we take the potent spellcasting and divine strikes features that were previously built into subclasses, and they are now built into the core class. Now, Divine Intervention. The main playtest feedback we've gotten for a long time on Divine Intervention is for it to function in a way that is more reliable for the Cleric. Right. Anyone who has used the 2014 version of the feature knows there is not only a element of randomness in whether the Cleric's deity is even listening, but even if you're successful on your roll, there's sort of a Mother May I interaction with the DM on the form in which that intervention takes. People have really wanted the Cleric to be able to do something more reliable. So with that in mind, we have redesigned both Divine Intervention and Greater Divine Intervention to give the Cleric greater certainty. So Divine Intervention, what it allows the Cleric to do is choose any divine spell, a fifth level or lower, and cast it.
I get the
spell they do not have prepared. They do not have to provide.
I get the changes to Divine Intervention that were made. They make sense to me. I still like the old version better.
Material components for it. This means, for instance, a Cleric, and they cast it as an action. So this Divine Intervention could be, for instance, a Cleric casting Raise Dead, not needing a material component, and doing it in an action. So that is powerful Divine Intervention that we can give with no random roll and no...
So Gias would work. It does shorten it to an action. We just got confirmation there.
Sort of DM negotiation.
You've ruined the diamond market in the game. All these NPCs that have been selling diamonds, you've just destroyed their economy.
But again, you have to be a high-level Cleric to be able to do this. Greater Divine Intervention then turns up the volume on that of allowing the Cleric to essentially do what the Wish spell does, using the careful parameters set up in that spell. And we decided to use that spell as the framework for Greater Divine Intervention, precisely because it already has built in a framework that D&D fans understand on like what's reasonable for this magical swinging for the fences to actually accomplish. And so I think it's going to be a lot of fun for Clerics to now know the form that their Divine Intervention is going to take.
And that makes a lot of sense too. If you get wildly strange in your wish, even when it was just like for wizards, that can backfire on you. And now it kind of has like a different flavor. If you are asking this of your deity and you've gone a little far afield, maybe a little arrogant in your request, there might be some negative repercussions as well. Yeah, different theme. That's perfect. Anything else?
Again, a lot of really nice details in the Cleric subclasses. I'm excited for people to try out the new version of the Trickery Domain.
Way better.
So that,
Trickery, way better.
The duplicate that you create is far easier to use. You're now able to create it as a bonus action rather than as an action. Perfect. And I think the whole subclass works together more tightly.
That makes it better for combat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can pop that as bonus action, then make your attacking get that advantage.
And we've also done things like in the Light Domain, we combined two of the features so that you get a higher level function for your warding flare earlier, which then allowed us to create a brand new feature in the space opened up. So I encourage everyone to dig in, because you're going to find new features, improved features all over the place.
And again, the design notes kind of walk you through. This is why I really love, because rather than taking my 2014 rulebook and comparing it to this, you kind of outline, like, okay, this is what changed, this got merged. It's nice. It's like having director's commentary on the playtest.
Exactly. So. Yeah. Everyone, please don't go looking for the needle in the haystack. We let you know in those design notes which features are new and which features have changed.
So we've got Life Domain, we've got Light Domain, and we've got the Trickery Domain, my favorite Cleric.
Yes. We also have the War Domain.
We do have the War Domain in this.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we have 4. Every class has 4 subclasses, but in a few cases, the 4th subclass, we just point you to Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, where you can find the subclass to use with the playtest.
So we've obviously seen a lot of changes with the Druid. We're seeing more changes here with this playtest.
So
let's dive into that and the subclasses.
Hang on. So he said the other ones we just point you to Tasha's Cauldron to look at it. So do you think it means it's going to arrive more or less completely unchanged? That's kind of what it sounds like to me, or they just haven't gotten around to it yet.
So there is a lot to ingest and enjoy in this version of the Druid. So we took in all of the feedback from the previous Druid. You and I talked in another video about the direction we were likely to go in with the next Druid, and that Druid is here. So this Druid has new features, a new version of Wild Shape, entirely new subclass, another subclass, two other subclasses that are entirely redesigned. So the Druid has a lot of goodies here. That starts with a brand new feature called Primal Order at first level. This is akin to the Cleric's Divine Order, where now the Druid gets to decide if they want better armor at first level, or if they would like to lean more onto the magical side of their character. That armor choice becomes especially significant if you decide to play a Circle of the Moon Druid, because in the new Circle of the Moon Druid, you have the option when you're in Wild Shape to use either your AC or the beast's AC, whichever is higher. And so we wanted to build into the base class the ability for a Druid, whether they have the Circle of the Moon or one of the other subclasses, the ability to be more resilient if they decide to be in melee. In contrast, we also wanted other Druids, if they want to emphasize their nature spellcasting, to be able to choose that option in Primal Order that gives them an additional cantrip and also gives them a bonus on their their ability checks rather, that use the nature skill. We also have in the Druid a brand new feature called Elemental Fury, which allows the Druid to enhance either the damage of their cantrips or the damage of their melee attacks, including melee attacks in Wild Shape. And one of the things that we are exploring throughout this version of the Druid is fully supporting either the Wild Shape focused Druid or the spellcasting focused Druid. And so you're going to find throughout this version of the Druid, that is a recurring theme, that you get to decide as a Druid player what you want to focus on. That's why we also introduce in this version of the class a sort of limited ability to turn Wild Shape uses into spell slots and spell slots into Wild Shape uses. So that, again, let's say you're a spellcasting focused Druid and like, I don't need all these Wild Shape uses, you instead could create a spell slot. And we also give you ways to use your Wild Shape uses in your subclasses, other than Circle of the Moon, that are not about turning into a beast. This is a design theme we've been exploring for years in the Druid. It's something that you can see in the Druid subclasses in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, of using Wild Shape uses to do something other than turning into a beast. So there's a whole lot more of that here. Wild Shape has been redesigned. Looking at the playtest feedback, it was clear that even though many people loved the new version of the Druid that appeared in the previous Druid playtest, there were more people who wanted the version of Wild Shape that they had in 2014. So what we've done is we've taken the 2014 version of Wild Shape and we've refined it. The main refinements are, one, you no longer get hit points from the forms that you turn into, because as we've discussed before, getting all those extra hit points ended up causing the Druid, especially at high level, to have a resilience that the rest of the game's math didn't know what to do with. The Druid was really overtuned. But fear not, the Circle of the Moon, though, in this new version, does get temporary hit points when they turn into a Wild Shape.
Fantastic change,
now,
Jeremy. I like
what
it.
all Druids now get, though, even though they're not getting hit points from the forms, is we have removed the detail from 2014 that caused you to be knocked out of a Wild Shape form after taking an amount of damage equal to the creature's hit points. What this means is you can now stay in your Wild Shape form until the Druid, drop to 0 hit points. And this is going to allow Druids, in many cases, to stay in Wild Shape form longer than they ever could in the 2014 version, except for, again, some high-level cases where they were getting so many extra hit points. This is a case of, I think, a really nice balance being struck of, sure, you're not going to have sort of a runaway amount of hit points anymore, but you will often be able to stay in Wild Shape longer than you ever could before. We've also made it so that turning into your beast form with Wild Shape is now a bonus action for all Druids, not just Circle of the Moon. This is going to make it so that Wild Shape has a tactical utility for all Druids. You might even be a spellcasting focused Druid, but because Wild Shape is now a bonus action, you might decide that in the middle of a fight, if you're high enough level to turn into a flying beast, oh, I'm going to quickly turn into a flying beast, get to the other side of that chasm, turn back into a Druid and cast a spell from over there. So we're finding in our playtests that just that change of making Wild Shape a bonus action for all Druids really opens up the tactical landscape for the class in a really fun way. We've also made it so that Druids can continue now to talk in Wild Shape form. So there are a number of really nice enhancements to the 2014 Wild Shape that appears here. Finally, because we do want to control how many beast forms are available to a Druid, rather than the DM having to face a Druid who could turn into any CR appropriate beast that has appeared anywhere in the game, a Druid is now required to essentially prepare a number of beast forms each day. So the number you can prepare, sort of like a number of spells, will increase as you go up in level. It starts at 3. So when you start out, you will have 3 forms that you can prepare. Every time you finish a long rest, you can change that list. What this allows a group to do is to know what the Druid can turn into, and also, most especially, the DM to know what the Druid can turn into. This will also be a godsend for Druid players because it means that you can prep your stat blocks that you can turn into in advance, rather than having that sort of looming idea that at any moment, oh, do I need to dive into
I think it's a clean solution
quickly find the stat block that's
to give you a limited number of prepared stat blocks.
You're going to have your forms that
as opposed to the whole list or just a generic stat block. This is a very clean way to go about it.
Yes, but wait, there's more. We did a lot on the Druid. So Circle of the Moon and Circle of the Land both appear here, along with the Circle of the Sea. The fourth subclass for the Druid is the Circle of the Stars, and for that we say just go to Tasha's, and you can find the subclass there. Circle of the Land and Circle of the Moon have received so many enhancements. They're
Good
almost new
changes.
subclasses. So Circle of the Land, for instance, you now pick from a list of 4 land types each day, and you get the spells associated with that.
Right.
This is a huge change from 2014, where you chose a list of spells when you chose the subclass, and then that was your list forever. Now every day, the Circle of the Land
I
will
know
tune to
that.
a different land type and get a list of spells associated.
I know that it's already stars. I would have put 5 options, but YouTube's poll system limits you to 4 things, and I figured I'd see which people wanted to see outside of just stars because, yeah.
With it. There are some other really fun new things here. The Circle of the Land is a new way to use Wild Shape, where they can burn use of Wild Shape to create a burst of sort of magical foliage and thorns in an area that can damage foes and heal a friend. The Healing Blossoms option that was in the previous Druid is not in the core Druid now. We essentially took it and moved it into the Circle of the Land and then combined it also with the ability to damage some people in that area. Circle of the Land also is now going to be able to sort of call up a nature sanctuary in an area that provides protection to the Druid's allies in that area. Circle of the Moon, one of the big pieces of feedback we received in the last UA, as well as to the 2014 version of it, is people wanting the theme to be clearer. Circle of the Moon, lunar. And so what we've done is we have made that lunar theme a through line in this new version of the subclass. So
I liked what they did.
When you're in beast form, you can call
I
down
really
moonbeams,
haven't had
for instance.
interest in
have,
playing a druid.
made it so that you
I'm
can
very
change your
interested in
beast form's
trying one
damage
out
to
now.
radiant damage as you
Really,
strike,
any of them,
people
any
with
of the druids
magic
sound
of the
interesting to
moon.
me now.
We've also made it that in addition to you being able to get more temporary hit points as you go up in level when you turn into your beast forms, we've made it so you'll eventually be able to give flight to any of your beast forms, even if they don't have it. As you turn into this sort of lunar animal, the moon wolf, or
when does that happen? When do I get to be Batwolf?
well, you don't even have to sprout wings because again, you are surrounded by the magic of the moon.
Right.
And then on top of that, we have a brand new subclass here, the Circle of the Sea. We've realized that over the years, as we've released different subclasses for this class focused on nature, we had a big gap, and that is oceans.
Oceans,
and so we
that makes sense.
Designing the Circle of the Sea, which not only deals with some of the things you'd expect, water, being able to breathe underwater, swimming, that kind of thing, but also we've incorporated elements of storms because so often, storms rumble over the sea, and so this is a druid of the oceans and thunder, and I think is going to be a lot of fun.
I don't think the moon druid that we have is too good in this. I think it's a big nerf to the previous one, and I think that's a good change.
And my other fire damaging spells, so tactically it makes more sense. But you can move it to the thing that you're on.
Yes,
I like that a lot.
Yeah, and Circle of the Land is very much now quintessential nature magician, and that was the lens that we looked through as we refined that subclass.
So we've got the monk. We've got some pretty significant changes to the monk. Let's deal with this. I know a lot of people have been asking this whole time, where's the monk? Where's the monk? So let's talk about it.
So the monk has been in our internal playtesting for quite a while now, and one of our main goals with the monk is to get its output right, because we have been concerned for a number of years that the monk's damage output has not been where it should be relative to other classes. And so to me, one of the main things about the monk is that your martial arts die progression has all moved up 1 die. And so rather than starting at a D4, you now start at a D6, and it goes.
Do you guys still feel like the monk's damage progression is still good, though? They don't really have like a good way to juice their damage up beyond just martial arts having a slight uptick in the damage from a D6 or a D4 to a D6. I don't know. I mean, the non-perma stun, like you had shutdown as kind of like CC was kind of your thing as opposed to straight up damage. So like ways to increase your damage were always useful, but I don't feel like, I don't know.
Goes all the way up to a D12. So in a way, we could just say that, and that's enough for exciting changes for this class, because monks now are really going to be able to punch at the weight that they should have been all along. But of course, we've done more. We have brand new features in this class. The monk now gets weapon mastery. So in addition to their enhanced unarmed combat, monks also now get to play around with the fun options in weapon mastery and get to then explore some amazing tactical combos when you start thinking about combining certain weapon mastery properties with then also certain features in monk subclasses as well as in the base class. We also have a new feature in the monk called Deflect Energy. This is an often requested thing in the class. So in the past, of course, monks could deflect like arrows, catch them, throw them back, that kind of thing. Well, at high level now, the monk can go even further, and like that firebolt that comes in, that monk can bat that firebolt away, and super fun, super cinematic, and really leans into the monk having this sort of fine control, not only of themselves, but of the battlefield around them. And that fine control is a theme here. It's why we now call their main resource discipline points, because monks are all about this self-discipline that allows them to pull off these sometimes supernatural effects. And
the first time I get to grab a magic missile out of the air or Eldritch Blast and I'm not just going to deflect it. I'm going to like theme it that I just like throw it back. Like I hold on to it for a second, look at it, and then toss it back at someone. I'm going to laugh.
So I hate to break it to you.
No, I was wondering about Magic Missile.
It's not going to work with Magic
Oh,
Missile.
come on. Like one of them.
No.
Because there are multiple are hitting you at once.
No,
There's no
it's
attack
because Magic Missile is that
Doesn't
special
attack,
thing in
Todd.
the game.
But always hits.
For the monk to deflect something, it has to be an attack roll that hits you. And Magic Missile, part of its core identity is that it bypasses such things.
Miss
That's why Magic
100%
Missile is
of
so
the
iconic.
magic missiles you
I
don't
like that you're
cast.
grabbing Eldritch Blast and throwing it back at a Warlock. That's hilarious. There's other stuff for the monk.
Yes, in addition to a lot of fine-tuning in the core class, we have completely redesigned the subclass that was formerly known as the Way of the Four Elements.
Yeah.
So that subclass was the lowest rated subclass in the 2014 Player's Handbook.
Shocker.
And looking at the feedback that we've received over the years on it and sort of faced with, do we simply refine it or completely go back to the drawing board? We completely went back to the drawing board. And so what you see here is a subclass that is able to use their discipline points in a way that I think is going to be super satisfying as they create explosions of elemental power on the battlefield, are able to power up their unarmed strikes with elemental energy.
Extend the reach.
Yeah, they're able to extend their reach. Many of the capabilities that in 2014 were embedded in some of the spell options, what we've done instead is taken those, moved them into the subclass itself, and allowed you to get
I think
a lot of the
Kensei
same
would have been a
feel,
better
but
call,
without
maybe.
looping
Kensei would be a
through
good
spells,
monk.
and also without spending such a punishing number
I
of
forgot about
points, because
Astral
in
Self. That was a
2014,
good one.
spellcasting, one of the reasons why it was unpopular is the options were simply too expensive. And so the monk was often running out of their points super fast and then felt like they were then reduced to just punching or hitting somebody with a weapon, while other monks were able to keep going longer with some of their subclass distinctive capabilities. So now, the Way of the Four Elements, now called Warrior of the Elements, is now able to essentially stand side by side with other monk subclasses rather, and be just as potent as they are.
We also have a variety of subclasses in here. We've got Warrior of the Shadow.
Yes, we have Warrior of Shadow and also Warrior of the Hand. And then the fourth subclass is Warrior of Mercy. And for that, you just go to Tasha's and use the Way of Mercy that is there. Now, of course, in the 2024 book, any subclass that we're currently just pointing you to a book for will appear in the Player's Handbook.
So Warrior of Shadow has been more refined. Like you can move the darkness around the
Oh.
battlefield.
Yes,
Tactical.
that is a
So it sounds like, based on that conversation, if we're saying go to that book, they're just literally going to copy and paste. They're not going to change it. That's what I heard just then, which is a little disappointing if that's truly what happens. You're not going to take the opportunity to change it at all?
a big change in Warrior of Shadow, and that is you're able to create darkness as you could in 2014, but now you can move that darkness and you can see in it.
Yes.
So that combination of things is fantastic. We've also lessened the subclass's reliance on spells, and it gets more of the capabilities that before came through spells just directly through its features.
That is, it's like it's a very simple change that changes the battlefield quite significantly.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have got the Paladin as well, and a variety of subclasses. What has changed in this playtest?
So the Paladin in the previous playtest was very well received. People liked it. So what we're doing here is refinement and taking things that people liked and responding to the feedback and seeing if we can make those things even more fun. So one thing the Paladin gets that's new that wasn't in the previous playtest is weapon mastery.
Right.
So now, just like their fighter friends, they will be able to swim around in the weapon mastery pool. We also have listened to feedback that people would like to be able to interweave Lay on Hands more with their other features, and so Lay on Hands is now a bonus action instead of an action, meaning you can reach out, heal somebody, and still attack on the same turn.
Perfect.
We also have a revised version of the Fine Steed spell. This is now a Paladin exclusive spell, and it now takes only an action to cast it. One of the things we could do by making it Paladin exclusive is also allow Paladins to get their Divine Steed onto the battlefield faster than ever before. We also have further revised all of the Smite spells in response to feedback previously, and we now give the Paladin all but 2 of the Smite spells as a part of the Paladin Smite feature. So we've renamed the Divine Smite feature to Paladin Smite, and that Smite feature now gives you, as you level up, different Smite spells, and you always now have them prepared. We also have, looking at the feedback of people wishing the sort of Smite family effects worked in a more consistent way, we are testing in this playtest a version of Divine Smite that is itself a spell. Functionally, Divine Smite has always basically been a spell.
Yeah.
It was just printed out in the class feature.
So I see a comment. I agree. Deflect attacks makes sense to me. I think it would add a ton of survivability to the monk if the monk could deflect melee attacks as well. You still wouldn't be able to do anything with like AoEs and saving throws, but I think it would be really cool like if someone's coming in with like a big like sword slice and you're just like push it out of the way, you know, move the attack out of the way, that kind of a thing. I think that would be really cool. I think it'd add a ton of survivability to the monk. And I don't think it's that broken. Maybe it is. I don't know. But yeah. Also, they're saying here in the feedback, people are saying, again, all of this is playtest too, folks, right? Consider that theoretically anything you see here is subject to change. So when it's survey time, make your opinions known.
To create what people have desired, this sense of the Smite effects all being a part of sort of a cohesive family of effects, we've now brought Divine Smite into that family fully by making it a
Artificer
spell,
won't
and then
be in it.
also
We know
tweaking
that.
all of the spells, so you now have this really fun menu of Smite options. In the process of turning Divine Smite into a spell, we've also brought back there being extra damage to fiends and undead, which is something people requested. Also, a part of Paladin Smite is that each day, the Paladin will be able to cast one of those Smite spells without expending a spell slot. In the previous playtest, we put the free casting into each of the subclasses in their Oath spells feature. What we've done here is we've now instead moved that free casting into the Paladin Smite feature. The reason we've done that is we put the free casting and Oath spells because Paladins use so many of their spell slots on Smites. And we realized rather than putting this feature in every subclass, we could just put it once in the base class and put it right there in Paladin Smite. And I think people are really going to enjoy now feeling like they have meaningful Smite options when they look at each of these Smite spells that they get as they level up as a Paladin. Part of this change has also been that all of the Smite spells, except for two, Searing Smite and Wrathful Smite, are now Paladin exclusive. They do not appear on the Divine spell list. Some of the feedback we got was that people were uncomfortable with Clerics being able to smite just as well and eventually even better than Paladins. And we listened to that feedback, and so now there are only two Smite spells on the Divine list, that's Searing Smite and Wrathful Smite. All of the others belong just to the Paladin, and they are acquired with this Paladin Smite feature.
Perfect. And what are the subclasses we're taking a look at?
The Paladin has Oath of Devotion, Oath of the Ancients.
I don't know if
Oath
it's
of
just
Vengeance,
you guys, but
along
like
with
my brain has normalized this
each of those subclasses
1.75
has
times
seen
speed.
a number of refinements.
So like
And
it just
because
sounds
we have
normal to me
moved
now.
the subclass progression back to its 2014 form, that means the Paladin's capstone subclass features have all now returned to 20th level, which means we've been able to restore their gobsmacking power because they're once again 20th level features.
Right, perfect. All right.
So the Ranger in our previous playtest was super popular. So our goal in this version is to protect what was popular and then fine-tune some things to hopefully make what is now a beloved class.
Right.
We've talked about it being our most improved. We want to keep that momentum going. So the main changes here is we have replaced at low level the expertise feature that we had in the previous playtest with a feature called Deft Explorer. It's a nod to a feature that we introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. And in this feature, it includes
Yes,
expertise,
Counterspell will
but
take
then
out
also,
Divine Smite now.
some of the terrain choice that people enjoyed from the 2014 Ranger. It's been framed in a new way, so it can be more broadly applicable. But people did want a little bit of that in-world flavor restored, and we were glad to do it. The Ranger also now gets Weapon Mastery, and we'll get to enjoy trying out Weapon Mastery properties, whether they're an up-close
Smite's can
dual-wielding
crit.
Ranger, a far-off Ranger, or something in between. And we've also built into the class the acquisition of the Conjure Barrage spell. It is now a Ranger-exclusive spell that explicitly works with melee weapons as well as ranged weapons, and has had its damage increased. And so it's essentially a new spell. I think Rangers are going to have a lot of fun using it to essentially spray magical blades or arrows or whatever their weapon of choice is across the battlefield. We also have tweaked Hunter's Mark to make it not only Ranger exclusive, but also if you cast it with higher level slots, its damage now goes up. Hunter's Mark, though, also now has its damage limited to only once per turn. We've known for quite some time that Hunter's Mark, if its extra damage is exploited too many times on a turn, actually causes it to be more powerful than it should be for a first level spell. We made a similar change to the Hex spell in the previous Unearthed Arcana, where again that extra damage needs to be activated no more than once per turn. But then that's also why in both spells we've made it so that that damage goes up if you invest a higher level spell slot in the casting. We also have in the Ranger a entirely new version of the Beastmaster. And a big piece of this was previewed in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, where we introduced alternative versions of the Beast Companions. Well, now we've unveiled what the whole subclass looks like, incorporating those primal beasts into the subclass itself.
We've got the Gloom Stalker.
Yes, the Gloom Stalker, which originally was in Xanathar's Guide to Everything, has emerged from the darkness into this playtest with a number of really fun enhancements. So people are going to see a new version of a Xanathar's Guide subclass here and get to try it out. And we've also made some changes to the Hunter subclass, which appeared in the previous playtest. The main feedback we got on the new version of the Hunter was that people wanted to see some of the feature options return that appeared in 2014. So we have happily brought those back.
Better than it
was. What we've done is then focus on the
Still kind of boring.
One of the reasons
Better
why
than
in
it
the previous
was.
playtest we experimented with removing the options is that we knew some of the options in the 2014 Hunter were suboptimal and were essentially traps. Well, now rather than getting rid of the options and just including what
Interesting to hear them actually refer to some of the subclass options as traps, because it's absolutely true, but interesting to hear it come from the creators.
we thought was the best option in sort of the broader context of the subclass, we've brought back the ability for you to choose among a menu of options but what we've done is preserve only the good ones and have now also let you even double up on some of the options that used to be mutually exclusive. So there used to be like there would be 3 options and you could only pick one of them. We've now given the hunter the ability at a higher level to go back to that submenu and pick another one. So what we have found in our playtest is this now makes the hunter even juicier than before, and I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Rogues. Oh man.
So the rogue in this playtest,
So
I'm
good.
super excited
Oh my
about.
God.
This is the class most recently in our internal playtest that I have been playing a lot myself, and the base class gets a number of new tasty options.
Yes, they do.
Starting with Weapon Mastery, Rogues too now are going to get to play with Weapon Mastery, and I can now say that when we designed Weapon Mastery, several of the mastery properties, and I'm thinking here of ones like Nick, were designed basically with the rogue in mind. So I'm so glad now to be able to send out to the world the version of the rogue with the weapon mastery options that were basically designed for the rogue.
For those watching at home, Nick is a property of, say, having a dagger.
Yep.
That allows you to attack with a dagger and then also follow up with an extra attack.
Yep. Yeah, you get that little nice freebie attack.
So stabby for rogues.
Yes.
Now that they can use that weapon mastery.
We have also imported into the class a popular feature that we introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Steady Aim.
Right.
And so now all rogues will have Steady Aim as an option. It's a way to help ensure that you're going to have advantage on your next attack. And then the thing I'm most excited about that is the result of us restoring the 2014 subclass progression is we reopened, there was sort of a gap in the rogues level progression in 2014 between its subclass levels, and it sort of had this kind of dry spell in between. Well, that ended up being super fertile ground for us as we've been refining the rogue to create a new feature called Cunning Strike. This feature has been so fun in playtesting because what it now allows the rogue to do is whenever the rogue hits with their sneak attack, the rogue has the option of trading one or more of their sneak attack dice in for a special effect instead of damage.
Right.
So for instance, you could forego 1d6.
Guys, I'm so excited for my playtest rogue. I'm gonna text my group and be like, yo, for real though, can we get our shit together and play? Because my stats are so good. And now I have access to weapon mastery and all this crap. I'm gonna it's gonna be so good. My DM's, she's not gonna be prepared. I'll pull up my ranger after this.
6 of your sneak attack's damage to knock someone prone or to poison them, and so on and so forth. And it in play has been fantastic because there are times where, sure, dealing as much damage as possible is what you want, and you can still do that. But then there are other times where it's far more advantageous to use your sneak attack to knock a person down, along with still dealing a juicy amount of damage, or to disarm them, because that's also one of the options, or to move as a part of your sneak attack.
Yes.
And then at higher level in the class, we now introduce even more of these Cunning Strike options in a feature called Devious Strikes, where then you also are able to forego multiple dice to do things like instantly knocking somebody out, non-lethally. Like, well, I just bam, they're down. And there are several other options like that that really alter the tactical landscape for this class in all sorts of exciting ways.
And then on top of that, with weapon mastery, you've just got a lot of fun features to play with. It just makes it, like, again, more tactical. Like, if you really want to do a deep dive into like all the little things you can do, there's so much to do.
Yeah,
it's really exciting.
Yeah,
and the poison condition right now, how is it in playtest? It's the same one that we saw in 2014.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. And that poison theme is something that people will also see in the revised assassin that appears in this playtest. The assassin in 2014 got proficiency with the poisoner's kit, but really didn't have anything in the subclass that did anything with that. So we've now rectified that the assassin now has the ability to administer some potent poison. But more excitingly for the assassin is we have now removed the reliance of their sort of banner assassinate feature on the surprise state. So it no longer requires somebody to be surprised for the assassin to pull this off. The assassin still needs to act before that person, but they needn't be surprised. And we've also made it so that assassins now have advantage on initiative rolls. So it's going to be much easier for assassons to act before other people on the battlefield.
Then there's like good combat synergy.
So hang on, I want to take a second. We're going to come back to this. We're almost done with this video. But there's a lot of discourse may be a little harsh of a word, in the chat about rangers and the concept of me saying that they need to have the pets and blah, blah, blah. And people are saying Aragorn doesn't have a pet. I love Drizzt, blah, blah, blah. I could point you to several stat blocks of Drizzt, officially WotC created stat blocks that show that he's a fighter. And honestly, Aragorn is a fighter too, in my opinion. Yeah, I know they call him a ranger of the North, blah, blah, blah. I know. But ultimately, I mean, hell, well, that's another story. But I feel like they're both fighters, just with skills that tie them to the world of nature, right? Good survival skills, maybe a feat that's associated with terrain of some kind. But the ranger, especially this ranger, you know what? That was one of the options that was nice about 3.5. You had the spell-less ranger, where you could ditch all your spells and just be better at stuff. And like that's also one of the great things about even though that ranger was different anyway, but like 3/5, you could give up your animal companion in favor of some other feature. There are a lot of things you could do to replace that. But honestly, 9 times out of 10, most of the things that are like rangers in pop culture at this point are just a fighter with some skills, maybe cross-class with some rogue for some stuff, like the scout rogue mixed with fighter. But honestly, Baldur's Gate 3 has a really good handle. Like if you want to go in that route, like you can get an animal companion at early on with like Find Familiar. They have a couple of options, and it's done like way better than WotC. And like it's funny because they have to license that, which I always thought was weird. But let's see. Battlemaster, people are bringing up Battlemaster. Yeah, Battlemaster could do a lot of the cool stuff. I thought this was really interesting. Why doesn't the ranger just get basic warlock options, blades, spells, or animals, and instead of base it around nature? That's actually a really interesting concept, to basically use the ranger or the warlock shell and just make it nature based for the warlock shell, but make it nature based for the ranger is a really interesting concept. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, a lot of people are gonna go, like, you know, people are saying, "I'll tell them Volo is a wizard and not a bard." Listen, I will stand by with the conception, at least how he's portrayed in the movies. I'd say you could honestly make the argument that Gandalf is more of a fighter than he is a wizard if you look at the movie portrayal alone. Maybe like a couple of feats. He's got like a flashlight and a couple of like a shield spell, but for the most part, he just fights with a sword and a stick. But again, we're talking movie portrayal rather than book portrayal. But either way, but yeah, you know what? To Joe Russell, it's because he's Dunedain. You're not wrong, right? A lot of that's inborn abilities, Aragorn stuff, like nature abilities, that could all be tied to like whatever you would have the Dunedain race be, you know, almost like half elf, you know, in some ways. Not obviously not, but you get my point, like the way the versatility and aspects of different things, focusing on things. This is not a Lord of the Rings like podcast web video series, but like to my point, the argument that ranger can't have an animal companion, my argument would be, if the animal companion was the base feature of ranger, you could still play the thing you want to play just by replicating it with something like a fighter. And who knows, right? If they make a naturey, that's a thing, right? We could probably, if I had the time, sit down right now, maybe we'll do it later, tomorrow, I don't know, and build a nature subclass for the fighter, and there it is, right? Like that's it. We call it like the forest warden, right? And then that's the nature, right, fighter subclass. And we did the thing. Now we have it. There's your Aragorn. You don't even have to touch the ranger at all. Which honestly sounds like a really good idea, so we might end up doing that at some point. Well, let's finish up the video.
You choose something like the alert feat, the trade initiative, that kind of thing.
Yep.
It starts getting really nasty on top of everything else. I like that you're pushing the poisoned feature that exists with sneak attack just for the base rogue even further with the assassin. You're kind of you're bringing the fantasy to the assassin finally. Yeah.
And that is a theme for us in a lot of the work we've been doing with subclasses, is how can we really bring the fantasy of that subclass to life. We did the same thing in the recent revisions to the Thief. So what we did is we took the Thief that was in the previous playtest and turned up the volume on some of the features. So in addition to bringing back the Thief's ability to take the use an object action as a bonus action, we've gone further. We've now made it so that the Thief can take the magic action to activate magic items as a bonus action.
Yes.
And so that now means the Thief is going to be able to quaff potions as a bonus action, and use other magic item properties that normally take an action. The Thief can activate them as a bonus action.
So if you've got something that can shoot a fireball.
Yeah. Perfect. And the Thief has some other option that builds on Cunning Strike to forgo a die of damage when you make a sneak attack while you're hidden, to stay hidden.
Yes.
So the thief who has is perched somewhere can, if they're willing to have their sneak attack deal just a little less damage, can ensure that they stay unrevealed.
We've got the Arcane Trickster, which is one of my favorite subclasses of all time for a variety of reasons. The thing that excites me the most with this is using Mage Hand with the Disarm.
Yes.
Allowing you to knock an object out of someone's hands potentially from at range.
So yes, the Arcane Trickster just as the other subclasses can now play around with the new Cunning Strike feature in the base class. The Arcane Trickster does this by being able to use the trip and disarm options of Cunning Strike on someone other than the target of your sneak attack. Let's say you're attacking this creature over here, but your mage hand is near the creature over there. When you strike that creature...
Right. I think we're done with this video. So a couple of things. I see some more conversations. I mean, so you look at the 3rd edition stat block for Drizzt, for example, the official stat block, because there is one. He's like 12 levels of fighter, 1 level of barbarian, and like 2 levels of ranger. You look at the 5th edition stat block that Chris Perkins made to use for Drizzt. He's a 10th or 12th level fighter. No ranger at all. You know, there's all this kind of stuff, right? So not that I'm saying, and also rangers throughout editions are very different than kind of where we've landed here. I mean, Drizzt's entire time in Menzo Baronzone was a fighter, right? And yeah, you know, he traded with Montolio and that whole thing, but like, it's still mostly just fighter training, but in the woods. Somebody said just put Beastmaster in the fighter and get rid of the ranger entirely. You're honestly not that far off, realistically. Just make a Beastmaster fighter and then just cut ranger loose, and you're probably realistically pretty damn close to getting to where it needs to be. But it's funny, a lot of people, my very first campaign in 5e, a lot of people thought I was playing a ranger, because I was playing an Oath of the Ancients. I was an Outlander background half-elf, Oath of the Ancients, and I just played up how much my character was about, like, the forest. And because I was a half-elf with the Outlander background, I had so many skill proficiencies in things like survival and nature and stuff like that as a paladin. People thought, like, my other characters at the table thought I was playing a ranger. And I had Fine Steed, and my DM let me choose a brown bear as opposed to, like, a horse. So they just thought that I was a ranger. And it took them, it was probably about the 7th session before they actually paid attention enough to realize that I was smiting stuff and that I was a paladin, because they thought I was a ranger. Which, like, to my point, like, you can just do that. And I made a video a long time ago about, like, comboing Scout Rogue and Battlemaster Fighter, or a couple of different options to make like a really good ranger type that'll have better proficiencies in all of the nature-based things than a traditional ranger would. But there was, for some of the people mentioned like spellless ranger. You guys remember? I've made a video on it. It's an old video. But do you guys remember that there was a spellless ranger for 5e? I don't feel like a lot of people remember that. Like they made it was a very, very early Unearthed Arcana, where they were toying around with the concept of removing spells from the ranger as like an option to show you what you could do to replicate things. And I feel like most people don't. Maybe I should make another video on that again, because people forgot that it exists, you know? Samurai Fighter is a ranger, pretty much, yeah. So I'm going to use my example I often use, because I spent so much time in like Guild Wars and the Guild Wars 2 era and like playing those games and like all the podcasts and shit that I did with that. People are saying, honestly, just remove the ranger. One of the things that I think that ArenaNet did with Guild Wars that was done so well is they wouldn't make new classes in the game unless it did something unique. And that was always their big impetus behind, like, it took them like 5 years or so, maybe even more than that, to add a new class to the game. And the reason why is what they said was, is there some, like, what would be unique to that class that isn't replicated in any of our other classes? Now, their classes are a little bit different, right, than obviously what we have here in D&D. You have, like, the warrior, they do have a ranger, you have the thief, you have the engineer, which is, like, your artificer type. You've got a guardian, which is more like your cleric paladin type. You've got your elementalist, which is more of like your elemental fiery, fire, water, earth magic. You have your mesmer, which is more of your illusionist magic. You have your Necromancer, which is more obviously your necromancy style magic. And there's maybe one that I'm missing. Maybe not. I don't remember. So let's say that that's all of them, right? Whatever it is. It took them a long time because they're like, well, you're like, oh, well, what about this? And they're like, well, isn't that kind of just a function of this class? And if we just give this class access to that weapon, doesn't it just replicate what you're trying to do? And there was a lot of that discussion. And I kind of feel like that with 5e and in an inverse conversation with the Ranger. We have the Ranger currently, but what can the Ranger that we have do that's so different from any of the other classes and subclasses that makes it worth doing that specifically and not just taking a skill proficiency in something else? And that's my point, where I think, and maybe Animal Companion. So I will listen to you, Animal Companion, the people who don't like it, right? 100% agreed. Maybe you don't like the concept of the Animal Companion. Fine. But the Ranger, to me, needs something unique to make it different. What's better than, like, you know, I can wear a green cloak and take proficiency, take the skilled feat and take nature, animal handling, and survival. I wear a green cloak and leather armor on a bow-based ranger, or bow-based fighter, rather. And what makes me different than the Ranger? What is it doing different than I am? And outside of, like, simple mechanical things like having advantage on survival checks, okay, that's whatever. It needs something specific, something unique to it, I think, personally. And if it has that, then that is what allows it to stand alone. I mean, you can kind of do the same thing with what we have, right? You have the Barbarian. It's the ragey, unarmed, heavy-hitting, you know, melee fighter, right? That's an archetype of a kind of a thing. It's got rage. It's its unique mechanic. You've got the Cleric. It's the healing, god-based magic user. You've got the Bard. They're the entertainer, the illusionist, the jack-of-all-trades magic user. The Druid, the force of nature, you know, primal magic user. You've got the Fighter. They're the weapon specialist, especially now, right? That's good at using a variety of different weapons and armor. You've got the Monk. They're sort of the unarmed martial art fighting specialist. The Paladin is the devoted champion physical fighter version of the Cleric, which you could also make the argument, and I wouldn't disagree, that you could combine those two, right? You've got the Rogue, your sneaky, thiefy type. You've got the Sorcerer, your raw, unbridled magic gained from chaos. The Wizard, your magic gained from discipline and study. I'd also argue you could probably ditch the Warlock too, but we'll throw the Warlock, the sort of red-headed stepchild, separate one who makes shady deals to gain power to improve themselves. Even the Artificer, your technology, innovative tinkerer type. And then the Ranger should be your unique forest-based nature fighter type. But again, to the same point with the Paladin, you could combine the Paladin and the Cleric in theory, and the same thing with combining the Druid and the Ranger. But Paladin has the concept of these, like, now we're diving away from conceptualized to mechanically. Paladin has the auras, Paladin has the smiting, Paladin has fine steed. That stuff separates it out from other things. The Ranger has a couple of unique spells, you know, and like advantage on survival checks, I guess. Especially now, like, favorite enemy is just casting Hunter's Mark. So they have access to one unique spell, a couple unique spells now with Conjure Volley, Conjure Barrage. I don't know. Sorry, that was a little bit of a diatribe there. Some people said a Ranger is more of a mindset than a class. That argument could be made. Yes, the spellless Ranger Unearthed Arcana was bad. I'm not saying it was good. It was bad. But you get my point. I would also, Ritualist was also I love the Ritualist in Guild Wars 1. But yeah, I hear you. So, okay, how about this? So somebody said the animal companion should be different with every class. What about like some concept? It like this is not the right term, but let's go with it, right? Call it primal companion, let's say, right? We'll call it that. For the Beastmaster, maybe it's got to have some sort of base thing that it does. And like the Beastmaster, it morphs and shifts into a large combat-ready creature, right? But then, like, what if you had like some sort of fightery type that you guys keep harping on, the Aragorn type, and the primal companion like takes the form of? It's almost like this is where the warlock conversation works better. I was gonna say where like takes the form of some kind of like sentient weapon, but that's like a hexblade or a pact of the blade. So really, warlock is kind of a good idea, to be honest. The more I think about it. Um, Trapper could be interesting. The concept of traps don't really exist in 5e, like someone who sets traps or builds things like that. So that, but you also can make the argument that a trapper might be an artificer, right? Like that sounds like a master trapper subclass kind of a thing. But see, if you're saying Hunter's Mark is the identity for the class, would you say that Hex is the identity for the Warlock? Because I wouldn't. I'd say Eldritch Blast is more than Hex. Yes, I am still going. I have not stopped yet. Yeah, you know what? If exploration was better handled in a lot of ways, then perhaps the Ranger could handle it better. And it's funny that you guys bring this up because there's actually, I was talking about how the Ranger in Guild Wars is the pet class. There was actually a subclass called the Druid, where they get rid of the pet and it becomes like a more of a caster type, which I thought was an interesting. So it's like a same kind of a thing, which is pretty funny actually. Hmm. Yeah, it's tricky, right? We talked about it, a primal version of an Eldritch Knight. I mean, that's honestly what you could do, honestly. You could just take the Eldritch Knight class that exists and just call it like the Forest Warden and take the exact concept of the Eldritch Knight, more or less, and just shift it to cover with the primal spell list as opposed to the arcane spell list and give it a little bit more foresty stuff. And that's a very simple way to just all of a sudden, here you go. Now you have this new forest version of it. That's a simple way to do it. And there's your new ranger kind of a thing. No, Bluey season 3 is awesome. Also, I started watching it's a little bittersweet. I mean, also the Witcher storyline is kind of all over the place, but I started watching season 3 of The Witcher this morning. But yeah, it's tricky, guys. It really is. I would love. We could do a very easy primal Eldritch Knight. Very easy to do that. We could also try to make more of a foresty ranger, a foresty fighter. That would be pretty easy to do. Again, can't be enough said to say to take a look at Baldur's Gate 3's Ranger. It's pretty good. Also, there's some stuff I wanted to talk about this. There's some Baldur's Gate 3 news came out today. Okay. Keep digging, detectives. Get ready for the panel from hell. We're told surprises await you July 7th. In the meantime, it's time to talk about Baldur's Gate 3. New origin and companion characters, the official level cap, new difficulty settings, and much, much more. This is pretty interesting. It's been a game in development for 6 years. We were 120 people, now we're 400. There's a lot more where that came from. Let's get into a little bit of detail. You can expect to see in the Panel from Hell showcase just in time for the release of the game on August 3rd for PC. It's coming out on August 3rd? I thought it was like the end of August. August 3rd on PC. Okay. Damn. This means the PC version of Baldur's Gate 3 will release at a time where you have more time to play it. PlayStation 5 will be released roughly a week later than originally scheduled, August 31st. New level cap. Unleash your full potential at level 12. While you originally planned for level 10 to be the highest character level in the game, too many rad high-level spells have been left out of reach, so Baldur's Gate 3 will be able to reach level 12, unlocking Planar Allies, Otto's Irresistible Dance, and Chain Lightning. As human, if you want, but no means necessary, Baldur's Gate 3 features 11 races with 31 sub-races, and we can now reveal Dragonborn and Half-Orcs will round out our list of races that will be playable at launch. Very cool. Dragonborn options: black, blue, brass, copper, gold, green, red, silver, and white. Okay. So half-orcs. A smaller addition to the lineup, but no less significant. Dwergar coming to Baldur's Gate 3. The third dwarf subrace will be playable at launch. Cool. Well, here's a look. Human, Githyanki, half-orc, dwarf. We've got 3 options. High elf 2, drow 2, tiefling 3. 2 halflings, 3 half-elves, 3 gnomes, and then all the dragonborn. Zen and the Art of Punching, monk class revealed. I can't wait to see how much better Baldur's Gate 3 does the monk compared to Wizards of the Coast. Their combat style is similar between fighter and rogue. Step of the wind, then strike out with powerful melee blows. Beginning the game with unarmed defense, monk receive boosted AC. Monk weapons, either two-handed, heavy or two-handed. I mean, the animation looks fantastic. So you can have open hand monks, shadow monk, and 4-element monk. Oh, here's all the stuff that's going to be in it. What? They added more? Oh, hold on. Should your look at this. Patch 9. Look at all the new... They even added Spores Druid. Look at this. This is what's going to be at launch for Baldur's Gate 3. Barbarian, Berserker, Wildheart, Wild Magic, Druid, Land, Moon, and Spores, Fighter, Battlemaster, Eldritch Knight Champion, Ranger, Hunter, Beastmaster, Gloom Stalker, Rogue, Assassin, Arcane Trickster, Thief, Sorcerer, Wild Magic, Draconic Bloodline, Storm Sorcery, Bard, Lore, Valor, Swords, Monk, Open Hand, Shadow, 4 Elements, Warlock, Archfey, Fiend, Great Old One. Paladin's going to have 4. Ancients, Devotion, Vengeance, Oathbreaker, Cleric, Knowledge, Life, Light, Nature, Tempest, Trickery, and War, and Wizard, Abjuration, Conjuration, Divination, Enchantment, Evocation, Necromancy, Illusion, Transmutation. Man, look at all the effort they're going to put into. I bet you, because some of these, like Wildheart Barbarian's a little bit different, and they made a lot of tweaks to all the classes to bring them more in line. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with like the 4 Elements monk, because I bet you it's going to be really good. Meet your companions on the journey. With the addition of Karlach, our number of origin characters now raises to 6. Astarion, Gale, Shadowheart, Lae'zel, and Will. Karlach joins the party. Okay, finding your feat. Oh, look, new feats added. Actor Alert, Charger, Crossbow Expert, Lucky, Mage Here, New spells coming in 1.0. Look at all these new spells coming at launch, too. Sunbeam, Blinding Smite, Wall of Stone, Flame Strike. This is fantastic. Man, they do such a good job. No coincidence I'm wearing a Larian Studios t-shirt right now, but like... And there's going to be a hardcore mode. On top of this... What? Difficulty levels too? Hardcore mode is where you test your metal. In this mode, enemy lethality is cranked up to brutal, ensuring the enemy AI are stronger, while prioritize squish your targets with low AC and will seize opportunities to go for the kill. Additionally, many adjustments have made to the fights specifically for hardcore mode, with certain enemies receiving additional support through reinforcement spells or consumable items. Yeah, oh, man, I ordered this. I had to have it. Dude, it's 35. I'm so excited. Anyway, sorry to geek out about Baldur's Gate 3. I want to play it. I haven't played it in a while. Maybe tonight I'll do a live stream. We'll play some Baldur's Gate 3. We'll go look at the Ranger. Talk about how much better it is. Yeah, man. I haven't stopped. We're on 5 hours and 12 minutes. Let's go, baby. Also, I will have to end soon because I do have to like get the kids and I have other crap I'm supposed to do, but you guys make it worthwhile, you know? Oh, I did. You know what? I was going to watch the other specific Unearthed Arcana videos that they released today, but I don't think I'm feeling it right now. What did they do? Oh, they did a Monk, Ranger, and Druid specific video they've released. The art on the videos looks really cool. If you haven't seen it, take a look at this. You guys see the art? Look at the Ranger art, the Druid art. Down here's the Monk art. The art looks great. But, yeah. Oh, you know what I did promise you? I would go pull up my, yeah, I'll use those videos in the TLDR versions. You're right. I did say people were asking about my playtest character, right? Because we're going to have the updated version of the rogue. So I'll just show you what I have. Yes, I rolled like bananas on the stats on this, as you could tell. So that's part of the reason why he's already so good. There's some things I will have to change because they did change a lot of the stuff with the playtest version of the rogue. Eventually, Brandon, I'm just not there yet. I need to work on some stuff before that. Eventually, though. So, I have expertise, sneak attack. That's not going to change. Thief can't. I will have access to the weapon mastery for 2 different kinds of weapons. So, based on what my character uses, I would probably go with short bow and scimitar. And scimitar would actually get me the bonus action attack from the, I think it's the Nick feature. And I think I could get either slow on the whip or something, or maybe Vex on the short bow. So that would be cool. Cunning action is the same. Now, I will get some features are going to be slightly different because they smooth some stuff around. I'll now have access to steady aim. I'll have the whole cunning strike ability, which did not exist before. I will now have uncanny dodge at 5th level, which I did have. Still have the expertise. Evasion at 7th level. I don't think I have it because we're only level 7 right now. So as it stands, I actually wouldn't have gotten evasion till 9th level. But also, I'll have reliable talent now at 7th level, which is pretty nuts. And I got all my expertise, right? And I'm playing the playtest human. So this is why I have all these abilities. So this advantage on stealth will have to go away because that was previously what 7th level thieves got, was like permanent advantage on stealth. But they did away with that. So now I'll have reliable talent though, and then as the thief subclass, some of these things will have to change. Let me see. I think I made special feats for my abilities here. Yeah, Supreme Sneak. So that'll go away. Sleight of Hand will be the same. The use of the object will just get bumped up now where it works with magic items. Second story work, I can now climb on ceilings, which I could not before. And I can just use dex instead of strength for jumps, but I will not have this till level 9. Yeah, this rogue update. Yeah, you're right. She's going to get hit with a truck for sure. So I'm in a good spot now. So you know what? All I have to do is go here, manage feats, and go to Supreme Sneak. Delete that. And then I'll have to come up with a way to give myself reliable talent early. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't really have any... I barely have any magic items, and at a higher level... Well, she gave me Gloves of Thievery. That was her mistake. But at a higher level, I'll actually have the ability to attune to 4 magic items. So I'm in a good spot right now. Anyway. But yeah, so someone asked about my thoughts on Cunning Strike. I think it's fantastic. I never thought to use Sneak Attack dice as a resource, which I think is very interesting. So, like, that's like Rogue's unique ability, is a Sneak Attack. So what a clever concept to reduce the amount of damage you do by d6s to add versatility. That is so clever, and I really, really applaud that. And it basically is also, again, to some people's point, though, it's kind of making the Rogue almost a better Battlemaster than the Battlemaster in some aspects. And I like that, but here's the other thing. It's such a cool concept, but it plays into subclasses so well. Because a lot of the subclasses we have here, that's what they do. That's what gives them unique things. They add in cool ways to interact. Now, obviously, the Arcane Trickster doesn't. But the Assassin, didn't they have something? Or am I making that up? Yeah, when you use Cunning Strike for poison, it deals poison damage on the failed saving throw. So, like, you can use Cunning Strike as a cool way to add unique interactions with subclasses that you didn't have before. Swashbuckler has these 2 Panache options and these 2 Dashing Strike options, adding cool, unique abilities with Cunning Strike, because now it's a present thing you can use. Same thing with Supreme Sneak here, right? Where I can lessen my damage but not give myself away if I attack from the hidden spot. Very cool stuff. So I like this a lot. I think Cunning Strike is a great addition. Something I didn't think was necessary and hadn't even thought of, but a fantastic adjustment. All in all. I also like reliable talent coming online so much earlier. And then again, at 11th level now, you can use 2 of the effects of Cunning Strike if you want to cut your d6 by 2. So you could disarm somebody, pick up what they dropped, and then move away with Withdraw. Knock something out of their hand, grab their up item, and then dip out, all in the same move when you hit level 11. And then still have access to, that was just basically an attack you did. And then still have your bonus action to go hide somewhere. I really like this a lot. I also am like, my only thing that I'm bummed about is this team, this game. It's been the most inconsistent game I've played. We don't really play with any kind of frequency, and it kind of bugs me. So I want to add like another game in so I can play test, but like I have to find somebody who's willing to run a game that's capable for that wants to play with playtest and still wants to play Dungeons and Dragons, because I really want to try out either one of the land druid or maybe the dance bard. I think it could be a lot of fun, or even the sea druid looks pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I've been at this for just shy of 5.5 hours, though. So I think I'm going to call it quits for now. I might be back later. I got some stuff I got to take care of. But anyway. Yeah, we just talked about Baldur's Gate 3. We're probably going to even maybe play some of Baldur's Gate 3 later tonight. So it's I need a little break. Kids get out of school soon. And I got some stuff I got to work on. So there's 5 hours of content for you to go back and watch. Share it around. Tell your friends. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. You know how it goes. All that stuff. Anyway. So thank you all for coming and watching. See you all next time.